Microphone check, check, 2 1 2. The microphone check, check, 2 1 1. Ones into the twos into the ones into the twos into the. It's never a problem, they got the problem with niggas come at me cause I got the balls to acknowledge shit. Never been the type, I don't walk through life like it don't exist. I face it head on cause I won't be spared in no consequence. Give a fuck about innocence, give a fuck about ignorance. I'ma pay either way and I promise nobody give a shit. Don't see it how I feel, I see it for what it is. Don't give a fuck about feelings, they cloud the vision of men. And niggas won't see it coming till it all comes to an end. And niggas run to their mans, and niggas run to their friends. But backup, I got no backup, I'm on point to begin. And keep it real, between us I see an easy difference. I was forced to have perception, you was born in privilege. And what you call keeping the peace, we call being bitches. Where I'm from, the cost is death if you ain't pay attention. So I tell them niggas stop, look and listen. Father God, today I close my open arms. For our common man, and we don't share no common bond. Give me Father God, today I close my open arms. For our common man, and we don't share no common bond. You won't get the kind of bond with men that I've befriended. Was built inside the trenches, but niggas' lives was decided by what side they lived in. And other sides never asked if we was siding with them. We was beside him with them. Bullets fly, niggas died, then we was dying with them.
You said it'd be wild. Why is that? It's always wild.
The other niggas couldn't get unless they died in prison.
Okay, I figured it out. That's what you meant. I didn't know if there was something specific. The news is a wild vibe. Yeah, I gotta say, I'm pretty excited. The news has been all like, damn,
you niggas wear got my skin itching, but I ain't trying to make amends nor make friends. Speaking the truth is a sin to those that play pretend. So I won't be round on you niggas. I just stand on my morals and look down on you niggas. Give me Father God, today I close my open arms. For I'm a common man and we don't share no common bond. Give me Father God, today I close my open arms. For I'm a common man and we don't share no common bond.
I'll check it out if you send it to me and tell me where to find it.
We are all set and we are live. So whenever you get your camera up,
all right,
we'll get this party started.
Hold on, I got about 50 echoes going. 1 second.
Trump's 2025 EP called The Project. He's making the projects.
There we go. There's that. Okay. Transfer in. Oh, not. Yeah, perfect.
And
how you doing?
GIBBS, my dude.
You all right there?
Welcome to the show. You've been very busy lately. I saw. I had to be here. Like 5 different things going on.
Oh, I have got a lot of things going on, and I've been. It's been, I came in this new year. I did all those workshops in October, and at TwitchCon or whatever TwitchCon was, if it was in October, whatever. That's what I'm talking about. And networking's always been something I'm good at, but now it's like I have the experience from way back in the day when I did HCS and all that, and then I had the experience in the low periods where you just kind of like crash course learn stuff. And then now I have the TwitchCon workshopping shit, so I'm trying to put it all together now this year and see what we can do with it. I don't know, it's going pretty fun.
Awesome, people.
But yeah, every day something
open
different.
A ranch in Gaza.
Hey, listen, there's no land enough. There's not enough land in Gaza to ranch. I'm not gonna say that. I was like, I was hyperbole gonna be like, I probably own more land than what exists in Gaza, but that's not true. Gaza's just not that big. But I mean, I don't own that much land compared to that. You know what I'm saying? But it's it's not that very large. I mean, isn't it smaller than like Rhode Island?
Yeah, it's pretty tiny. But I mean, you just put an American and the Texas flag in there, and you're good to go. Yeah,
I'm saying just we'll send the King Ranch over there, and then they'll probably take care of Hamas from the helicopters pretty fast. I think.
I don't even want to see that.
I think it'll be done. Trump's got this figured out. I gotta say, it's been amazing how right I've been on all these predictions. I've been, started calling myself the prophet. I started telling everybody it wasn't going to be no more wars. It was going to be more American empire building. And I kept telling everybody that. And that's what I wanted. Nobody was like, no, GIBBS is dumb. And goddamn, if it doesn't seem like exactly what I said, the tariff wars, he's talking about permanently taking over Gaza. He's letting Panama know that they get the hands. I mean, but they literally right now, I was just watching TikToks. They're having left-wing violent protests or attacking like the Panamanian capital. while TikToks are outside of video. And yeah, like I literally just saw this maybe 30 seconds before coming on, and they're like apparently mad. But I guess the average Panamanians that they were interviewing were all like fairly like, the U.S. has been our friend. Why are y'all mad now about Trump wanting to get something out of it? I was like, interesting.
And how does that make you feel?
It makes me feel like I'm fucking, eating the manna from heaven. The Lord is coming down and blessing me with the knowledge. That's what it feels like, I tell you. I mean, I know that the lefties really hate it because I keep telling them what's going to happen, and they're like, surely not. GIBBS is crazy. And, like, that's the thing. I feel like when I first started these panels, like, I was just kind of dismissed as the meme guy. Ha, 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 ha. And then it's like, as we've gone on, it's like everything I'm saying just keeps happening. And I'm just like, maybe crazy like a fox.
Fair enough. Yeah. Like, I definitely expected Trump to do everything he said he was going to do and more, which is why I didn't want him in office. But at the same time, the fact that he's doing it doesn't shock me.
I mean, I think it speaks well to his character. A lot of politicians, what do? They get in office, and then I think this is actually so. I think Bernie and I think that Trump are an answer to the same problem, right? People look at everything like it's like a left-right spectrum, but it's really like a class spectrum as well, right? And I think that the average person that's like a normie, I feel like there's a lot of independents and normies and center lefties and center righties that are like, something's not working. And they look up, and I'm not going to sit here and be like one of these Alex Jones conspiracy theorists where they see like a uniparty, but I can see where they see that everything's always getting compromised. So you always have this like, nothing ever gets done, right? And they're not happy. And I think that Bernie was an attempt at them to get somebody in there to change it, and it didn't work because the Democrats shut it down, right? And then Trump, it did seem to work because he managed to like round up a lot of these people. And like I always say, Trump's really like a 90s Democrat. He's like a New York Republican. That's a Democrat, really, right? Like, so like he's like moderate in the mid, but you say that, people freak out, online. They're like, he's eating whatever. But it's like, I think there's an answer to this because he's coming in here, he's trying to make these changes. Some of these changes are like very populist, like the Southern Wealth Fund. Like that's a very lefty populist idea. But it appeals to a lot of Americans who feel like that they should be getting the rewards of being an American in the best country, the superpower in the world,
Oh. So I gotta say, if anybody's ever seen you on a panel, the first question that probably popped into their mind is, what made you this way?
Listen, I've always been this way, which is crazy because, what's that expression? If you were like conservative when you were younger, you were like heartless, and usually people become conservative over time, or some expression like that. I don't know. I have been arguing these positions since I was like 8th grade, 7th grade. As soon as I had enough of a grasp, I pretty much held to these positions. What made me this way is my undying, unending, unstoppable quest to be the best. Like, actually, that's not even true. I'm actually satisfied with not being the best. I'm just satisfied with being a top guy, whatever I try to be. I want to be one of the best. If I can't, I know that I can't probably be the best, but as long as we get in there, we're top like 1%er, then we're getting the job done.
Well, you're definitely doing that here in Twitch. I want to say you're one of the hardest working people out there. I see you doing multiple shows in a day, plus, your gaming stuff. You've been definitely hitting it hard this year.
Yeah, I mean, that's the goal. I'm hoping it turns out. My goal is to be like partnered by TwitchCon or close, like getting close, right? So it's like, what is that, 75? I mean, I think I'm averaging 25, 28, like right now, is what my average is. It could be higher if I just did shows, but I found that that's not really a good way to like actually grow the community. What happens then is you get like what I had with the HCS is where you have people that'll show up, but the minute you're like, if you ever do catch a ban, and like I always hope for the best and plan for the worst, like then they'll come around with you. But since when I got a ban with the HCS, all those people just like disappeared, because they were only there for the one thing, right? One thing. So I've been the gaming streams, which don't seem to pull as much numbers to bring my overall numbers quite a bit down. Seem to be much better for like growing the community and having interaction and whatever. Also, thanks for the raid, Pentuple. But appreciate it. Woo! But yeah, it's very much. I feel like I've been trying to strike a balance for both. Now maybe when it gets a little closer time, I'll just do shows to like try to hit the number real quick and be like, yeah, get me Twitch. But until then, I'm gonna keep mixing it up.
Excellent.
That's my plan.
Excellent. Good work. So how do you feel about DEI putting the end of DEI putting white women out of jobs?
The end of DEI putting white women out of jobs. Does it sucks to be a white woman? Hey, I'm not one, so cry me a river. I mean, I don't know. Like, I I have no opinion. I mean, like, I have to see some evidence. I mean, I'm not saying I doubt you, but sucks to suck. Like, yeah, I don't know. Like, don't find something to do. They're white women. They're Karens, right? Maybe they can like. Actually, you know what? Actually, you know what? I got a hot take right here, right now. Maybe it'll be good for them to be poor because, like, you know, if I've ever gone to a city, the poorest part of town has the best fucking food. You know why? Because they know what seasoning's for. They can take a piece of shoe leather, season it up right, and boil it or cook it or however, and it's gonna taste good. These white ladies, maybe they need to learn what seasoning's for, and you learn that by being impoverished.
I got nothing. They're gonna learn how to cook. I quit.
Hey, I listen. When I was broke growing up and we were eating government cheese, I guess what? I'll tell you what was amazing. We had some Cheez-Its. I'd get Cheez-Its, and I'd go get like a bunch of like different like Mrs. Dash seasonings, like pre-mixed ones, and we'd mix them up, and we'd put them in there, and that'd be, you know. And sometimes when we were real poor, you had just ice. You get the ice, and you do the seasoning, and it was like flavored ice, you know, like a salty raspa or some shit.
Oh,
You know.
okay. There we go. So there's been a lot going on in politics, and you know I haven't really been touching the politics. Like I don't want anything to do with it personally. But are you actually happy with everything that's been going on?
Yeah, I mean, I gotta be quite a bit. I gotta be honest. Yeah, it's. I feel like it's just been nonstop wins for me. When I looked at like the deportation issues, like, I'm pretty much pro. Yeah, it's sad, but you know, whatever. It's what I've been preaching for. The wall security, I got that. Like, okay, the trade war stuff. Guess what? Beef price is about to go up. Guess who owns a ranch? This guy. That's gonna be wonderful for me. You know, my stock portfolio is doing good. Look, he's talking about getting rid of income tax. Wouldn't that be wonderful? I mean, you know, trying to talk about getting rid of capital gains. I love pretty much everything he's doing. I like that we talk about foreign policy. You know, I've very much been pro empire building, pro interventionist. I'm like not a MAGA guy. I'm not a traditional like no war guy. I've said that I would like a return to that kind of imperialism that we had going on, maybe. And it seems like he's pushing that narrative. So yeah, I really like everything that's happening. It's been great. Big fan. Love it. And I gotta say, I don't like to take pride from other people's sufferings, but like the left, y'all guys, y'all make it really easy to really enjoy, like because y'all come in. It's not all of y'all are some of y'all are nice, but some of y'all have like this high and mighty, like I'm better than you attitude. Look at this poor redneck drunk from fucking Texas. What does he know? And then it's like, oh wow, now you're down over here, low the hole. And instead of like accepting that, you know, that eating humble pie, y'all just screaming "re" into the dark like it's gonna do something. And it's the copium's strong. It's good copium.
Can't help it.
I mean, it's true. I mean, laugh. You can laugh. I mean, I think it's fucking hilarious. I'd just be like the other night I had somebody on a panel, and the guy, like, for lack of a better way to put this, I think he just hated Pentuple's face. And
I was going to
he
ask you
just
about that.
Yeah, he was just screaming, oh yeah, and I had to delete the VOD. I had to end it, you know, because it's also crazy to me. I have every time, excluding women in IRL, that someone has said a no word on my stream, it has been a lefty. That's all I'm saying. It's interesting that none of the right-leaning people are any of the ones that have dropped any slurs. That's always something I found interesting. I wonder who the real racists are.
I mean, I gotta ask, were you on that panel on Primes where a dude dropped the Sieg Heil?
The fucking, yeah, that guy. But okay, so he had been like, it's okay. Let's just put this into context. What he did, he had been trying to get Prime's attention. He was his first panel there, and I guess, like, you know, sometimes Prime doesn't notice or it takes a while to notice your hand, and he never said this guy's name. Like they kept getting ordered. He kept putting other people. The guy waited like 45 minutes, and finally, he did some like little fairy hands things, and then he's like, oh, my heart goes out to you, and then he did the bullshit, and fucking Prime, and everybody's like, oh no, don't do that, and like he's like, well, that's why I did that, because, and then like 5 minutes later they kept talking, and so he like jumped in. He's like, I would like to go. I've had my hand raised for like 30, 45 minutes. He goes, like, that's why. He's like, oh, have you? And he was like, well, that's because why he did that bullshit, so you'd pay attention. So like that was the context, Plus, I think Lactoid had just talked about the OK symbol. It was like, are you gonna get these people to say OK? I'm like, whatever. So but yeah, that was the prime time panel. You're not gonna get me with a gotcha there. Listen. I don't like white supremacists. I'm Mexican. They're gonna send me to the camps too, boys. Like, I don't know what you think that's like. Oh, they're gonna be like, GIBBS is one of the good ones. No, they're gonna be like, he's one of the good ones till racial purity test, and then you're done. Like, they'll get me too. Like, I don't know why. Like, people are like, yeah, he likes the white. No, fuck that.
Yeah, I've never gotten the vibe that you're cool with white supremacy. You don't.
Yeah.
I don't see you as a racist person at all. So
yeah. I mean, the only thing I care about is green. Like, like you can make me the money. Now, I don't like trashy people. That's more. I guess I'm classist, but maybe. But like, if you come from like the lowest class, like, does that count? Can you be classist?
Yeah, you absolutely can be. I mean, as long as you've elevated yourself up, you can look back down on the people you left and think they're pieces of shit.
Okay, well then sure. All right, then I admit to that. I'm not saying all of them, but there's a very large segment of people I find trashy. I'm like, you trashy fuck. I think we all find certain people trashy. Yeah.
And they also say money doesn't buy class, so you can end up in the highest class possible,
That's
end up
true.
a billionaire, and just be.
That's true. I'm catching up on my Jersey Shore, and Snooki gets on the plane with JWoww, and they're like, what's all this expensive shit? And they tell their like little chauffeur guy to come back in 30 minutes. He comes back with all the fucking Franzia box of wine, and they fill this like, G5 up. And I'm like, that's how I'm going to be when I'm fucking that rich. I'm going to be filling it up with the, maybe not box wine. We'll get the 10.99 gallon jugs, but we're not forgetting where we came from. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, gotta keep it real. Have your Carlo Rossi just sitting there, the big jug.
Well, I mean, like, I'll give you an example. If you had cornbread, like, I tried some rich people bread the other day. Ugh, terrible. Where was I at? It was like at, was it maybe Ravel's is the name of this restaurant? I was out there for a business, like, luncheon or some shit. And it was, like, fancy. And each plate was, like, $100. And they came out with, like, fucking steak tartare. And the bread was terrible. I was like, bro, I got a can of Jiffy and an egg and some vegetable oil. And I'll whip up something about 100 times better than whatever this bullshit is. Throw a little honey in there and we're really in business. Like that's $2.35. So actually, with eggs, it's probably $3 for the one egg, but $3, $5 better. Whatever. I came out $95 a head. Like with my thing of Jiffy, I probably got more out of that thing with one can of Jiffy than that whole bullshit. It was terrible.
This man.
But I'm not even joking.
Yeah, I'm gonna say like good Texas barbecue, things like that are definitely gonna be something that transcends class. Like good food goes above and beyond, whereas bougie food doesn't necessarily hit the same.
Yeah. Like I'll give you one. Like, have you had crawfish? That's a cockroach. It's a mud cockroach. I mean, and it's fucking good. Like yeah, you don't see these rich Frenchmen. Oh, I guess maybe the French do. They eat snails and shit. But like, you don't see some of these other fucking rich uppity bastards doing that. Fuck them. They don't know food.
Yeah, shrimp, lobster. I'm pretty sure crawfish ends up in some high-end food, but I don't eat that stuff, so I wouldn't really know.
You don't eat shellfish?
Oh no, I eat shellfish. I'm saying I don't eat at high-end places very often, so I wouldn't know if they're serving crawfish. But I would think if it's like a Cajun place or something, there would definitely be some crawfish on the menu.
I saw. What's her name? Was it Glorilla? Is that her name? I think that's her name. Dude, give it a shout out for Papados. And she's like, "That's the best thing here." And I'm like, Papados is like, if you live in Houston, you know Papados is ass, right? I mean, Houston's the home of Tex Orleans, right? They got what's that one that BB's? That's Beyonce's favorite restaurant. They have like they just opened a cold chain here in San Antonio. Like Papados is mids. Like that's how I knew that she was not from Texas whenever she told us that. She's from what, Georgia? Atlanta, maybe? I don't know.
Somewhere in the South. I'm not really sure.
I love her accent. It's very like I don't know how to describe it.
A lot of Texans I know are fans of Glorilla just mostly because she keeps it real. Like, I can't say I really like her
Yeah,
music, but her personality
yeah. I
gets it
mean,
through.
I like her personality. Like, yeah, the way she talks, she's also not bad looking.
Did you ever go to the turkey leg hut?
The turkey leg hunt. Mm, no, we had like the turkey bowl.
There was a spot that popped up in Texas. I don't know where in Texas. It was called the Turkey Leg Hut, and it's been closed down. But like, it was
No,
apparently popping.
they have a lot of well, I mean, big turkey leg is the kind of thing. Like if you go to Rent Fair in Houston, outside of Houston, I used to go all the time. First of all, if you ever really want a wild time, let me tell you about this. Rent Fair outside of Houston, I can't think of the name. It's got like over the course of the period it's open, has like something like 3 to 3.5 million people, not all at once, but over like the course of like 8 weeks, usually go to this thing because it's like one of the top 5 biggest rent fairs in the world. Anyway, they do the turkey leg thing now. They have it. There's camping on the area. They have like acres and acres of camping, right? And so you'll go out there, and they have like what they call the fire, and there's this big bonfire area right towards like about towards the front, right? But the further away you go into the dark, the wilder it gets. And you'll be going down there, and you'll like so you have like by the fires where like the children and the families hang out. But by the time you get about like I don't know, a quarter mile, half mile up the road, you're seeing people on like crosses and shit and wild stuff. Like you don't even want to know, because I guess they're all fucking hedonists. Like it's barbarian weekend. We're gonna swing and like I don't know people that like I found that people that are really into like theater artsy kind of shit are pretty open like sexually. I don't know why that is. Maybe it's because of all the reading of all the smut novels. I don't know, but
Definitely not your scene.
it's probably. Oh, listen, Papa Gibbs is wild. Don't worry about what is my scene or not. Listen, I'll be going. I'm not trying to get put up on a cross, but I might join in some little hedonistic activities over there. Little BSM is all right every now and again.
Got to keep.
I've been to a sex club before. It's not bad. One of the nicest clubs in San Antonio is a private sex club here. They have like you go in there and they have this fucking like the massive stage and they have like a dance floor and a normal thing. They have like pizza shit in the back. They got the freaky rooms.
So I think the people want to know what's in the Sonic cup.
Oh, this is water. I like to reuse these because the styrofoam keeps the ice cold and I like to eat the ice. And so usually it's unsweet to eat or ice. I like the caffeine. I don't really like sweets all that much. I'll eat some sweets every now and again, but I've never really been a big, huge sweets guy. As I've gotten older, I've I'll eat like a small like piece of stuff, and I'll like enjoy it, but I can't do like how you go places like we have the giant whatever cheesecake. I love cheesecake, right? But like I only want like a small slice. I don't want like. I don't know. It's just too much sugar. I get a headache. I'm already like super hyper anyway. You know what I'm saying?
So, as a proud member of the Hispanic community, how do you feel about the response that certain countries gave to the way their citizens were being returned to them?
Well, I mean, I'm glad that they stood up for their people. As much as they thought they were, right? But on one hand, but at the other hand, get fucked. Like I'm a citizen of the United States, right? Like let's go America. Like it sucks. Like y'all are gonna have to bow down to us. Panama only exists because we allow it to. And then they're over here charging us $55K a ton, like per shipping, and they did 60 to 70% of their shipping that goes through their little canal that we built and lost lives building is ours. So, I mean, yeah, they go get fucked. And listen, if they don't think we can come and fuck them up, which I think they do, we took over their country in 5 days, and that's before all the new shit we got. So imagine, how we go in there and do it the next time. Yeah, I like it a lot. I like a lot of it. Now, I am a little concerned about, the cartels. They definitely are kicking up their violence, but it's interesting here because it's kind of I don't know if it's because of what Trump's doing or if it's because of how aggressive Trinidad is, and people keep dismissing them, and they are a real problem. They're making the cartels here, which I thought were wild, look not wild. They're look real tame, and I hear that's also happening in Chicago really bad, where like African American gangs are having struggles with like them because they're they're Venezuelan gang. They're wild. They do crazy shit, and it's not the same kind of culture, And I don't know. I don't know which is worse, but the cartels are a problem. I had to go to 2 funerals, or I'm supposed to go to 2 funerals, this like upcoming this week and next, like because of people that died because of the gang violence, because of the cartels. I don't know. It's scary times. So I need the wall.
Not all gangs are built the same, but like honestly, and I think this was back when I was watching Weeds on Showtime. They had like full-on front businesses with tunnels built into the back of them. So like
they find those every so often.
Yeah, how's a wall gonna necessarily fix something like that?
Well, so it really depends. We don't get as many of those on in Texas. Where we do get those is like around El Paso, where it's like right up to like border to border, and the Rio Grande is like not cutting through the main parts of the cities, right? However, where the like Rio Grande is, the water is kind of a pretty good preventative barrier. I mean, you have to dig way deep to like build a tunnel, and then way deep, to go under the river and then go. You know what I'm saying? So like that's a pretty good preventative barrier for the tunnels over most of it. So like, I mean, the wall works pretty good here. You build a wall. First, they got to cross a river, which we got buoys in now, and a lot of areas are impassable anyway. And then you have razor wire and troops walking up and down the thing the whole place. They've reduced gotaways in some of these areas to 0. And then they, for the first time in decades, since they've done this. So Operation Lone Star has been wildly successful. They've even retaken. Oh yeah, and if you're an American patriot, I didn't know if you knew this, but there were 3 disputed islands left over from the Mexican-American War, where basically we both like had claims to them or so, over whatever. Anyway, we all belong to us now. And not only did the U.S. government not do it, Texas did it ourselves. We just took them over. So the Texas military did it. I don't know if you know that, but Texas has its own 3 military departments as well.
So what are they going to do with those islands at this point?
We are building. One of them they paved over and they built like a border patrol river little thing on. I don't know what they've done with the other 2.
Okay, so it's just more land for Texas.
Yeah, that's right. The glorious nation state.
So, is the new orders affecting agriculture or construction in any way in Texas?
I mean, it's too early to tell. I mean, it's just happening, right? Like, I at least I haven't heard anybody say anything about their agriculture people. Then again, I also don't work with pieces of shit. So we all hire legal immigrants and help people get work visas and stuff. Like there have been times, for example, we've had workers and they had their wives up, they've had them on visas, and then their wives would have to leave for like 6 months till we got them their visas again because they were going through the naturalization process and other things like that. Now, I mean, I probably screwed up the exact ordering there, so someone in the comments don't go and try to like whatever. I'm just kind of like paraphrasing. But we've had time where people have had to leave for several months, and we're like, hey, upon your return, we guarantee your hire, kind of thing. And we've worked with it. Now, most of the people do that, and usually what happens is you end up working with like somebody like this guy we have working for us, his name's Fabian, right? Then he's worked for us for like 30 years, right? And then you'll hire like his cousin when he had to go back before he got his citizenship, right? So his cousin would come in and fill in, and then they would like alternate kind of thing on when their visas were up sometimes. And then you eventually get them both in, and it works out good. So I think my family's got over like 50 or 60 people, like help them get whatever, and I've probably done like 10, 12, somewhere in that range. And then maybe a few more tangentially associated with when we were helping them get their citizenship. I was like, put me on the vouchers and shit. But yeah, it's been good. So yeah, I haven't noticed any of that because like none of the people I work with have that. Like I said, I'm not a piece of shit. But it is amazing me how pieces of shit do stick together. Low lives tend to hang out with low lives. So the lefties are the ones saying that the prices are going to go up because the illegal aliens are gone. So maybe we should be asking like people like Brianna Wu and Connor and Destiny where the illegal immigrants are like lawn and what companies are hurting. Maybe we could ask them. I bet they might know. They probably got a check from them.
That was kind of where my mind was going to next is we're still coming out of the recovery from COVID. Our economy still isn't 100%. People were really complaining about, shopping and gas and everything was hurting them. To go directly into mass deportation and tariff war, do you think that's the best move at this point, or should it have been done one after the other, or is this perfectly fine?
So I think a lot of people, and this is kind of what I think, and I mean, I can't say that everybody in the Republican Party thought this, but I think that a large portion was under the assumption that Trump is going in to clean out the swamp. And in the words of Alex Jones, you can't expect him not to get shit up to his ankles, right? Like, so we expect him to come in. He's pretty much followed up on all his promises, like right off the bat. And it's kind of like ripping the Band-Aid off. What's better? Like doing it all at once and we can focus on everything and try to like meet these needs, or like do it piecemeal and then hope you actually get around to one of these things at a time. No, so I gotta say, I kind of like his approach. He's coming in guns blazing, they're firing. He's got 2 years with guaranteed with a Republican, whatever, like majority and everything, right? So I like the way I'm looking at it is, I think if the initial first 6 months or a year suck, I would be willing to say, sure, I expected that. Maybe even the first 2 years, like, or first year and a half, like if it sucks, right? But it's because he's ripped off the Band-Aid, and now we're going to implement policies that are going to take time to heal. Like, he's going to clean out the rot, and then it's like, now, yeah, it's going to hurt, and it's going to be, you're not going to be able to be as strong as if you had just not done whatever. But then after the amount of time, it heals and you can improve. And I think that as long as by a year and a half in, if we're starting to see a big turnaround, then they might be able to survive the midterms. If they don't, I think by the end of his 4 years, then it'll probably be on the upswing, and he'll be able to take full credit and be like, look, it was bad for the 1 year, but long term, I've saved you a bunch of money, kind of thing, and or whatever it is that we're fighting about at that time.
And I'm not entirely convinced, like maybe 7 years from now, we would actually see what really happens from these policies. Like, there's no guarantee it happens within the first 4 years.
Right. Wait, say it again?
So whatever he's doing now, the effects of it, like depending on how different countries react, what our trade deals are going to be, how everything pans out, we may not see it in the first 4 years. It may even take 7 years to see whatever that may be.
Yeah, I mean, I would hope it doesn't take 7. I mean, as long as we see that like it's starting to turn around and we're seeing like results, I think that people are going to be willing to be excited about it, or willing to like stick out through a little bit of a hard time, right? That's kind of my take. I mean, people seem to be very upset on both sides, and that's why we've got these that's why the Bernie Bros all switched to Trump, right? It's because there's a large group of people that are very dissatisfied with the current status quo, and so I think that if they see what they want, the changes they're making taking place, then I think that they'll be happy. Now, if Trump goes in there and it all just fails, then they're not gonna be happy. But then again, nobody's gonna be happy. So but if the people that like make up his base and the populists, which are some of them and some of the others, all are still on board, then I think he can maintain power. Maybe not through midterms if it's, like it took a year and a half. But if it only takes a year or 6 months before we see results, then maybe he does survive midterms. But if he doesn't, then I think the 4 years, it could turn into an 8 if we see an upswing go to 4. Not him, maybe, but like continuation of Vance,
he's an asshole to
or maybe him if they repeal whatever the FDR amendment.
That would be the next.
Which I'm not a huge thing. I don't care. What, the FDR thing?
I mean, just in general, he's doing whatever as he sees fit. There's been a lot of legal challenges in regards to the way he's taking these actions. They're being considered unconstitutional, and they're up to contest. Like, how do you feel about the way he's moving forward?
I mean, like every president, when they come in, they test the constitutional waters, right? Like, Obama had some executive orders to see like how far he could push it. Bush, is really famous for it with Patriot Act and some of this other stuff. With what was the legal theory they used? It was all in that movie Vice a lot. I can't think of the name of the theory of the unitary executive. Right, that's what it was. Right, so they think that the executive basically has all these powers. Obama kind of extended that, and now Trump is, basically taking this even a step further. I see they're always the presidents. Every branch is always going to want to test the limits of their power. So I'm not super concerned. That's why we have checks and balances in our system to guard against the populism. But we also have the ability for those checks and balances to be overridden if changes need to be made quick enough. And so we'll see how it goes. The Supreme Court hasn't just ruled like over and over and over and over in Trump's favor, right? Like, let's just look at the abortion ruling. Trump came out and said, like, at least at one point, he goes, "Oh, that ruling definitely hurt the Republicans, right? Like, because they caused them to not do as well in the midterms, and I think he was right about that. I think if he'd had his way, he would have just like not talked about it. And just try to like keep the status quo because it's not an issue. He's not going to get pregnant. He doesn't give a shit about it, right? Like, I mean, let's just be honest. Do you think Trump is sitting here like wants to talk about abortion? He knows it's a losing thing every time it comes up, right? So like, I think there's sometimes that's the one that really comes to mind. So even when they rule in favor of the Republicans, right, it's not like they're ruling in favor of Trump because like I don't think he won that one. I'm just guessing. I don't have any evidence like to support that, but like other than I know Trump said it was the wrong thing. But there have been other ones where they've ruled and curtailed his power, and there's been a few. I don't have them off the top of my head, so don't be like specific example now. But I'm not lactoid. I don't remember every Supreme Court case.
I mean, there's always. I want to see like where you stand.
There's some where they have, some haven't,
and the way you think about things. So like, regardless of what the facts are, like that's not really what I'm trying to get to. I'm trying to get to how your brain gets to the conclusion that it gets to in these instances. Sure. And I think it's been pretty cool so far.
I mean, I feel like I'm pretty simple. I'm like, okay, what's best for Papa? That's how what's the policy we're gonna push? I'm not like, for example, I end up siding with like on a lot of panels, I'm siding with like the libertarian, right? Which was lactoid or Fabian on a lot of them. And there is some overlap between like, Texan and, libertarian. However, there's a lot of gap there. Like I like a weak but strong government. I like a weak domestic, but I like a strong, foreign, right? Like I want us to be able to take other people's shit. I want us to like expand the American empire, right? But at the same time, I don't want regulations. I want like free market, rails off. Let's get some shit rolling kind of thing. But it's pretty simple. I mean, it's kind of the way I look at it most of the time.
So
what's best for pop-up?
And that would be the next thing I want to get to. How do you feel about Elon having your social security number?
Oh well. Like they have everything on us. This is what I was telling my dad the other day. I was watching this was a couple of years ago. I was watching that documentary on the Netflix that talked about how Facebook makes like the ghost algorithm of people that are on Facebook. It'll like say I of my family will have my mom, my sister, and I'll have it. My dad doesn't have a Facebook. Well, if we post a photo with all four of us in there, it's gonna go mom, sister, whatever, and then it's gonna go, well, then who's this guy, right? And it's gonna post a few photos, and then it's gonna go, oh, she said, oh, his name, whatever, and they're gonna be like, oh, okay, so maybe it's this person. And then over time, like it builds this profile, and if you ever make one, it just attaches all that shit to you. So it's like they actually know more, and the way I think to like confuse it. Like, I know my algorithms don't know what to think, right? I come on here and I scream right-wing talking points all day, right? I don't read any right-wing news. Like, why would I do that? I already know what Fox is going to say. I could probably say it better than they can. I already know. I mean, maybe not exactly, but like I know what the right-leaning sides are. I know what my side is. So why would I ever read any of it? So my algorithm thinks I'm like the most ultra, super left, woke, progressive of all time. Like, I just get outrage. In fact, it hurts me when I try to look shit up and I try to like find like sometimes I'm like, oh, I need a fact to back this. And like, we all do this because we don't want to get dunked on. I'm like, oh, I'm gonna find one of them that proves my point. I'll like get just like only leftist sources. And I'm like, fuck, I've got the algorithm. So actually I started using on my one computer in the other room, only looking up right leaning shit so I can like get it trained. Like because this one's fucking me right now. It's starting to work. It's pretty funny.
Oh, that's hilarious. Yeah, somebody
You don't see me take off running mid-argument. I keep talking. Just know I'm over here on the other PC.
Yeah, somebody was wondering where you get your news. And so it seems like you go from a variety of sources and you have a multiple computer network of random audience captured boxes.
Not to shout myself out, but if you go to my Discord, I post like, I'll be like up like at 4 a.m, just like reading shit because you'll be on the rabbit hole, and I'll be posting different articles and post them. I get my like my Discord like politics pretty like organized. I don't know if y'all seen it. So I've got like the North Korea watch, Iran watch, Texas watch, this news, and I just fill it up all day. Y'all can see what sources I'm reading. Someone goes, I'm surprised it's not all Twitter, and I'm like, sorry guys, I'm not y'all. I didn't even use Twitter really until like 3 years ago, and I've had one for a long time, but I mean, I think I had 5 posts total before, like 3 years ago, and I only started using it because I went to DreamHack, and they were like, "What's your Twitter? What's your Twitter?" I'm like, "Who uses Twitter? You fucking nerds!"
I thought more conservatives would be kind of up in arms with Elon becoming the new oligarch of America.
Concern would be the new oligarch. I mean, cheers. Hold on. Here you go, Doctor Man. Thanks. Excuse me. So yeah, I mean, I'm a little concerned. I mean, he's a lefty, or he was a lefty till y'all kicked him out. So I guess we're taking him. He's bringing a lot of money to Texas. So big fan of that. He's getting ingrained in Texas politics as well as national, and it seems like he's very happy with Texas. So hey, I guess he's my oligarch. Like it's always good to have somebody working for you. I don't know. What am I supposed to not like the guy? Literally, the guy's got a massive center outside of fucking Austin now. He built in an area that had nothing going on. That wasn't even any ranches that were productive down there, outside of basically a tourist trap town. He's built a whole new city, and they're launching fucking rockets that come back from space and land on themselves. That shit's cool as fuck. Like somebody's got to get us off the goddamn planet.
And
It's better. I guess it's better him than V2 rockets with Hitler. I mean, like it's all great. Shades of gray. I don't know.
I mean, why not just fund NASA?
Yeah, because that's worked out so good for us, huh?
I mean, it did get us to the moon, so
Yeah. I mean, sure. Yeah, I got us to the moon, and like not done much sense, really. Like, I mean, the ISS, that's cool. I mean, it's been like with NASA, we making like piecemeal strides. I mean, you can't even act like private industry hasn't been just like super good for the space. Like, yeah, Boeing failed, right? However, I mean, I think they'll probably eventually learn from the failure, and they'll be somewhat of a competitor. Elon, we got what's Virgin Galactic? They're putting shit into space now too. We got Starlink. Well, there's another one. There's another big one. Isn't this a Bezos own a space company too now? Like the billionaires are all trying to get off the rock. Like I mean, at least they're looking forward into the future for humankind. Even if it's economically based. Like I don't know. I just think that the free market takes care of things like this better than I do want NASA funded because I definitely want the government to have its own kind of thing going as well. So in this regard, because I don't want us to fall behind India and China and Russia in space with the weaponization.
yeah, that was pretty much like the next thing. I was like, so we subsidize people like Elon to make these strides rather than the government agencies that are doing the same thing. And then at the end of the day, we end up, kind of wanting to toss some of these technologies because we feel that they go up against other corporations in America, which is why we're like not wanting electric cars and things like that. So when it comes down to green technology, China seems to have America beat right now.
Well, it's interesting you say that. What's the number one state for green energy?
I believe it's not California.
Yeah, you know what state it is? It's Texas. And guess what? Y'all were laughing at our grid a couple of years ago. Our grid's good now. We got the batteries built. We were ready for the freeze and shit. Like, sure, we had a fuck up, but we learned from our fuck ups, right? So, like, listen, that's the secret. Learning from the fuck ups. We're leading in green energy. We have more almost windmills than everybody. Our solar panel system thing we got going on. We've got that deregulated. We're selling them all over cities, blasting them. I know people that are making money back from the solar panels before like sitting the thing. They pay for themselves after like 2 years. And so, like, yeah, we're leading the nation of green energy by like every metric. If you ever want an actual real deep dive on this, talk to iCal Rich. He'll give you the whole 411 spiel about how Texas is the greatest green energy state of all time. But yeah, we're leading the nation. So yeah, China may be beating the rest of y'all, but they're not beating us. Maybe y'all should just get on board with what Texas is doing because we're leading the nation. We're leading the space exploration. We're leading the green energy. And y'all thought we were just these evil, greedy capitalists down here destroying the world for oil. No. We're saving humanity. We're leading it to the victory. That's what we're doing in Texas. Come on down.
I appreciate that. I like a good invite to a place that should probably secede and get taken back over, but it's fine.
Mexico couldn't take back Texas if their life depended on it. We'd give them both hands, whip whap. That's it. They don't want none of it. We've already beat them twice without the U.S. and then once with the U.S. In fact, the U.S. wouldn't have owned Guantanamo Bay if it wasn't for the Texans, by the way. I don't know if you know this. All the Rough Riders ship, most of them were Texas Aggies. A lot of Texans basically just won the war in Cuba for y'all. So, y'all's trying to give us back. Listen, who else is fighting? Joe Rogan was right. Who's fighting the wars? We have like 1/6 of the troops or some crazy number from Texas. We're the elite units. That's who y'all send in to take care of shit. It's us and Florida Man. It's not these hippies and Cali that are going to be fighting the battles.
I mean, there shouldn't be any battles to fight at this point. Everything's a proxy, so what can you do? But we may have some wars in the near future for reasons I cannot possibly foresee.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I could see a lot of reasons we'd have China, North Korea, Greenland's cool. Yeah, we could own all 55,000 of those people in Greenland. Are going to last all of 2 days when we roll in there. We basically have as many troops already there as they have people. What are they going to do? They're going to look over. Oh, that's M1 Abrams. Oh, okay, I guess they own us now. Denmark ain't going to do shit or whatever. Norway, whoever owns them, they're not going to do shit. They might be tough on their own turf, but what are they going to do? Start swimming over there? They ain't going to make it past the U.S. Navy. Russia and China ain't going to back them up.
I mean, yeah, that's pretty much how that works out. The idea that
maybe they'll get smart and sell it to us. I don't know why any African American lefty would ever support Denmark and them. Weren't the Dutch the first slavers? Fuck those people. They know all about selling shit that's not theirs. They can just sell Greenland to us because it's ours.
I mean, there's only a small percentage of black people in America as it is, so I don't think we have much say on what happens where in general.
Yeah, you should be saying how to treat the Dutch like they treated the Africans back in the day. We're just gonna take some shit from them.
I mean, no matter how much I protested happening, it would still go down. So
because Trump is based. I don't know. Did you see his interview today? What did he say? He said if someone assassinates me, that country's getting obliterated. I'm like, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Vance is over here I got the nukes ready. You thought Trump was on the football. I got it. Base Trump. Biden had died. Nobody would have been worried about getting him obliterated. They'd have probably been like, oh, you did him a favor. It was a mercy kill because he was Alzheimer's ridden. But versus if Trump goes down, whoever it is, they're going down.
I mean, who's tried to take him out before?
I don't know. Who tried to take him out for BlackRock or somebody? I don't know.
So those were BlackRock agents?
So I don't know. Maybe, I don't know who fucking funds the Rothschilds. I'm not. Listen, you have to ask Rob DeWar about the deep state. Who's behind what? I'm not the deep state guy. I just look like the deep state guy. I'd be one of those people.
Because that's kind of where my head was at with this. If things go the way a lot of people expect when it comes down to the trade war and the tariffs and prices go up, I can see some supporters no longer being supporters, and they might try to Luigi them.
Yeah, sure. There's always crazy fuckers, bro. I mean, just today or yesterday, I had to time out some dude in my Discord because, and then I was reading his chats and Modi's chats today, and the guy clearly had schizophrenia. What am I supposed to do like crazy fucks? Yeah, someone might have a bad time because of one of these policies and not be able to survive the few months that it's going to take to turn things around. Yeah, maybe they take a pot shot. I mean, I don't advise it, and I feel bad for whoever does it and their family, but because obliterated, I guess, is the word that he chose. So I think it's a very poignant word. It really sends a message. Don't take me out, or else. To be fair, they tried to kill him twice, possibly 3 times. So
who gets obliterated in that instance? How did it work?
I mean, listen, all right, I'm not advocating for this. I just want to say this right now. However, if I was ever a world leader and someone tried to kill me 3 times in less than a year, I might develop the opinion that if they do manage to do that, then it's fair comeuppance for whoever does it. Like, I might develop that opinion, right? Like, I'm not advocating it, but I think it's reasonable to understand where maybe I would be a tad bit angry, and justifiably, I like.
So thinking, taking it over to justifiable anger, the pardons of the January 6 rioters. How do you feel about that?
I mean, do you think how do you think I feel about that? Let me ask you that first.
I have no idea, honestly.
I don't give two fucks about the January 6ers, bro. Like, what they do, they walked into a Capitol, and like, if that was an insurrection, it was the worst, whatever. You know what? I'm gonna give credit. The left, y'all threw a better insurrection than we did. I'll just grant it. I'm gonna grant you that January 6th was an insurrection. That's what it was. I mean, here's a Lethe exclusive. I'm gonna grant it to y'all. It was an insurrection. But BLM riots, they were also an interaction. 20 billion in damage, and then they actually successfully took over the Chaz for like what? A couple weeks. That was a much better insurrection than the fucking drunks and idiots and unhinged individuals that make up a very small portion of the right that went in there and took over the Capitol, maybe ruffled some papers and scared some interns and killed like the one cop or whatever. I mean, how many people died during those other riots? How much billions versus whatever? Listen, I don't give two shits about this. Biden, listen, the Biden pardons. You want to hear that? Here's a crazy take. I don't give two shits about that either. Like, if I had a kid and I was president, I would have pardoned that kid too. Like, duh. I wouldn't even have waited as long. I would have walked out there and be like, yeah, it's my kid, pardon. How you like the way that dick tastes? And then walked right back in. Like, that would have been the press conference. And then, I don't even know why that. Guys, come on, the Republicans. Y'all know y'all would have done that too. If you're like, oh, I would have taught him a lesson. Well, you're a shit parent. Go fuck yourself. So I don't know. Same thing. I would pardon my homies too if I did some fucking potentially crazy shit that I think the next guy might come in. Hey, yeah, I don't give two shits. I don't give two shits about those pardons. I don't give two shits about these pardons. Fuck them all. They're all corrupt. It's just whose corruption benefits me more. And right now, I guess it's Trump's. Whatever. I'm not in the illusions that the government's are the good guys. Like,
that's fair. I would think letting people off the hook would not be a conservative value when it comes down to things like this. But looking at it from your point of view, yeah, I can see how you get there.
Yeah, I like Law and Order. Law and Order is cool, yeah, but also as a Texan, like, who's going to be the ones taking my fucking guns? Well, it's going to be the cops. Like, that's the reason why we have signs outside our house that say we don't call 911. Like, we don't trust the fucking government. Like any conservatives, like, yeah, we love the government. Like I said, I like the idea of a strong military, but the only way that works for me is if us private citizens can be fucking well armed. And luckily, the United States has so many weapons that we could give one gun to every person on the planet, but they're all held by however many people live here. I mean, and that's why I think, if a bunch of people people living in caves using camels could fight the U.S. Army for so long, I think that we in America could probably do a pretty good job with all our red dot scopes and LARPers and shit that we got walking around. MEAL Team 6 going to take on SEAL Team 6. It'll be okay. But yeah, so sure, I don't like the government all that much either. I don't like, let's stay on that shit. So yeah, I feel like that's it's an easy conclusion to draw if you're actually conservative, unlike some people.
I do not want to wade into that right now. If you stick around for the open, it'll probably come up anyway.
Oh, it'll come up. I'm going to make it come up.
So as we're starting to
especially with today's take. I don't know if y'all saw today's take. Wonderful. Once again, says he's a neocon, doesn't take a neocon position. It's just fucking lie after lie. You know what? We'll talk about that later. Continue.
Okay, so we're going to get ready to go into the semi-open. Is there anything you want to get across while you're free and clear and without interruptions, or ask for fact checks?
Wait, say it again.
Anything you want to get off your chest, like here and now, before we end up in the open, where somebody's going to ask for a source or anything on that order? Like anything you want to fire off real quick?
Okay, sure. You only get the source if I feel like looking. So cool. Like if you listen, here's something that's really annoying. Like this is a big thing. here online, I don't want to like. I've had to like develop a different debate style than I do in real life. In real life, I'll make a point and I'll talk about something, and then it brings it back home right at the end. We have to go on a little stand. It's kind of like Fabian Liberty, but much more entertaining because I have whatever. Here, I've had to not do that. Here, I'll only get one sentence out, and people will get real mad and start interrupting and screaming and yelling and weeping and gnashing. Hey, guys, so here's the method I've had to develop. Whatever. I've had to just say, like, outlandish shit and get it out going, whatever. Instead of doing my normal, I want y'all to know, if y'all stop interrupting after my first sentence with outrage, y'all can hear the really good outrageous shit in the second and third, because it's going to be way worse than whatever I open with. But, y'all just aren't ready. Y'all are like level 1 leftists. That's what it is. And that includes everybody in whatever snowflake group y'all want. So, one day y'all can maybe graduate from level 1 and we can go from there. Yeah. So yeah, if you source me, I'm just gonna be like, fuck yourself. Other than that, what else? Oh yeah, and we want to argue over like word choice. Cool, you like picked the right word. Also, like, here's another thing. I'm not a dumbass. I mean, I know people think I'm a dumbass, so that's cool. Keep underestimating me. The good thing about that is I love when people who are not as credentialed, because I'm actually quite credentialed. I just don't walk around going, well, I have lately. I won't lie. I have done this a little bit lately. But the only reason why I've brought up my credentials is because certain people come on here and like, yes, well, tell us your definition of conservative. And then you give them 3 different ones. They're like, well, I don't accept none of those because and my expert degree tells me that I know more. Oh, yeah, what was your degree in? Well, I got my degree from, I don't know, College Coastal Bend University, CCP L in Mar-a-Lago or whatever. I don't fucking know. It's some little podunk town. And I'm like, cool, that's real useful. What was your graduating class? Well, it was me, and that was it. Like, I mean, cool, good story, bro. Yeah, your education is equal. Like, you're so smart. Like, cool. Like, nobody cares. Nobody cares. You're not smarter than everybody. Most of the time, listen, if you as smart as you think you are, you're probably not the smartest person in the room. That's what I've discovered in life. So,
Well, I know
maybe some of y'all should know that.
I'm going to catch a little bit for not asking you what the definition of conservatism is, but since we are now in the open, I'm going to bring Doghouse on in.
Yeah, sure.
Your fellow
Doghouse
Texan.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Doghouse.
Doghouse. I'll give Doghouse credit. He was on that conservative panel, and after the panel, he said, and I quote, this actually made me gain mad respect for Doghouse. He goes, I may have been mistaken. I think I might have been, it used to be in this category, but I've moved to this category now. And I was like, all right. And then he didn't never claim whatever after that. And I got mad respect for you doing that. So either we disagree on everything else.
Hey, thank you, Clyde. Appreciate the bits.
Can you hear him?
No, he's super quiet. And he doesn't have a camera. Actually, let me move us to the other room.
Sorry, my mic was muted. Can you hear me?
Oh, you mother.
Oh,
You
sorry.
do this on purpose,
that.
don't you?
No, I don't. No, I was saying, wait, no one can see your source up, Leith.
Oh, I just had to switch it over for this room. That's why I usually don't like moving the
there we go.
rooms.
Okay.
Yeah.
So no, I didn't realize I was muted when I was actually talking. I was going to rebut what GIBBS said because GIBBS doesn't know where I stand politically. I was essentially center right, and then like Trump went far right and farther right, and now I'm kind of like left on this island of libland and going, how did I end up here? But yeah, I'm embracing my liberalness and I enjoy it. It's kind of like breaking the chains of MAGA. It's pretty great.
Oh yeah, like I said, you're like, okay, well, maybe I'm not this thing no more. Maybe I'm this thing. Like, yeah, I respect it. Whatever. Maybe I paraphrased wrong, but that you get the general message. What I was trying to say.
I know you're good. I'll take it for what it's worth. For now.
Yeah,
but
which is not much. But I'm not. My opinions are fugazi,
Garbage. No, I'm playing.
I was waiting for it. I set you up for that one. Someone had to do it. Letha, you failed. You could have got that one.
Listen, you oversold the Ren Fair. Just to be clear, okay, you oversold it. Okay?
I don't know, man.
Let's just be clear. There is a bunch of questionable characters at Ren Fair. That's
true.
that are like in the deep holler of Texas, okay, that
There are
only come
those.
out where they're missing like 2 or 3 front teeth, and they're the ones that you hear going, "Hey brother, did you vote for Trump?" And
Yeah,
you go, you know,
I
them.
I didn't just hang out with those people. I usually went with like my ex-wife and a bunch of females, and they were all like, "We're gonna go. I'm gonna just follow y'all because they know where the fun times
Let's
are."
put it
So,
this way: Ren Fair is like the redneck version of Las Vegas.
nah, I wouldn't go
Yeah.
that far. It's kind of like that, but it's more like you have the people you're talking about, and that is like a good portion. But you do have a very large contingent of these like artsy, like fartsy, like super
So you're
like
saying you're hanging out
theater
with the
people.
libs? Is that what
Sometimes
you're
I
saying,
hang out with everybody, bro.
Gibbs? No, guys. Look, all I'm saying is I'm glad not to be part of MAGA right now because they are having to eat so much crow right now, and it is great.
This is how much I hang out with everybody. On my birthday, we ended up at a bar where they were doing a drag show, and it was very fun. You know, like so.
Stop,
Yeah, I hang
stop
out with everybody.
tokenizing minority groups, please. Thank
I'm
you.
gonna tokenize whatever the fuck I want to tokenize.
No, no, you're not gonna do it. No, 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 on this panel, sir.
Mhm. It
By
happens.
the way, Lethe, I want to say, stop censoring my speech. I was in the chat and you censored my speech.
I only
Okay.
censor
I was-
speech that people censor themselves.
What, like C19?
Yeah, that you censored yourself, so I figured I might as well take it to its logical end.
Listen, listen. I'm trying to be politically correct, okay? But yeah, I said I think that on a serious note, look, Trump's lost his shit. I don't know what's going on. This is kind of crazy, and I've actually seen people. I say there was a defining moment where I put people in the bucket of MAGA and not MAGA, and that was J6. The problem is now we have this stance of like just going into Gaza and taking it over. This is like another moment where I think we look at it and we go, who is MAGA, who is not? Those who actually understand that this was a batshit crazy take, yeah, you're MAGA light. I won't give you the full, like, listen, I'm not going to say you're free of the MAGA chain, but you're definitely still like MAGA light, but you're making progress. We're getting there. The people who are sitting there right now going that this is a negotiation tactic, congratulations, you've bought into the propaganda. I'm very concerned for our state of our country, for everybody who sits there and believes that this is a negotiation tactic. This is Donald Trump ranting at those seams. It is scary. So
what if you're of the take that you've had this take for 25
and I
years?
just want to remind people, we had a sensible solution, okay, on the table. That was probably the most sensible solution now in comparison. And her name was Kamala Harris, who offered a 2-state solution. Just as a heads up on that, by the way. Go ahead, Gibbs.
So what if you're of the opinion and you've had this same take for 25 years and you're just happy Trump got on board with it? Where do you fall in that category then?
Happy that Trump came along? I'm confused. Sorry.
Got on board with this idea that I and many other neocons have been saying we should just stay and kept these countries or taken over these areas and move people out and solve problems and built stuff up from scratch because it's clearly it's not going to solve its problem on its own. I've said that for 25 years. I don't know how
We saw what happened when Israel tried to go into Gaza. Okay. Now I want you to imagine sitting in U.S. troops. Now they may be successful, certainly possible. U.S. has been quite successful in a lot of wars, although they kind of hit a stalemate a little bit when it came to what was it, Korea? Was it Korea? I think it was Korea, and even Vietnam. So there's a few areas, but Middle East they've had a pretty good successful record ish. But you're still also having to acknowledge, though, that inevitably by sending in troops, and you may sit there and say, well, Donald Trump didn't say, no, he said it was an option. And so sending in troops would start a new war, which is a promise broken and comes at the cost of American lives when this is the least diplomatic approach possible. And it's giving Netanyahu exactly what he wanted. So
I'm not going to argue the no new wars thing. I was always pro interventionism. I was against the no new wars part. So I'm happy he's talking about new wars. Also, like this has been a problem for 50 years. Like Israel exists, whether people like it or not. I feel like at this point, though, with Jordan, what happened with Jordan? Jordan took a bunch of the refugees. What happened there? They tried to kill the monarch, and then they started a civil war that lasted a while. Right? Not so good. So I can see why Jordan doesn't want to take him. Egypt saw what happened to Jordan. They don't want to take him. I mean, especially when their government is not exactly stable as at the moment. They've had several problems throughout the last 20 years. So whenever I look at this, I mean, it kind of makes sense for us to go in there and be like, okay, people don't like what Israel's doing. How about we just take complete control? And anybody that fights us, you get smacked in the mouth, and that's a problem.
Yeah.
And then eventually, there's no more of them. I mean, are you telling me we can't with the U.S. military? I get told all the time, Texas can't secede because the U.S. military is so strong. You tell me the U.S. military can't control an area the size smaller than the Rhode Island, smaller than the King Ranch?
All right, so should we take over? Like this is what gets me is hysterical. Like don't even just look at this in a microscope.
Take over Panama.
Look at the fact, like come back out and look at the meta fact here, which is Donald Trump saying he wants to take over Panama Canal, saying Donald Trump saying he wants to take over Mexico, Canada, Greenland.
You know how much money we would
and
save
now he wants to take over Gaza
if we took over the Panama Canal?
Do what?
You know how much money that it would save American consumers if we took over the Panama Canal? No more tariffs. No more tariffs by the Panamanians, which is up to about $55K a ton.
My
so
guy,
like,
you do realize that
I mean,
the Panama Canal, from what I've understood, has been fairly inoperable due to low drought. Second of all, from my understanding, I saw this. I saw this in passing, but the U.S. already gets the U.S. Navy, I believe, at least, gets to go through the Panama Canal for free. I saw it in passing, so I'll have to look at it more in depth.
I think you're right. Yeah. But who cares about that?
But I'm just saying, so like the idea that, and then also like, there's a thing called semis that like run our country, that, you know, they could stop at different ports within the United States that doesn't have to just necessarily be on the West Coast, per se. So it wouldn't be the end of the world. So
wouldn't be the end of the world, but are you arguing that whenever it's charged about $54K and some change to per ton to ship, and they're 60%, 70% of U.S. shipping goes through the Panama Canal, it wouldn't save American consumers millions of dollars across the board if we just took over the Panama Canal and eliminated their tariff on that, or their shipping price charge, or whatever we want to call it per ton? That seems like a
it would probably save some kind. It would probably save some kind of money, but I mean, again, just because. But the problem is that like, how far do we take this whole saving money thing at the cost of what? Right? There's always a cost to something. So again, the idea that we're going to take over, the idea that we're going to take over the Panama Canal, the idea that we're going to take over Mexico, the idea we're going to take over Canada, the idea we're going to take over Greenland, and now we're going to take over Gaza. Like, what in the world is going? Like, this is what I'm saying, Gibbs. Like, you're trying to justify every single incursion that Donald Trump wants to take over. I'm sorry, it's starting to sound a little bit like 1940s Germany.
I mean. Okay, I mean, we can always. Everybody always wants to. I listen. I'm gonna actually was playing a drinking game with one of my chatters, Poses, and he was betting me how long it would take before Lefty brought up Hitler, the big old H man in Germany. So, here's the first shot. Cheers to you. Thank you, Doghouse, for getting the first one going. Appreciate it. That's to you, Poses. Anyway, salute. Listen, like. It could be any empire. Like you're just picking the one that y'all like to sit here and go, look how evil they are. They were genocidal mania. We could say the Roman Empire. We could say, Spanish Empire. We could say,
let's be the Roman Empire. Yeah, go ahead, Gibbs. Sure, that's not a good idea, bro.
I mean, listen. I'm not one of these people that's sitting here crying over people that losing wars. Like if there have been wars fought across the world for thousands and thousands of years due to economic spats. And guess what? Panama already got shown they lost to us in 5 days last time, and that was in the 89, 90, right on the cusp. So like guess what, imagine what we can do now with all our cool tech. It'll probably take us 3 days, and it'll probably be limited to almost no civilian damage because we'll just capture the leadership and it'll be over. Then guess what, America now has the canal, and we have a new vacation spot. Like, I guess what? Here's even better. You say it sounds like 1940s Germany. Here's the difference. Those Panamanians, you know what's going to happen to them? Their lives are going to improve because now they have the economy of the U.S. Backing them. They're going to have all the wonderful bits of U.S. capitalism because now they're a part of the United States as maybe a special economic zone or something. So perfect. Like, why wouldn't you want these Panamanians to have better lives? No more poverty there, comparatively.
What happened to hey Lethe? Wasn't it America first to make America great again? I thought that's what I heard.
But Gibbs is
this is Make America Great Again. Yeah, this is Make America Great Again. We're gonna have cheaper shipping. We have a new shipping spot. More economic booms. I mean, what's not to like about that?
More Trump towers in the Middle East.
Yeah, well, sure. I mean, I guess if we turn Gaza into Trumptopia, I'm not going to be too sad either. I mean, it looks like last time someone tried to help him out, all the water piping got turned into fucking bombs. So, clearly,
booms. Oh, sorry.
Clearly, so, like they don't want to better the lives of the people there. There was 3 reactors there that were working. Guess what? They had to shut those down because surprise, Hamas is going to come try to use those for weapons. Like, I mean, it's just over and over. Like, this is a repeated problem.
Are you going to talk the condom bombs next?
I mean, sure. I don't know. I mean,
that was actually in Africa too, by the way. He thought
I'm not talking about. I'm not even talking about. Sure. I didn't think nothing. I thought it was a joke. To be totally honest, I didn't even know there was a condom bomb thing. Like, you're not gonna get me on my knowledge of Gaza or whatever. All I know is people are ingenious in ways of creating weapons. So, like, sure. But what is clear to me is that before that, the Palestinian Authority, they were corrupt. They're living in palaces. They were taking aid and just spending it on their leadership. And then now we have Hamas, which is much, much worse in many ways. So, like, yeah, I would say that after 50, 60 years, they've lost their right to fucking rule themselves anymore. And if they want to stay there, I guess they have to follow Daddy Trump's fucking edicts.
So there was a question in the chat for you, Doghouse. So we leave Palestinians to repeat history for the 8th time with Israel. You are delusional if you think anything would have changed with Kamala. Either we help them or no one else in the world will. No 2-state solution will ever happen with Palestine running it.
Yeah, I mean, again, I understand that a 2-state solution. Here's the question I guess I pose is I'm working off of what MAGA's framework is, right? What my ideology is like really, quite frankly, neither here nor there. MAGA said that they were, trying not to get in for it. Hold on one second.
There you go.
Well, I guess this proves I wasn't MAGA.
I'm working off of MAGA's framework. MAGA said that they didn't want to start any new wars. I do think that trying to take over there's a difference. Here's the thing too, is that like Kamala Harris's policy, it's one thing to support Israel. That's one thing, right? Like, quite frankly, I'm kind of neutral on that, to be honest. But in terms of like helping Israel, that's fine, right? You want to throw aid to them. You want to try to provide them, quite frankly, some like they're doing in Ukraine, military assets, although I find it hypocritical if they want to provide military assets to one but not the other, but neither here nor there. You want to provide those? Go right on ahead. There's a whole nother thing to go to another country, plant your flag and say, this is now the United States. That's an issue I have. I'm not a big fan of expansionism like that, whatever it's called, imperialism. I'm not a big fan of that. Quite frankly, I don't think there's no point in us sending our troops over there. It just doesn't make a whole lot of sense from that perspective. Not to mention how much the cost would be, right? It's in the like you think Israel's bad in the Middle East because of everybody doesn't like them there. Just imagine when the United States plants a flag there. How many people are going to go? Like you're still going to have the same issue. You're going to have to put up a defense. You're going to have to put more funding there. You're going to have to put more troops bases there. It's just going to be more and more and more money. If you don't like the military-industrial complex, this only strengthens the military-industrial complex.
I mean,
well,
I'm very pro military-industrial complex, so yay. Like, I mean, I'm open about that. Like, so, like, Doghouse, like, this is why you can't call me MAGA. Before, I think we were on panels together where I said this. I said, I disagree with Trump's take on Ukraine. Now, I do think Trump's newest take on Ukraine is pretty based. We will give you funding, give you what you want, if you give us exclusive access to rare earth metals. All right, yeah, man, I like that. I like that a lot.
There's already U.S. companies mining there in the in Greenland. There's already companies mining.
Sure,
there.
That's fine.
There's no need to acquire Greenland.
Listen, there's always better. We can always have more, bro. Listen, it's better to have and not need than need not have. First, secondly, listen, hey, now Trump is giving the left what they want. He's willing to supply them with aid for whatever. Guess what? I love it because I own a bunch of military-industrial complex stocks. I've been very advocate on the Republican side. We need to keep giving money to Ukraine. Hey, so when we come over down here, guess what? Like, I'm consistent. I'm saying, hey, I want the interventionism. I want the expansionism. I know you don't want that, but this is how you know I'm not MAGA, because I have been preaching we need these wars over here. I think Trump handled some of the stuff like Syria pretty good his first term, but I'm not opposed to no new wars, and I've been saying that day one. So that's not the MAGA take. The MAGA take is actually probably not in favor of the taking over of Gaza, but all the neocons now in his party are suddenly very happy. We're very happy.
Hey, Lethe, can you take a look in general? I can't post it in here, but go ahead and take a look in general when Trump announced that he was going to take over Gaza, and look at his chief of staff and her reaction.
Her face is like,
someone send it to me. I want to see that. Oh, that's good. That's funny. I definitely think he plays stuff close to his chest. Like, this is what we got to do.
Yeah, like I said, Gibbs, I think there's no strategy behind it, if
see
I'm
it?
being honest.
That's pretty funny.
Yeah, it's hilarious. So yeah, I don't think there's any strategy behind Donald Trump. I think, quite frankly, this is look. I'm gonna call it like I see it. MAGA played this card. I'll play this card. It's a sign of old age, right? He's getting older. He's losing his marbles a little bit, and he's like, yeah, whatever sounds good. I'm just gonna say it, and don't care.
No, but
In
it's
fact,
consistent with his other foreign policy, though. Like
the
his foreign
hell it
policy-
is.
What do you mean?
What do you mean? What I mean? What do you mean? This is consistent with his foreign policy?
All right, all right. When
His
you
foreign
start-
policy was to drag everything back. This is the weird thing. He's like, I want to put America first, and then he like tries to bring everything here to the United States, and then he's like, I'm going to put tariffs on everybody, and then he puts as a terrible impression, but you get what I'm saying. He wants to bring everything back to the United States. Now all of a sudden he wants to take over Greenland, Canada, Mexico, Panama. Hell, while we're at it, let's take over Brazil. I mean,
I do like Brazilians.
Like, do you? I was gonna say, okay, I like Brazil. You know what? Trump likes the Brazilian women, so he like, I'm gonna take it over for the women. Like, come on, man. This is the crazy thing about it for me. Is like, I don't know. I just think this is silly. And then of course Donald Trump now says he wants to like ship off like prisoners, I guess max security prisoners overseas.
Hold on, Guantanamo
Right?
Bay is not overseas, and he did say he'd cut
No,
a
no,
deal
no,
with
no, no, no,
El
no, no.
Salvador, El Salvador.
No, Gibbs. I'm saying U.S. citizens.
Oh, yeah,
here
Rwanda.
in the United States.
That was one of them.
He mentioned hardened. This is separate from immigration, like completely separate from like undocumented immigrants. This is just U.S. citizens that are locked up for heinous crimes. Heinous.
Yeah, I saw. He
He
was talking about sitting in El Salvador or something.
right, or El Salvador or whatever other country overseas.
Would
The
that
problem
be
is that
considered
there's
projection.
yeah, we're a little bit right.
I mean, why does it matter where we house our prisoners? Is there like anything on like the law that says we have to house them here? Like I don't.
No.
I don't have a problem
I'll
with
tell you
that.
what though. I'll tell you what.
It's not
So how
gonna
to
be
look
the
this up.
standard,
U.S. citizens abroad still are beholden to the Constitution. So
right?
one of the things is that they would still, Trump would still, even if he were to send them overseas for the sake of trying to punish them more, right, which is absurd, send them overseas. Then it would still be, they are still U.S. citizens, and thus,
Right.
if Trump were to send them to a more cruel place, it could violate the Eighth Amendment of cruel and unusual punishment.
No, I don't
So-
disagree with that. They would have to be guaranteed a minimum standard.
So I want to make a
what it
checklist
said.
right now. Lethe, right now we're running up a bingo card to see how many constitutional rights Trump can violate. So far, we've
Well,
got the
that's
First
not
Amendment
one of them.
rights,
He still
we got the
guarantees they're gonna
14th
have-
Amendment rights, and
hold
a
on.
potential 8th Amendment violation here too.
Well, hold on.
No,
That's
hold on.
bullshit.
And
Well, that's
hey, and if you
bullshit.
take it really far from his first administration, he tried to violate the Second Amendment according to a lot of conservatives because shall not be infringed, and Donald Trump took it all the way to the Supreme Court. So there's a Second Amendment. Man, we're running up this bingo card. Good. Let's go.
I love the framing. It's very very balanced and fair. I think that yeah, I mean that's ludicrous. I know that that's the talking points y'all have, but it's just outrageous. Like I don't want to like give credence to the people that are on the right that are like, oh, you know, Elon did an autistic moment, and then they're all over here trying to troll y'all because it's dumb. Don't make Nazi salutes. But I do understand when people are like, man, it's fun to troll the left because holy, do you listen to what you're saying?
What?
You're
What
like,
am I saying? I'm
he's,
speaking the
this
truth.
is a constitutional breakage because he's agreed possibly to send.
He
prisoners-
literally is going
Man,
after
hold
the
on.
14th
Man,
Amendment, Gibbs. Literally, quite literally, birthright citizenship.
We're talking about the 8th, first of all. We're talking about the 8th Amendment.
Oh, we talking about the 8th one too.
We'll come back to that one in a second. So, okay, the article I read, now maybe somebody can find me an article where he says they're going to have a way lower standard, where it's going to be not qualified, it's going to be worse. All I heard was that El Salvador was willing to build and house prisoners for Trump, and he was going to send his max security people there, and he said they could do it. They meet the same standards for about like half.
I
the
don't
cost.
even know what the hell you be drinking tonight, Gibbs. I ain't seen nothing about that. Maybe you
Well,
did. Maybe
you should do some more research. I mean,
I
don't
will
know,
look
like-
more into it. I think I have not heard that. But
But I mean, what's the like? Why does it surprise you though? Like they don't have the same minimum wage. Of course, the guards over there they have. Like, do you think Mexico, if they made a decent prison, you don't think that their people staff are capable of running it? Are you just saying that these
I
third
think
world
their
countries and
staff is
second world
like
countries?
incredibly corrupt. That's
Oh.
been widely known.
It's staff. So you're saying that they couldn't hire. What about El Salvador? Is El Salvador's
I don't
staff
know how
well-
bad El Salvador's crime is, but I believe that it's pretty high up there. But
So you're saying the
I
whole
don't know.
country's corrupt?
would you say Venezuela's corrupt?
I would say Venezuela is a socialist hellhole. That's what I would say.
Come on, Gibbs, work with me now. We're getting there. No,
Yeah, I mean, El Salvador's president's got rid of the crime. Now, whether or not you agree with his methods, totally
On
different question.
on the idea of crime and prisons, I do want to say, Lethe, let me make sure I understand this right. So Donald Trump during the campaign said that that these places are opening up their prisons, packing them in a bus, taking them to the border, and dropping them off. Correct? That's what we heard on the campaign trail.
I was referring to.
Okay,
yes.
Gotcha. So Donald Trump is now packing up those same criminals and sending them back to the same country so that they can do the same thing over again. Is that what I'm understanding? Right? So that they can just do a vicious cycle again, pretty much.
Pretty much.
Now, keep in mind, Gibbs mentioned the army down there. Now, I believe they've tried to change this, but even then, I think it's still limited. Yeah, the military is down at the border. However, they are not able to do much about anything other than literally walk with the migrants. There was a video of the military walking with like 4 or 5 military members walking with one migrant down the border because they can't physically arrest them. They just have to lead them to CBP because their hands are quite littered. And the thing is I believe
That's true.
I believe the reason why is because he would have to end up to give them immigration powers like that. I believe he would have to. That was the whole issue with the National Guard and deploying the National Guard to the border, or whatever, was because of the Treason Act or whatever the hell it was. So,
Yeah, I mean, I don't understand why you think there's a problem because mostly what they're doing is 1, they're observing. 2, they're helping build infrastructure like the walls. Army Corps of Engineers. They're working alongside Border Patrol. So yeah, maybe Bob, the National Guardsman, can't arrest the immigrant as he walks up to him, says, "Hey, sir, stay here." And if he runs, he just keeps track of him. And then guess what? The Border Patrol guy who's got the radio pulls up in a Suburban and throws him in the back. You're acting like more eyes on the border, more eyes building this. There are you could Google for the first time in history, in Texas history, I think overall they've got areas with no gotaways in some of these areas. It's the first time it's ever been done. So yeah, I would say it's working. And you're over here trying to oh well, they can't do nothing. Their hands are tied. You're making a meme
Gibbs,
out of something that's effective. It's laughable, really.
Do you think if the cartels were to do something to one of our soldiers, that it wouldn't be somehow an act of war? Or let's play a hypothetical scenario where, because by the way, Tom Homan has already stated that it's going to be pretty violent at the border. This is his. And what do you think is going to happen if one of our soldiers gets harmed at the border because of either a Mexican soldier who's maybe corrupt, maybe it's a cartel member? What do you think is going to happen there? Is that
sure? I expect some violence. I do, and I already answered this in the interview. Here's the thing:
no new wars, no new wars. I know new wars.
Once again, you're preaching something that I never backed, and I'm happy that he's doing it.
You don't, Gibbs. I'm shadowboxing a little bit here.
Yeah, you're
shadowboxing a little bit.
Sure, but here's the thing. Guess what? Like I said, most of the American population, especially the ones that voted for Trump, expect things to get a little bit worse before things get better. Because guess what? When you rip off the Band-Aid, you got to clean the infection out, and it fucking hurts.
This is just a way so Trump can serve 2 terms. By the way, you do know that they implemented a congressman, I think Ogles was his name, introduced a bill for Trump to serve 2 terms, but he's scared of Obama because he said in the thing that you can't serve 2 consecutive terms to run for a 3rd term. You have to have had a break. So you can run 1 time, have a break, and then run 2 additional times. Or serve 2 additional times, not run. So Obama, they did that carve out because they're afraid of Obama running again.
Are you mad because the Dems weren't intelligent enough to come up with some kind of thing like that, and the Republicans were? Oh my God! Sounds like a skill issue. Get good.
You know what? Are you upset that my guy is a dictator? And listen, I'm glad you didn't think about authoritarianism before me, buddy. Yeah, because I don't want to be an authoritarian. I like to rule law. I like democracy. I like our Constitution. I love our flag. I love the Texas flag. I hold it at night. I cuddle it, and then I even put it on my chest at night. I say the Texas flag prayer. Okay?
I believe you. As I'm the one with the original Texas flag.
I just want it to be known that the Democrats are now the most patriotic party in this country. I'm calling it now. I don't care. You have Trump, who has gone after people's First Amendment rights, 14th Amendment rights. Mm-hmm. You've got the right to due process in a lot of cases with these immigration cases. You've got the 8th Amendment potentially being violated. And hell, now he wants to be an authoritarian and take over all of these different countries. And he wants to get rid of all the federal agencies to then remove them and put them down to the states. We can look back to the Civil War and see how that went. So there goes. Hold on, what is that? The 13th Amendment? Is that the 13th Amendment? I think I'm thinking of that was resolved. There was a 13th. Yeah, it was the 13th, the 14th, and 15th Amendment. Okay, so we'll add those to that list because those were resolved because of the Civil War. So now we've got the 1st, 8th, 13th, 14th, 15th, and due process, which I think is the 5th Amendment. So wow, he's got a good bingo card going right now. I wonder if we can get an Second Amendment. He did get the Second Amendment. So we're just missing the 3rd.
You know, it's interesting because Republicans for decades, Republicans have said that the Dems are doing all these things that you're saying, and now you're crying because once again, skill issue, y'all lost, and Trump is sitting here flexing his new powers with his mandate, and you're going, oh, my, you're going, oh, my pussy hurts. Clean the sand out. It's okay. The America will still be there after Trump. Like, listen, maybe it'll be a better America because it seems like it's going in the right direction.
Trump gets done.
Yeah, we do have a lot of rebuilding. We're tearing down the awful, evil system that the leftists over here have built up, and we're putting in a nice, wonderful Trump-topian system. Frankly, it's going to be the best system. Let me tell you. And guess what? Gaza, it's going to be a Mar-a-Lago, Mara-Gaza. That's what we want, folks.
Oh, so I'm glad to know that you have admitted that Donald Trump will be profiting off of his presidency. Thank you,
I mean, every president does. Do you not have the autopilot? Okay, folks, first of all, get the autopilot app. It's great. It'll track all the stock movement of all your favorite senators and whatever. I've not even been sponsored by them, but I've been buying a lot of shit on that.
So you hate when
I make quite a bit of money off of
you hate when Congress
Pelosi and what Trump and all these other people do. You know, it's great. You can just
so do you hate when Congress has like stock option or stocks and companies that they are passing legislation through?
No, I like it. I like it. I'm a big fan.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't personally think it's a great thing.
Cool.
But that's just me.
Well,
what do you think about
some of us are
Elon,
based, some of us aren't. Some of
what
us
do you
like
think
to
about
make
the
money.
Elon Musk thing
Some of us
there,
don't.
Gibbs?
That's what I was
What?
asking him earlier.
Elon Musk is based. I love him. He's great.
Oh, no.
Fantastic.
Any details on like what you think about him going into the Medicare offices, the U.S. Secretary or Treasury Department?
Well, I mean, to be fair, I want many of those agencies shuttered anyway. So, yeah, great. Big fan.
Yo, Gibbs is going full authoritarian on us, boys.
How is it authoritarian? You know what's authoritarian? Holding a gun to my head, having me have to pay taxes to go support cracky we do down the road, or having to support somebody who doesn't want to work 80 hours a week and they're just lazy. I already work 80 hours a week and I stream, so they can go fuck themselves.
Work week? Shit.
Yeah, bro. People always. I'm working. Listen,
you want to get rid of the federal minimum wage too?
I mean, I'm open to it. I mean,
okay, all right. So we're going back in time. I like this.
I mean, I pay my employees way over
Leafy,
minimum
are we
wage.
at the 1900s? I wonder how far back we can go. Do you think we get to the 1800s?
Here's the thing, though. Like, I mean, I would have to see like actual like presentation of why it would be good to get rid of the federal minimum wage. You know, totally, right? That's already low. It's not really affect things. The average price that you get paid when you go somewhere now is higher than minimum wage. Like, you go to McDonald's, they're offering $14.25. I think minimum wage is like $7.80 or some shit. So they're already getting double minimum wage. So like, yeah, I don't know why it would even matter to go and get rid of it because we're already doing it. The only people that don't like minimum wage are the leftists who want to keep paying illegal immigrants, because that's why y'all are so sad, because y'all are the ones paying the illegal immigrants
paid below minimum wage.
Under the minimum wage anyway.
An hour.
Yeah, well, you also have to provide them other benefits, don't you? And do you know what those benefits are?
You have to provide them.
Yeah,
benefits.
yes, you do. What do you remember what those benefits
for
are?
Agricultural sector?
Yeah, yep, the agricultural sector. What benefits do you have to provide if you pay them $2.25 an hour? Do you know?
I would have to look at that.
Okay, cool. When you get that information, you come back.
All right, let me look
because
it up.
that's a key thing.
Do this. Let's do this.
Yeah, that's a good thing because there's a major caveat on why they can pay them $2.25. So you go get that. I know that was a good talking point. You tried to get there, but there's a reason. Anyway, like I said, minimum wage is already super low and not get paid. I don't know. That's a fucking, I don't know, dumb try to gotcha. I like.
No, I don't see anything in here that says anything about I see for exemptions, there's certain like things you have to have, but I don't see anything for like benefits being required for agricultural workers. But I'll look again.
So, what did you think about the crypto scam that Trump pulled? Do you think that should have been illegal? Who's
gonna prosecute him? Pam Bondi, the three his personal attorneys that are in the DOJ. Trump has a blank check to operate however he sees fit. The only way that he would be held accountable at this point is either through impeachment, which Al Green has awesomely presented articles of impeachment, or he commits a state crime in which a state. But the problem is he's a sitting president, so you can't indict a sitting president. So, yep, the only route we can go at this point is pretty much through impeachment. So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't give a shit about the scam. If you were dumb enough to buy the meme coin, dumb. Like, I don't know. I'm not, whatever. The meme coin. Like, I'm not buying meme coins. If you shouldn't buy meme coins either, folks. Oh, well. It's just something more for the lefties to be outraged about, I guess. Like, I kind of find it funny. I don't really, other than that, whatever.
I mean, to have a sitting president just straight up rug pull his own citizens.
Is that what happened exactly? Was that 1-for-1 ratio what happened, or are there layers? Because I'm gonna be honest, heard there was Trump meme coin. I knew I wasn't gonna get it. I bought like $3 worth of Baron meme coin, and then I sold it after like I don't know a day and made like I don't know like $15 because I was like, oh look, hey, whatever. But like it's just like stupid. Why would you buy meme coins? Like, that you're gonna lose money probably on it. It's not like you're trying to do
it's Daddy
Bitcoin.
Trump, baby. I like my coins. All right,
cool. Like, I mean, you can just say I bought a meme coin. Like,
look,
whatever.
I've said I'm ashamed to have voted for Donald Trump in 20. To be honest with you, but I own it. I accept it. I actually got somebody on the left. Typically, I get, I get understood that hey, look, and I don't really receive much pushback. I got my first comment on TikTok today going, how dare you vote for Trump? You created this monster. I'm like, you're not wrong. You're not wrong entirely. I did vote for him in 16 and 20. Probably shouldn't have done that. But you know what? I voted for my boy Romney in 12. So
he was
if
terrible.
only John McCain was here, I would have voted for McCain. Too soon?
Romney lost my vote the second he said he wanted to kill Big Bird.
Well, right now, MAGA wants to do that. MAGA wants to do that. You saw that? They're saying that like Sesame Street's in Iraq. They're like, I don't like that, and they want to cut the funding to it. They want to cut the funding for Big Bird. They quite literally want to cut off Big Bird's head in Minecraft.
Is it like the American Big Bird or is it like the Iraqi Big Bird?
What the fuck is an Iraqi Big Bird?
Well, so I don't know if
fuck. Well, I don't like where this is going.
I don't know if you know this, but the reason why there's more nuance to this, if you look it up, Sesame Street has different versions in almost every country.
Oh no.
Yeah, and then
I'm looking this up.
And this is really crazy. Here's a really ground rabbit hole. They've had crossover episodes with the characters from the other country Sesame Streets on the main one and vice versa. So they have like I don't know, Venezuelan Big Bird comes up and meets Big Bird from America, and he like does an episode on there. So yeah, there's a whole big shared cinematic universe of Sesame Street with these other countries.
I've got Fun Elmo, a Mandarin language learning program. I don't know. Why did I even? Now I'm gonna have freaking Sesame Street popping up on my right.
Yeah, you have to be
looking. Your algorithm's pretty Chinese as it is, so
you have to check. You have to check out the other countries.
Why is it because I'm on TikTok? Is that why it is?
Exactly why it is. You know why?
Listen, I'm principled in every other stance except for TikTok. TikTok.
What do y'all think? Here, y'all been asking me, what do y'all think about? Turns out Politico and a bunch of these other countries, other organizations
don't fucking do this, Gibbs.
What about that? Sus, huh?
I'm going full fucking hideout, okay?
Yeah, I'm ready. What? No concerns there. It seems like that would be something.
The Politico thing is hilarious. It's a Political Pro subscription, which is thousands of dollars, which basically shows all the recent legislation that's being done in Congress. And so, thus, if 170 employees at $1,000, it's like $170,000. There's even I think there's multiple of those for different departments. It's not just one department; it's several departments. So it's very easily explained. And this is the problem I have.
So wait, hold on. You're saying 170 people had the same subscription? Seems like it's inefficient.
It may not be all the same subscription, but you can go to usspending.gov, I believe is what it is, and you can look at what it is and all of it, and you can go look up specifically Politico, and it'll show you the award and what it was for.
So it sounds to me like
Pro.
It sounds to me like they had a whole bunch of people doing redundant things, even if it's not as controversial as you're saying. And we could have, guess what? Efficiently fired half those people, and then we wouldn't have to pay them that exact amount of money.
This is
we could have just done the same amount with half the amount of people.
This is what I want.
Leave me, kill a machine, maybe.
here's what I want to caution people with, including you, Gibbs, is when you see these numbers being thrown around like a freaking machine gun, okay? A machine pew pew. Understand that what is being thrown around is going to take you time to investigate. What you have to ask is these kinds of questions. You need to ask, who did this go to specifically? Give me a specific name. What exactly was the award for? Because it states on the spending.gov what that award is for. And then if you're inclined to, go in and look at what that organization does. For example, the Sesame Street thing is hysterical because it does a whole host of things. It doesn't just do programming. They provide actual support for children children whose family is in the military. They also do certain things overseas, like the SimSim program, not SimSim, SimSim program, which I haven't looked all that much into, but it's basically for, I think, India. So they do different things like that. So look into these organizations and see what it is that they do, because you might be surprised that what's happening right now, and it is happening, is they're cherry picking things. This one organization may get tons of funding for very good causes, and then all of a sudden they find out one little thing that they try to then like don't understand, and they extrapolate it and conflate it to be something that it's not. So keep an eye on that. I've seen lists going around Twitter like it's the plague. And MAGA, because this is the bad thing too, is like MAGA loves, I'm talking really too much. I'm about to land my plane. Sorry, that was a TikTok phrase. I'm about to land my plane. So here's my issue. MAGA loves easy to digest stuff. They're not very intellectual. I'm sorry. They're not very smart. They're not very, bright. I can't think of a good word. Sorry, you get what I'm saying. They don't like to have to dive too far into research. They like bite-sized information. So they'll look at these pictures and then they won't investigate it. Just look into it, and it's very easy to debunk most of this. And if you push them on that, then they won't really, If you push them on it, they won't be able to provide it for you. They'll just be like, yeah, here's the list. Don't you want to not spend wasteful spending? Well, I need to know what's being spent in the first place. Well, look, it's on this list. Yeah, but this list doesn't tell me who it's going to. Who in Congress funded this bill? By the way, Donald Trump has funded most of these programs, by the way. Surprise, surprise.
Surprise, surprise. This is interesting. So I've dived into the Sesame Street claim. Guess what? It is directly talking about the funding. I didn't post that article, but it is directly talking about for these international versions. And I just posted a link in Leafy's chat and my chat, which shows the 30 international versions of Sesame Street that are available in over 150 different countries. So for all of those that y'all thought I was bullshitting about the shared cinematic universe with it, now you have proof.
Look. USAspending.gov saved my last search, which just so happens, guess what, Leafy? It happens to be Sesame Workshop.
Well, you just said there was no international versions, and then you're like,
oh, why are they no international versions? I said there were international versions.
Oh, so then I was like,
no, look, hold on, I'm gonna show you something, Gibbs. I'm gonna share my screen here in just a second.
You're surprised. Like, hold on, what's going on here? You just said, what's Iraqi Big Bird, acting like it was some incredulous claim I made, and then I posted it.
No, I'm saying I can't imagine like this.
Stop. Convenient. Got it. See, it's so easy when you get caught in your own lie.
I'm not getting caught in nothing. I'm aware.
Frankly, I'm busted.
Oh, boy. All right, let me go ahead and see if I can show you this Prime Award results. These are for Trump's term. There's one that was awarded
this week when I showed the video.
There was one that was started in 2014, but for my assumption, it does show. It says the program started in 2014, but I'm not sure why it's showing up in fiscal year 2019, 2020, or 2021. And I believe the reason why is because it may have been extended under Trump. But I'm going to show you all these fiscal years and when these programs got started once this damn thing loads. Of course, an error occurred. Let me try to do this quick.
30 countries. 150 countries worldwide, 30 international versions. Sesame Street. Iraqi Big Bird, not a dog whistle, even though Doghouse Show thinks it was.
And Ancom, that's a good one too. There was a picture, and I was going to go over this on Friday. There's a picture going around of Hillary Clinton's foundation and showing the taxpayer money that she had received. The funny thing about that is that they're like, oh, well, see, look at the receipts. There's a lot of things too that are being used in accounting language that people don't quite understand. I think it was like gross receipts, and gross receipts is all funding from all areas of revenue. So if they brought in any money from like a career fair, or if they brought in any money from a state grant, if they brought in any money from donations, those things are included. Okay, cool. Got this up now. So let's look at some of this. We have the Sim Poor Early Childhood Development Mass Media Activity in Bangladesh. This was a contract for $4 million. And the program started in 12/1 of 2017. Donald Trump authorizing $4 million for this Sesame workshop. We also have $3.9 million. This was started under Trump for 9/30/2017.
Well,
This
so
was
hold on. If
for-
he's cleaned out programs he started, then what's your big rigmarole, razzle dazzle, cry baby?
Well,
fit
the
for?
idea,
Like
of what I'm saying, well, no,
if he
because-
started the program, he should be able to shut it down.
So because
while you
first of
bitching,
all,
you don't like anything he does, so you should be happy he's shutting his own shit
because
down.
the number
You're welcome.
that's being
Donald
given
Trump
is
says you're welcome.
faulty. The number that's being given is absolutely faulty. And
it's faulty.
second, I'm not against cutting wasteful spending, but keep in mind too,
so you hate when Donald Trump does
Gibbs, who
something.
authorizes
You hate when he
funding?
goes against
Hey, Gibbs,
his
who
own thing.
authorizes funding?
This is just like you just can't hate everything. Like this. Listen, what do you want?
Hey.
You like he didn't die in his
Gibbs,
assassination.
who funded these things?
I get it. I know you're sad. Like I mean,
Who funded these
you
things?
can't be mad when he does either one. Like it's
Okay,
like,
so
bro,
it's
this guy walks
Congress.
outside
Congress
tomorrow.
funded this.
He gets
So
an
don't you think it's
organization
important to
made.
know
And you're like,
who
this
it was
organization's
that
terrible,
authorized
and he
this?
shuts it down. And what do? No, he can't shut that guy's organization down. What about the jobs? Like that's what you sound like. You're mad when he does something. You're mad when he shuts it down. Like what can he do?
Trump
to
has
make
done
you
like
happy?
maybe one good thing. I'll give him that,
Oh, okay.
I'll have to dig a little bit to find it because there's a lot of bad things that cover up the the good thing. But you do understand that Congress approves this funding, correct? And then
okay,
guess
well,
who?
me is smart. Me
And then who signs it? Who signs it?
Who signed? You tell me who signed it.
The president. I'm sorry.
president signed it. Oh,
This
the
is why
president
we
signed it.
can't get rid of the Department of Education. We need more funding for the Department of Education. We need more money going to red states because red states, by the way, are going to get harmed the most by removing the Department of Education. They also receive a lot of federal funding. Keep in mind, Donald Trump also said that that all states are going to have to handle FEMA requests. He said he's going to get rid of FEMA so that states can handle their own disasters. Yeah, that's going to be real great for red states. Red states are about to go bankrupt under Donald Trump, and you know what? Maybe I'm here for it. Maybe you know what? If red states go bankrupt, they're going to rely on the blue states, and maybe they'll finally go blue because their people are going to realize, oh shit, my Republican senator or House representative isn't doing shit for me. How Ted Cruz somehow Cancun Cruz ended up getting fucking elected. How does that happen? The motherfucker leaves during a snowstorm to go to Cancun to warm his little toes in the sand, and somehow he gets reelected. Tell me it's not a cult.
Well, I'll tell you how. It's real simple because the average Texan's more intelligent than Doghouse.
Osiris,
And I'll tell you
what
how,
are you doing in here, Osiris?
I'll tell you how they're more intelligent than Doghouse. The average Texan knew that he was the federal guy. He had no power at the state level. What did you expect Cruz to do? Get out there with a shovel, start shoveling the streets?
Yes, I wanted him out there serving sandwiches, hot cocoa. I wanted him to serve his community, his own hometown, by the way.
Where's your outrage over Karen Bass? She's over here overseas playing piddly dicks on an economic meeting with a lame duck president. You got to be fucking kidding me. Where's your outrage? I didn't see that online. This is just fucking derangement syndrome. I hate to sit here and have to use the fucking hot button language, but bro, you got major TDS. No matter what Trump does, you're gonna bitch. He can give you everything you wanted, and then you're gonna be like, but it's Trump talking. Like that's what you're doing here. Like it's crazy. It's crazy. It's really sad, honestly. I fear for America, like because Trump is really not even that far right. I mean, I was saying this before the election. Say Trump loses, y'all are going to get somebody really crazy in there after that. Like, because they tried Bernie, then it went to Trump. Like, what's next after that? But thankfully Trump, averted that crisis. And he's going to save America from people like Doghouse who just want to watch it burn.
Speaking of saving America, how do we feel about that sovereign wealth fund?
I need to see more info. I don't know. I on one hand, as a conservative, I don't like bigger government. I don't like the idea that they're going to expand. I'm worried about how the left can use this. So I'm a little concerned on one hand. However, if I am as a pro-America empire building, this is something a lot of empires have done previously or done similar things too. If it's ran well, it could be beneficial. I don't know. We'll see. Like that's kind of where I'm at on that one.
It seems like throughout everything that's going on now, government overreach is becoming more of an issue. So it seems like bigger government all the way around.
Well, Doge is getting rid of shit. He's cleaning it up.
He's cleaning it up.
Yeah. I mean, isn't that the whole point? Is the gut shit? Like that's like I've said this on the panel. I was a little worried about like, hey, had another agency being created. That's Doge. That's more government funding. But he's gone right in and immediately started shutting shit down, which is what he said he was going to do and start gutting things. So okay, then yeah, I'm in favor of efficient government systems that want to like reduce overall government inefficiency and bureaucracy. Like that is something I think we should go aim for. Like, why don't we want a more efficient system? Like, we all know that the government is inefficient compared to the private sector. That's not even really debatable. So, like, the idea that, oh, we're going to have someone go in there clean out, but instead people are just like, oh, it's Musk. We hate Musk. Ah! And it's Trump. Ah! Like, if say, like, Obama had said, hey, we're going to have a efficiency department come in, and we're going to, like, clean out the bloat. Like, yeah, I'm sure that some Republicans would have been skeptical because we don't like more big government. But if they actually came in and did what Doge did, then I think that some Republicans would have came around pretty quickly because guess what? They're actually gutting the system. It's a good thing. Like, it's not more big government. They're gutting the bloat, making things more efficient, making your taxpayer dollars worth more.
I'm already worried about what they're going to do with the IRS. So I don't even want to consider that right now. Doghouse, where'd you go? This is why he needs to be on cam. Next time he uses that voice changer, I'm muting him. Already we had an issue where they said that they were going to stop funding for a lot of federal services, and people lost those services under the condition that they didn't know what the parameters and guidelines were. So when they needed to bring them back up, it was a lot easier to stop them than it was to bring them back up, which caused upwards of 27 million Americans to lose services for a short period of time, just because the government didn't know what it was doing in this case. I don't think this is going to get better, especially with more federal employees leaving.
Do you think that there aren't going to be hiccups whenever you're going in and getting things like that's just the nature of the beast. You like cut something up, we fucked up here. This was needed for this. You go back in, you reactivate. That's how like making like running things works. Like I don't know like what people expect. Yeah, there's going to be some hiccups as long as they're not like permanently detrimental. They got their checks like the next day or whatever, like or the day after, I guess. Sure, there was a hiccup for a little bit, like, but it's not just this like, oh god, the whole village is afire, kind of thing that we got going on. Like when it's literally like a few hours, a few days. Like I come on, like it's just hysteria. That's what it is. It's literal hysteria. And I don't know. Like I expect there to be some hiccups, like while we clean things out. But and like I said, I expect things to get a little worse before it gets better. But it's like I don't know. It's just like I just don't buy into this thing. Like I didn't buy it. Like yeah, I hated the Biden admin, right? But I didn't sit here and buy the hysteria that we're like the Biden administration is here. If Kamala gets the power, then the world is ending for Republicans tomorrow. I didn't buy into that either. Like people are like, Trump's a dictator, God, lordy. Like, I don't know. I'm not buying in. We're gonna be here in 4 years. Like, I don't know that this it's everything Trump does evil thing is like we saw right here. We literally saw it 5 minutes ago. Oh, Trump cutting this program. He's the one who founded it. Okay, well, you don't like Trump anyway, so why are you mad he's cutting the program that he started? Well, that's like, so you're getting what you want. You didn't like any of the Trump programs. He's cutting them. Why are you bitching? Oh, well, he's cutting them. Oh, okay, well, like, you're just hating to hate. Like, we're not even giving the guy a chance. We're 2 weeks in, and people are sitting here saying, we're the next, no, he's the next Hitler, he's a Nazi, they're starting the death camps tomorrow. Like, I don't know. It's just, it's ludicrous.
And see, that's like one of the things. So, like, I wouldn't even bother with that. It would be more the USMCA. He negotiates the deals with Canada and Mexico, and then turns around years later and says, who made this deal? This is the worst deal ever, when he himself made the deal, and then threatens tariffs over the deal, but then gets nothing in regards to fixing the trade deficit that he's complaining about, and it ends up being about immigration and fentanyl. Like, how does this work?
Is there again like fentanyl thing? I
Yeah,
mean,
Canada fentanyl, like he withheld the tariffs over them setting up a fentanyl czar.
let me ask you this: Did they also said they were going to dedicate what more to securing their border? They have a large, we have a large portion of Indians coming illegally through there. And like, listen, I've advocated on many panels. You go back and rewatch the VODs that I want not. This is because people are like, you're racist. You just hate brown people, even though I'm Mexican. I don't fucking know. I was like, listen, I want the Canadian border secure too. Fuck everybody coming in under free reign. Like, I don't understand why that's a crazy concept. We have secure borders. We know who's coming in. You have to come the legal way. Like, yeah, okay, fentanyl. I don't know. Whatever, but Canada also agreed to like do what like several millions or billions or I think 1 point something billion dollars in whatever spending on like the border security. So like, hey, maybe they're gonna take it serious.
Well,
Let's
that was
hope.
already in place in December, so like that's what I'm saying. He didn't
Well,
really get anything. The only thing he got
Yeah.
was the fentanyl czar.
Well, yeah, but it was something he had been negotiating on since December. It wasn't something the Biden admin did because they were over here just playing piddly dicks. In fact, here's a hot take. It's come out now that the Biden administration knew from year one that Biden was not mentally fit to serve, it seems like, right? We even had Mike Johnson, the Republican speaker, or whatever, Republican minority or House, well, majority House in the House, whatever. He came out and said that Biden straight up told him that he didn't remember signing orders, didn't remember doing this, doing all these other things. And he goes, oh, well, that's not good. And so, like, yeah, would y'all be happy with charging these people with elder abuse and other seditious crimes for taking advantage of a president that they knowingly knew was not mentally capable of being in office? I mean, is that something you're okay with? Because I feel like if Trump actually pushed that, then people on the left would be like, this is a witch hunt. This is lawfare. I think that as a regular American, if it was reversed, I would also want that. Do you want an investigation into these people taking advantage of Biden, possibly?
I don't like unnecessary investigations, but if this is true, I'd be fine with it. I wouldn't be crying.
You'd be fine with, say, like, okay, let me give you a scenario here. Say, Melania Trump making all the decisions for President Trump because he's not mentally capable. And Kash Patel and Pete Hegseth making the decisions for Trump because he's not mentally capable. You would be okay with that. And basically just getting Trump to be a mouthpiece. You would be fine with Pete Hegseth behind the wheel?
Oh, within all honesty, I don't think Trump makes all these decisions to begin with. Same thing with Biden. So, like, the fact that
Sure, I agree with that.
we're hiring and electing octogenarians is the problem in the first place. I'd rather have a younger candidate in the first place. So if this is what we voted for, this is what we got.
Right, but so you think it's fine that these people would just take advantage of somebody mentally ill?
No, I don't think
or
it's
like,
fine because I don't think they should have been there in the first place. So like we're already layers and layers beyond.
Right. So, but would you support charges being looked into if it turned out that like to prevent this in the future?
Yeah, I'm perfectly fine with that.
Okay, good. Because I know a lot of leftists that will not be okay with that.
I can't think
I
of
know you made
anybody
me
that
call
wouldn't be okay with that. But like all the same, like people question each of these individuals' mental fitness because of their age, because of the people around them, because of the influence that they seem to have on them. Like,
I have less.
look at what Elon's
problem.
doing right now. Like, dude is literally taking over the government, and Trump's just
Is he
letting
though?
him do it.
Not taking over. Trump's in charge.
I mean, that's
This
what
is
he
just-
tells us
this
is Elon does whatever the fuck he wants.
Nah, Elon doesn't do it. Bro, he's already had like Trump be like no on a couple of things, and he's had to like back down.
What thing
You
has
know,
Trump said no on?
You know, I don't know what was it just recently. He like told him to tone back whatever on the B visas things because the supporters were just like in like rage or whatever. And like so I don't remember it's not been in the news lately, has it? You know, he switched his focus to something else.
I mean, at the end of the day, you know they're still going to be doing H-1B visas.
Sure, exactly. So like good.
So not talking about it is one thing. I don't think Elon even had anything to do with that. He was just basically saying that Americans, the ones that were expected to get these jobs, that they were able to get rid of all the illegals.
Trump told them to step back and stop putting that as an issue in the forefront. Guess what? He stopped doing it. Like, I don't know. Like, I mean, what do you expect? I mean, okay, you want to hear what the Republican argument? This is the generic, normally Republicans what they would say.
I mean, do your thing.
They would be, Yeah, this is with the generic guy that at the bars will be, well, you know what? There's no difference between Elon and Soros. Soros has been running the Democratic Party for 50 years. I mean, like, that's all they're going to say. So, like, okay, oh no. Like, I mean, I think they're all corrupt anyway. I don't think that Elon and Trump are the same cahoots as any of people like the Bushes or DeSantis or whatever. I think that Abbott is, and very much Texas tied, so that's a different faction. So when I see like Elon and Trump, I see them as a different faction as well from the established powers. I don't see them as any better or worse per se than like Soros. I think they're exactly the same. However, these are our guys. They're fighting for the things that I get. Now, Trump, for example, does have some stuff. 2A, he's very wishy-washy on 2A. I'm not happy about that, So, like, but, if it's a don't ask, don't tell policy, like, what's his name, Clinton had in the military with, I'm not going to worry about what Texans are doing with their guns, then okay, maybe I can live with it. But I don't like the legal precedent he's trying to set with some of his executive orders on 2A. So, yeah, sure, there are things I can criticize. But, overall, if Kamala had been in charge, well, we know that would not have been going well, for Papa and his interests.
So I was hearing, and I can't quantify this, so if you're looking for a source, I can't necessarily give it to you. But I'm hearing in the deals that were made with Canada, there would be some reform on guns here in America in regards to making a deal.
That's Mexico.
Oh, with Mexico?
That's the one. Yeah, so he says he's going to limit sales of certain guns or something like that, and then maybe place restrictions. But that's part of what I was just talking about. I know IPA and I were talking about it in the chat too. So yeah, that would be what I was referring to as the deal with Mexico, and then I think he maybe had an executive order. I also, here's another one. I've said this 2 times. Didn't like the Hunter Biden lawfare trial, much like I didn't like the Trump lawfare trials, because guess what? The legal precedent set forth by the Hunter Biden trial is terrifying if you're a gun owner. The idea that I can buy a 6-pack and own a gun, they could just come arrest me, because at some point during the time I owned a gun, I had a 6-pack, is fucking terrifying. Now, I know that's not exactly what happened with Biden, but that would be Hunter Biden, but that would be the continuation of that legal thought further down the line if you want to follow slippery slope. So yeah, I'm not in favor of when the stuff comes against 2A. Yeah, that's bad.
Yeah.
Just, I mean,
I didn't see why so many Republicans were happy with the outcome with Hunter Biden, because like honestly the best they can get him on was taxes and the gun charge. But pretty much it was the deal of they think their guy's being attacked through lawfare, so they wanted some turnabout, and I don't think that was good for anyone.
Yeah, I think that was bad, and I think the case they chose was also not good and set bad legal precedent. But what are you gonna do? Like I said, I can't like as much as I like. It's not Trump's not like Trump's a '90s Democrat, right? He's like a like I don't know, New York Republican. He's not. He's definitely left of me. But if I have to choose between Trump and or Kamala, it's pretty obvious which one I have to pick, like in my opinion.
I just don't see him being exceptionally effective, and he seems to be screwing with the markets for one. So like the whole tariff deal.
Well, other countries think he's effective. Ecuador, is Ecuador, El Salvador placed a 27% tax on Mexico, saying they've been getting hoed with their fucking economy. And so, guess what? Other countries are now starting to follow suit. No one's really bitching about the 10% tariff on China. I haven't seen too much of that because guess what? People are like, oh, well, fuck China. It's amazing how like other countries will lie. They're going, hey, this seems to actually be working. And then like the lefties over here are like, well, no, this happened in December when we all know that Trump's actually probably been running the country since December. We've had world leaders trying to pay him a visit since he was the heir apparent, kind of thing. We know he's basically in charge, and Biden's been fucking on vacation for 3 of the 4 weeks while it was December. So like, yeah, sorry, like I'm not buying this sell. Like, in fact, even the peace deal that got brokered, we ended up being one of Trump's people that went down to the Israel to like negotiate it. Like, so get good, scrubs. Tariffs are working, and like I do understand it's going to hurt the economy, but like it's also the tariffs are a negotiating tool. They're like a part of a trade war. Sometimes your goal isn't necessarily just the economic benefits directly. But, sometimes it is,
I mean, I'm fine with it because a lot of Americans that voted for him have money in their 401ks, and their 401ks are fluctuating so crazy at this point, they don't necessarily know what their future looks like. That doesn't
Yeah,
necessarily affect me.
well, people were going, "Oh, lordy, the Dow and the stock market's down yesterday." I think the Dow finished up today. I think maybe I don't know what the exchange was. The Dow is up. That somebody says 317 points. So like, you know, I knew that it was trending upwards after closing yesterday because I looked at the markets. But it's like, hey, a lot of this shit is just like initial scary reaction, and then like it comes back. Like a lot of this is like hysteria. It's Trump derangement syndrome.
Well,
I hate to like just
bounce
play into
back
that.
happened mostly after the tariffs were called off. So I think once we get back to that 30 days, we're going to see another jump or drop in the market.
Oh no. Like, if you're a good investor, that's why I say crypto's bad. Like, sure, you can make a shitload of money on crypto. You can make a shitload of money on, like, penny stocks, right? But, like, it's all risk, all, like, very little reward. Like, yeah, if I put $1,000 on a penny stock and it jumps up to $1, woo, we're rich, right? But, like, if you put $1,000 on, like, same thing with, like, I don't know, Litecoin, and it's a nickel, and it goes up to, like, $1.25, woo, we're rich. But, like, generally, it doesn't go up. There's a reason why they're penny stocks. There's a reason why they're meme coins, right? Like, if you're a smart investor, you do blue chips and you diversify. And I personally like blue chips that pay dividends. So then you can make extra money on top, and then you can use those dividends and buy more, and you can keep nice, healthy stock portfolios. It's called long con, not the instant gratification that everybody in today's society is so used to. Since the left implemented participation trophy mentality, and everybody wins instantly all the time, and nobody can handle losing. It's really all the left's fault. Every problem in America.
Every problem in America is the left's fault.
Yeah, I mean, they've just implemented pussitis across the board, and we used to be a nation of gigachads, and now we're just a nation of bitches. Well, a half nation of bitches. The rest of us are gigachads.
All right, well, fair enough. That was a good look into how those things work out.
It's also very fun dunking on
Yeah,
Doghouse.
Whatever happened to Doghouse?
Listen, I'm going to claim double victory. One, with proving he lied right off the bat, and two, that he disappeared and ran. Ha, 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 ha. I don't know if he actually ran, but I'm claiming it, so win.
I'm assuming it's Texas internet.
Yeah, well, fake news, because how often do I have internet issues? The only time I've had internet issues is when, like, one time power went out. Just something like, because an illegal alien hit a power transformer next to my house. True story. Killed a hobo. It was great stuff.
What?
Yeah. So there was like, they have the transformer things that are on the ground sometimes, it's like boxes.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess the hobo was like sleeping on the other side of it or something because it's warm. And I don't know, maybe like the air flowing over. Who fuck knows? It's hobos. He's fucking on crack. I don't know. And this fucking guy, I guess, lost control and fucking hit the thing, took out the thing, ran the hobo over and killed the hobo. And the guy turned out to be an illegal alien. And so, whatever. Crazy story. And then I didn't have that power. I was like, literally, I think it was either yours or Wixpan. I was like talking. Was like, oh!
I remember that.
Yeah. So that's all the time. So not Texas internet. It's just dog houses.
So
you know what? It was. He couldn't handle it. That's what it was. The heat got too hot.
So I was gonna ask one last thing. Like, what do you think about all these plane crashes?
I don't know. We'll see what's going on. What was that movie that I saw a conspiracy theory the other day? What was that movie that Netflix put out that was produced by Obama? And like all the planes were crashing. They're like, it's amazing. All these things that happened in the Obama movie are happening now. So we'll go with it as a conspiracy. That's what I'm going to go with. No, I'm just kidding. It's not really. I don't fucking know. We'll see what the real reason is. Whether it's because Trump fired people, or if it's because it was DEI, or it's because of stupidity. Could just be a bunch of bad luck at once. I mean, weren't two of them like one was like a helicopter flight, right? And then one was the Black Hawk helicopter crashing with the plane, and then a third one was
We just had a Japanese, Japan Airlines and a Delta Airlines flight collide on the runway.
Today.
It was today or yesterday.
Yeah, I knew that, and then there was like an air ambulance one. They like, I remember they were saying that they heard like the navigation talking to the cockpit, and they heard this like horrified moan sound, and then it blew up, and like they're like, what happened on that plane? I know that was one. So I guess it's like 4, whatever. I guess including the one today yesterday. I mean, we'll see. Like, I mean, sometimes like it could be DI. I don't fucking know. It could be lack of. I don't like. Here's my thing with this. Right, we already were short the aircraft controllers. Right, I personally would not have gone. This is the program we're starting with on the DI cuts. I would have maybe hired some more people and then maybe started clearing out the EI. But I guess he wanted to start from square up. We'll see if it's due to personnel shortages. We'll see if it's due to coincidences, like unfortunate ones, or I guess we'll see whatever. I don't really know. I haven't seen enough information one way or the other yet to like really make a determination. I like meaningly conspiracy, but no, it's not a conspiracy. I'm sure there's some reason. We'll see what it is.
Yeah, because I know.
I'm sure if it's the left is going to let us know that he was so mean for saying it.
Well, I mean, he was the first one to say it because CTV rated me last week, and they immediately posted because it was the same time that the plane crash happened, that it was DEI before Trump gave a statement. Then Trump comes out the next day, says it's DEI. Then we find out in 2019, he put out like a DEI memo for the FAA to hire more disabled people.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I haven't really dived into it. I've been pretty busy. This was my like first week of like not being like super crunched from work because like fiscal year is kind of ending kind of thing, and so this is like the starts my slow period for my B2B sales. So like I have like taken this last week to relax and catch up on a fuck ton of shows, and haven't watched the news when I've not been on. So I've been a little bit behind on some of the news. I'll be honest.
So what do you watch in your downtime?
Well, I've been watching. Well, I was not able to watch much. I was watching a lot of the WWE. It's been fantastic lately. Let's see. What else have I watched recently? I watched some anime. I like dramas. I like documentaries. I like everything really.
Right on.
I just finished like Overlord. That was good. That was the last whatever. I guess I finished One Piece not too long ago. Before that,
no one finishes One Piece.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm caught up. And then what else? And then what else do we got? Oh, I just finished Castlevania Nocturne. That was really good.
You like that?
It was pretty good. I thought I'm pretty excited for what's fixing to happen, I think, in the third season.
Ooh,
They've really done good.
They've
done really good each with the third season last time. That like where they like with the judge being the big bad overall, the surprise big bad at the end, where he's like that serial killer that's in that person. I'm hoping they do something similar to that while like leading to the big bad kind of thing. I liked it where it was like a ground level thing and not the meta. I mean, it was all right. It wasn't as good as the first Castlevania, but it was enjoyable.
Yeah, I was comparing it to the first one, and then like as I'm watching it, I'm like, this writing seems off. Isn't this Warren Ellis? Then I look at who's writing. I'm like, this is an entirely different writer. No wonder.
Yeah, it was what, Clive Owen or something.
Yeah, someone I never heard of.
I will say this: I liked that. I liked the like second in command chick, the like priestess, like ended up being the one that like takes over at the end. That was pretty good. She was good. She was also, I'm sure she's gonna get ruled 34 or whatever that is, the high end. But yeah, I like the idea of different kinds of vampires. Like she's like older than Dracula, right? Like she's a priestess to a fucking ancient Egyptian god. So she's like older. I like that kind of concept. That maybe there's entities older that are worse, kind of stuff. So. It kind of introduced some cool concepts. The gay vampire was pretty cool. He's an asshole, sir. Like, this little Aztec theme.
What's his name? That is his name, sir. Asshole. Major asshole.
Yeah, like, I think that fight with, All Rocks was weird. That was another thing that pissed me off, because he's supposed to be evil, and then they're like trying to give him a redemption arc.
Well, he's supposed to be, knockoff Dracula. Well, in the games, he's knockoff Dracula, right? Like, and then he's supposed to be a homage to what's that fucking... The one that just came out, the movie. There's like Nosferatu. He's supposed to be like an homage to that. But yeah, I did kind of like that they like he doesn't have much action in the Castlevania series. I like that they kind of made him an Aztec. I thought that was a good twist on it. I wish that he hadn't been converted by like a Spanish vampire. I wish that he was actually like a fucking Aztec vampire. That would have been cooler. He's like, yes, and my thirsty gods didn't help me. Like, but that's because they were fucking vampires too. That would have been a cool little twist.
That's why Dust Till Dawn is still like a great movie.
Yeah, instead they fucking go with, oh, look, the evil fucking Spanish colonizers or the white man so bad. I mean, yeah, of course it's Netflix, so they're always woke.
There it is.
No, they missed it. They missed that. Listen, I don't mind some shit. It was woke and well written enough. I didn't bitch about it too much. Like, unlike Star Wars lately. But, like, they could have been gone with a really cool thing. Like, from Dusk Till Dawn, they're fucking Aztec vampires. That's dope as fuck, bro. Like, the whole reason the Aztecs were this evil, maybe they were ruled by vampires. Okay, I could get behind that. Like, that's a cool story. Like, instead, they're like, no, evil Spanish colonizer. How lame. Why don't you, if you're going to make the Spanish, make them both, maybe it was a war of vampires. Wouldn't that have been cool? You have, like, Cortez the vampire, like, killing fucking, Montezuma at the top. You're my bitch now. That's why he drug him out in chains, because he couldn't kill a vampire or some shit. They have the little vampire count. I don't know. They could have gone way cooler ways with that story, But nah, colonizer bad.
I mean, that's exactly what my problem with it was. The writing was kind of shallow. They could have done something cool like that. I mean, the twist in the end of the first season where Death pulls up, it doesn't get better than that.
People hated that twist.
What?
Yeah, that was like the most complained about thing, was that they thought they knew as soon as they heard Malcolm McDonald that this guy was going to be something big. And so when he was revealed to be Death, I can't remember what his character is before he becomes Death. They're like, yeah, Barney, they're like, lame. I was like, I think the fourth season is the worst season of the first one. The third, is there 4 seasons or is it 5?
Well, technically it's 2, but they broke them down into parts.
Yeah,
so it be like,
I guess it's the 4th or 5th part,
like
right?
2.5 at this point.
I really like the first season's all right. That's some cool season. Second season or second part, whatever, where they like kill Dracula or whatever. That's all right. The best part was like, seeing the other little vampire lords. Yeah. Then when they get to like the judge little storyline where it's like just that village, that one was really good, self-contained. That reminded me of like JoJo, where they go from like world-ending threat to they go kill that serial killer guy, right? Like that was a good like level switch, right? And it worked, right? Then they go back to the bigger storyline, which was that Styria, and they had Isaac coming back. I liked all of that shit. That shit was cool. Right, but then they kind of got to that. I thought with Death it was a little like wrapped up a little quick. They probably should have gave it another part or something.
I mean, they could have, but I thought that was a pretty reasonable ending because Death is pretty insane. Dracula was already dead, so they've just been moving on in the timeline of Castlevania.
My chat wants to know what your vape is.
This one is Pango. And then the other one is lemon lime. Yeah, so this one's got lemon lime in it. But they've been banning the flavors in California, so they're getting harder and harder to find.
Oh, yeah?
Which I was pissed off when I went to Florida. I was thinking, oh, with the taxes, no sales tax, let's get in there, buy some vape, and be cool. It was like $6 more in Florida than it is here.
Florida?
Yeah.
I wonder if they don't have like the ones making them. NorCal Mike wants to know if we're still in open.
Yeah, we're still in open. Did he want in?
Do you want in, Mike?
Yeah, he's up there. Well, I'll just bring him down. He can leave if he wants to. What's good, Mike?
What's going on?
Sean.
The topic kind of changed off Doge. I had some Doge questions for Gibbsy.
Yeah, what you got for
us? Take it back.
What? So the idea behind Doge is government efficiency, right?
Mm-hmm. That'd be correct, I believe.
What's the stated criteria that Elon Musk is making that judgment call on efficiency or not.
I mean, you asked me if I know that. I don't know. Do you know?
Well, I mean, would you like to know that someone's taking an axe to government funding with like no stated criteria or justification other than what?
Okay, let me ask you a question.
No. You don't answer a question with a question.
I
buddy.
am
Come
answering
on.
a question with a question because I have to. I have to in this case. So when I'm running one of my businesses, I go, oh, there seems to be some bloat in this area. I don't know exactly where. We're going to start making cuts to stuff within this sales program until it seems like it's running more efficiency. Now, if I go there, my stated goal is my only stated goal is to cut waste, test extramental spinning, make it more efficient, more lean, mean, working better that way. That's the only criteria I need to meet. So if I go in there and I look at this program I got and I go, okay, well, I cut this. Each program I look at, each agency I look at, is going to be a different approach. It's going to be a different thing. So you're acting like I have to have one stated criteria that fits all. The goal of the criteria is efficiency.
I'll be kind and answer your question, even though you didn't answer mine. What's the criteria for what's waste?
If it's wasteful, I don't know. How do we use? Are we gonna use the same word? Like if it's not
Well,
efficient?
listen. Hold on. Everything that Elon's supposedly cutting right now, it was advocated for. It was presented to the House and the Senate, and it was passed, approved spending. Correct?
Well, they
So,
approve.
so
No,
and
hold on. They don't
Elon.
approve. They
Wait,
don't
hold on.
approve
Elon's been
everything. They
yes, but
approve.
Elon's
They
been at
approve the
this for
general things. They don't approve like
so.
line by line by line by line by line. Do they?
So, what is Elon looking at other than just like the expenditures itself to say this is bloat, this is waste, this is abuse? Because I do agree, in theory, that there is no issue with auditing government agencies and programs for efficiency. I think, in theory,
I think it's
if you
pretty
just
simple.
throw out that statement, that's fine. But as a citizen who does pay taxes, I would like to know what's the criteria. Because to me, what sounds like what's going on, and you can disagree or agree with this, it sounds like what Elon's doing is going in there kind of as a proxy, as kind of like the face to say, "Oh, look, I'm cutting abuse, waste, fraud." But really, what he's doing, he's cutting based on an ideological or a fundamental specific way that government is doing things based on the people that just want to cut spending
Well,
to cut
okay.
spending.
Let's look at some
Or
of the stuff.
whether
Okay,
it's waste, fraud, or abuse is besides the point. It's people that just want
sure.
things cut because tax cuts.
Okay, I'm gonna give you a list of things here, and we're gonna go through it one by one. And you tell me if these things worked and if the money spent on them was efficiently spent. Okay. Haiti post 2010 earthquake, 1.14 billion was spent on a port and a power plant project promoted by Bill Clinton. The project was never built. Is that a successful, efficient use of taxpayer dollars?
Gibbs, I can't answer that in the moment.
Okay, cool. Let me read another one for you. How about Cuba?
Well, Gibbs,
Cuba,
no,
a 2006 audit
Gibbs,
showed
no,
74
no.
million in democracy promotion, and they funds
Okay.
vanished overnight without any oversight. What is that? I mean, maybe that's
Gibbs,
CIA
Gibbs.
black op, but
No, because you're ignoring how I started my statement. I didn't say every single thing that's going to be cut is bad or wrong. I said it's actually a good idea to go through the government and look for efficiency and cuts and make them where they
I
can.
would assume he's doing it like he did with Twitter, where he goes, "You have to meet."
That?
Well, this is what businessmen always do. And when you tired of it,
Government's
you go in
not
there.
a business.
Oh, sure, yeah. Well, maybe it should be run a little bit more like one in this case, right?
No, it shouldn't.
So, like, listen, when you go in there, you say, "Hey, we have key performance indicators." He goes in there and he goes, "Hey, why do we have 6 technicians working in this one thing?"
Public information.
But
what
others
these
like, hold on,
indicators
I'm
are.
just going to give you an example with Twitter. He went in there with 3 guys. They closed it out overnight, and he found out, oh, well, we do need to have this open, but we only need to have 2 technicians, one for night shift, one for day shift, and he cut 4 positions out. That's called making it more efficient. Do you like? I don't understand. This is a Twitter.
But being that
So
involved public money.
why wouldn't you do this for American taxpayer dollars? Why do you want us to just keep spending money on redundant things just like in that Politico thing we talked about a few minutes ago. 170 people have the same or similar subscription. Let's just say 1 out of every 2 people needed that. We could have cut that number in half because there's
but
no
you keep
way
arguing something I didn't say.
170 people needed this thing.
I didn't say make
nationwide.
0 cuts.
Sure, I know you didn't. I'm saying you're
I
acting
said-
like
I
there's
said,
not
would-
criteria that we
No,
can look at and just go like you're acting like it has to be the same criteria. Each little thing, he's gonna have
But
different
we have
criteria
no
to measure it
criteria
on.
listed.
So, because there's not any one set of criteria. The criteria is make it more efficient. When you look at each program, that's going to be looked at differently. Like I'm not going to look at water filtration systems in Nigeria the same as building a power plant in fucking Haiti. Obviously, I can look at Haiti and go, "There's no power plant, didn't work." Maybe the benefit from what's going on in Nigeria.
Damn Texas internet.
We don't cut that.
Okay, time out.
Hey, boo.
As a guy like high level management, your KPI should be very clear so that you have goals set forth for people that are trying to follow them and try to meet them. And in the case of the government, they should be set forth and very public because you're talking about
On
public
each
tax
agency,
dollars.
right? Like for each agency, for each
Yeah.
Not
each
like
has its
one
individual
set of
goals.
goals across that applies to every agency nationwide.
100%, yes. Yeah.
Okay, cool. See, now that's what I'm talking about. See, that's why we don't have that then.
But they should,
Okay.
should be very clear. You should be saying, "Hey, this, entity, whatever it happens to be, whether it's the Department of Education, Department of Justice, whatever it is, right, is not meeting X, Y, and Z criteria. Therefore, okay, and the fair thing to do would be say, okay, you have this amount of time to meet that criteria."
Yes, because Gibbs, the fear would be, and like I agree with what was just said, and I agree, the criteria for cutting specific things isn't going to be all the same. I fully agree. The fear is though, if we don't know what's being or why things are being cut, then the fear is it's being cut based on ideological philosophy and not because it's like waste, fraud, or abuse. Now, some things will probably stand out as like obvious. Like you said, maybe a project, what you said in Haiti, that never got done. Okay, I think, like I haven't looked into it, but based on what you told me, probably you're not going to get much pushback on that. You're probably not going to get much pushback on
There's
that.
some really good reasons why things are being cut, right? Like, so the Democrats' direct pay program came in like the last year or so, allowing people to directly file their taxes without having to pay, a corporation to do it for them or to send their taxes into the government. So they cut that, right? They cut that right around the time that people want to do their taxes, and right around the time that all these corporations are going to make a fucking ass ton of money off of people referring to them to have their taxes done for them, right? It's very simple, like why a lot of these things are happening, like why Elon Musk pressured Donald Trump to get rid of the FAA administrator, right? Because the FAA administrator was trying to rein in SpaceX because SpaceX were committing a lot of fucking airspace violations, right? So Elon Musk was like, get rid of them. The answer to why Elon Musk is doing a lot of these things, okay, is because it benefits Elon Musk and the other fucking billionaires and millionaires that he's friends with, right? That's why he's doing. He doesn't give a fuck about people like Admiral Gibbs over here who might want to file his fucking taxes at this point, but now has to pay to do it rather than using the program that was set
That
up.
hasn't been cut yet, by the way. That was incorrectly stated by somebody. I just Googled this. I have a link.
Correct.
Yeah, that was
And Gibbs, we all agree, like Elon himself is not making the actual cuts. He's just recommending. But do you think there should be any oversight on what his recommendations for cutting are?
Yeah, there is oversight. It's
because there was oversight getting that stuff funded in the first place.
Yeah, there is oversight.
Like a rigorous process.
Yeah, there is oversight. It's called the President of the United States. I know you don't like that answer, but that's the oversight.
Well, it shouldn't be, right?
No,
because that's not how the Constitution.
I make
that's
shit
not
that
tons
is
of
how it's supposed to
recommendations.
be.
I make
Because
shit
that's not
tons
how
of
the
recommendations.
No, that is
okay?
how the
They don't all
Constitution.
get followed.
The Constitution, the legislature sets the budget, They say, we're going to send you X amount of money for each agency. The president then has discretionary spending on how to allot that money that has been sent for the agent, how to use it within the agencies. So, no, yeah, it's acting as intended. That's the great part about this constitutionally. Like, so. Yeah,
Sorry,
But
it's just a bit wild to me that you're like in favor of all this fucking horse shit. Like, it's clearly thrown the entire fucking government into chaos. It's clearly unconstitutional. It's clearly an attempt to subvert Congress, and it's clearly an attempt to fuck over the American people in favor of Elon Musk and his billionaire mates.
It's the American billionaires first.
How is that any different than
Than
the
what's already been
last
happening.
50 years?
How is it any different than the last 50 years?
Come on,
Because
Edwin.
even
That's
though
retarded.
the Democrats are, you know, also in the pockets of fucking corporations and so on.
Correct. The only difference.
Whoa,
The only
whoa.
difference is the Republicans are upfront about it.
When I say even though, and offer you an olive branch as offer you a concession as an olive branch, right? That's me being fucking nice before I come in and say the thing that counters your point, okay? Don't just take the olive branch and go, ha 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 ha! I'm running away with this now. You can't say anything else, okay?
I ain't running away with shit. I'm
never
overweight and
concedes anything.
diabetic.
There were
Okay?
even though the Democrats, right, are corrupt by my fucking standards, there are at least, right, numerous checks and balances in place to ensure that the amount of money that is swindled away into the pockets of billionaires is minimized a little, right, through the acts of Congress, etc. Right here, you have Elon Musk and Donald Trump acting as essentially the totalitarian leaders of America. That's it. No, there are no checks and balances on these two people. Everything they're doing is an attempt to subvert and avoid any checks and balances, right? And that should really worry you, because regardless of what fucking side of the fence you're on, I'm not a Democrat supporter. Fuck the Democrats, right? But like, regardless what side of the fence you're on, you should want more accountability, more checks and balances, not less. Because the
I
idea
have
of
to disagree. They're doing it overtly. What they're doing is I agree with you that what they're doing is wrong, and they're doing it out in the open, right? We both agree that that's a problem. But I would rather know my enemy.
Amen.
No, so this is so dumb.
Amen.
Wait, IPA, you don't believe this, dude. You don't believe
I
that
absolutely
maybe
do.
the Democrats
No,
do
they're
this,
being
but guess what? Now
honest
that it's
about-
out in the open, I could still say
They're
that it's
not
bad.
being
but at the
honest
same
about
time-
it, though, are they?
Well,
They're
they
lying
absolutely
through their
are.
teeth at every
What do you
fucking.
mean? They're doing everything they
They're
said they were
not.
going to do.
Wait, no, that's not even true. There's court cases coming up from this. There has been multiple reporting from a bunch of different
The fuck
bunch
is
of different
Paul
news
speaking
outlets. Hey, what's up?
You getting
CCP
banned.
fucking plant, okay? But
CCP.
but over, but
That was his best one-liner ever.
But
he's only got
overall,
one.
though, there has been reporting that this may be against the law. And then when I couldn't believe when Gibbs said, "Oh, Congress doesn't pass the federal budget," that's literally where it comes through. Yes, you have the president has different types of spending, and we can. And what, by the way, you did never. Who is it? No caller or no mic or whoever.
Oh, you're right. A
you
lot of it
actually-
is likely against the law.
Hold
Just
on,
say
hold on.
Mike or no Cal, whatever.
No Cal.
You can
No
say
Cal.
Mike. I'm good.
Yeah. So Mike, overall, which Gibbs never did answer that question, because the question overall is
What question did I answer? I answered everything.
I'm sorry. The point overall
I
is
just answered the
I
way you
think
wanted
that
me to.
everybody overall does agree
Good one.
with. You want to know what? If there is fucking waste, cut that fucking shit out. Okay, we completely. I'm almost positive, like 99% of
We
Americans
disagree with what
believe
waste
that.
is. That was
Yeah,
the
but there
problem.
was
It's
already
not- it's
there was
not-
already a government department to deal with that.
Exactly.
There
The
was
water
already-
talk.
Like, and not only was there a government department to deal with that, right? Like the I'm forgetting now which fucking department like kept failing.
Well,
their
really
audit
quick,
as
really
well.
quick, really
Like,
quick,
the
Vivian, really quick. The point here is the fact that what it seems to be happening at the moment is there's something like, for instance, USA Aid. They like, oh, we found like $50,000 to go here. $1 million there and $2 million there when they have like a fucking budget of like $1 billion or whatever the fuck it is.
Yeah, and we're just gonna shut the entire
fucking things down because guess what? We found
Yeah.
some waste, and guess what? The entire thing's waste. The entire thing isn't all waste. There are some things probably in every department that we can cut down. Sure, that's fine. But when they come in here and they just fucking throw the baby out with the bathwater, it's
Well,
fucking
hold
wild.
on, Paul. Let me ask you a question. Have you ever ran a business or anything like at a high
Gibbs, what
level?
the
I
fuck
have.
is in your ear, bro?
Don't worry about
Yeah,
it.
and every business has waste.
No, hear me out, just real, because I first of all I had to clear my ear out because he filled it with bullshit. So that's what was happening.
Wait, what was bullshit about what I just said?
I'm about to tell you. So first of all, you
All
came
of
in here
it.
with this, all of it mainly, but the main one that I want to get with, because I know IPA is chomping at the bit to really go into it. But let's start with the first thing that I take issue with. You're like, oh, they shut it all down. It's not all waste. Well, of course it's not all waste, but we have to shut it down, take a look at it. Go, okay, let's reevaluate, restart it, okay, let it go. Or maybe we have to reshut it down again, fix things up. Like, that's how you do things.
Take a look at it while it's
It's like
functioning.
taking a server down. Okay. Do y'all ever played a
Let's
video
talk
game
about running a
before?
business here.
No, no,
Gibbs.
no,
Hold
no,
on.
no,
you gotta
Let's
take
talk
a
about
server
running a
down.
business here,
This
Gibbs.
is so
That is
Let's
how
talk
you
about
run a
running a
business.
business here, Gibbs.
I run a
Hey,
business.
one at a
so-
time.
this is so
Who
dumb.
wants to attack
This
Gibbs
is so dumb.
first?
This is so dumb, Gibbs, because like you just started this off with like, oh, have you even run a business before? If a business finds that it's fucking wait, if a business suspects that there is wasteful spending in their organization, they do not completely cease operations.
No,
Correct.
they freeze
And
freeze
get
the
rid of-
department.
No,
They freeze
they
the department.
identify the waste and they try and cut it where they can, right? But every
Correct.
business has waste, right?
And how do you do
If
that without
business
freezing
is
the
shut
department?
down immediately as soon as they fucking identified any source of waste,
Gibbs, I run a car
there wouldn't be
dealership.
any
And
fucking
on-
businesses.
And
She's
on
right.
top
I
of that,
run a car
Vivian,
dealership. We don't shut the
and on-
dealership down.
Sure, I'm not saying you shut
Wait,
it. Hold on. I didn't say cut the car
on top
dealership
of that,
down, did I?
Vivian, and on top of that, Vivian, Gibbs, let's talk about business. What happens when a business shuts down an operation inside
Well,
their business? What
hold on.
normally happens? Does it
Sure,
come back or not?
I'll tell you. What? Look, it's just simple. I'll
Usually
use
it doesn't come back
Well, I'll use.
because they
listen,
tried an opportunity and they get rid of it.
Fantastic. Listen,
Wait,
so like,
wait,
if
it's
I-
not fantastic. This is just
'cause
business.
You're wrong. First of all,
Okay.
Like if I go and look at a business, right? Let's just say I'll use my ranch for example.
Mhm.
Say I notice that there are some inefficiencies going down at the meat processing stage. Okay, cool. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put a hold on meat processing for that day, maybe tomorrow, and I'm going to go in there. We're going to go through. We're going to look at the books. We're going to go through the place. We're going to see the process. We're going to see what's going on. Cool. They're going to give me a little sample tour. We're going to get it all done. Then we're going to open it up the next day after I'm like, all right, we're going to try cutting X, Y, Z.
Okay, so do
See
you
if it
think
runs efficiently.
USA
We're
Aid?
not
Okay,
talking about shutting down, my whole ranch. Like, I could go a day without, going to the butcher place. You know what I'm saying?
think-
Like, just like in a car dealership, if we had to shut down finance, it'd be annoying. But like, hey,
No,
we would get
Gibbs,
the finance.
we can't shut down finance. We can't shut down the service department. We can't shut
Sure
down
you
the
can.
administrative.
Yeah, like,
You
what
tell
the
me,
fuck?
you tell me, hold on.
Absolutely
If hold on, you absolutely can. If you're telling
No, you
me,
can't.
hold
What are we
on, you're
talking
wrong.
about?
You're wrong. If you're say, listen, if say the service department, the building burned down. Oh no, guess what? I can't service your car. I know it's guaranteed with us. What we'll do is we'll eat the cost, and we'll pay to have you go to Firestone up the road or whatever. Like that's what you would have to do. I know that it's not the preferable thing, but if it is a solution.
what is okay? So what is that Firestone when we shut down USA Aid? Then Gibbs, what is that Firestone that we go to?
First of all, it's not shutting down the whole thing. They're cutting certain programs. Have they totally shut it down as of today? Hopefully they have. That'd be wonderful.
Well, I don't know exactly if they shut it down. I'm pretty sure that it's basically on the chopping block at the moment because a lot of fucking bullshit that was like $8 million that was found as quote unquote waste with $1 billion budget.
Fantastic. That sounds
And it's like-
Rabbit wants
and
to know
also
how
on
long you
top
could
of that-
shut down payroll for your business.
Wait,
I mean,
also
that's a good
on top
question.
of that, you can't shut down payroll because people won't come to fucking work.
Hey,
That's the most retarded thing I've ever heard in my entire
Well,
life.
I mean,
say,
I guess
actually.
hold on. I've worked a job where we were a little tight on money, and the guy said, "Hey, I can't pay this week. I can pay you your full thing next week, and I'll pay you."
Yeah, maybe when
that
we're
week's
talking
included."
about something with
maybe
like
suddenly it was
three
not bad.
employees,
Suddenly now
not
it's not
3 million.
Well, You know, listen, whatever the object is, hey, you either accept this or don't get paid at all. Maybe they don't show up. Sure, I guess they quit then they get whatever, or they don't get paid. I mean, it's the whole thing. But like, you're acting like this isn't stuff that happens all the time. You act like what I say is crazy when I'm talking about reality. Like maybe with 3 employees, but
Yeah, maybe with 3 employees you can do that, but I bet you when
Yeah,
it comes to
okay.
something like 10, if
So
10
I was right
employees or
again,
more,
got it.
if you say, "Hey, sorry, I can't pay you," they're going to tell you to fucking kill yourself and leave
yeah, okay.
In
Cool.
a video game, right?
in a video game or in real
You're wrong,
life
but
Anyway,
when you
I'm
can't
glad
get
you
paid
get.
for
I'm
your
glad you
fucking-
get that I was right.
That's probably about. That's probably about as far as you need to go with that, April. Fucking chill, bro.
What?
Yeah,
I'm just
really,
saying
wait,
they need to
you're not wrong. You're not wrong, Gibbs, in that he's like gonna come in and start doing it like Twitter. But have you been to Twitter recently? It's a fucking shithole, mate. There are reams upon reams upon reams of bot fucking replies, right? Some of those are put there by Twitter themselves. Okay, after Elon Musk said that he was going to come in and get rid of the bots, right? He's trying to fucking push his own little pet project bullshit into absolutely everything. Like every single fucking reply now that you do has like, hey, would you like Grok to search this fucking shit for you? Like, and so that's his little pet projects that he's trying to force into fucking everything, right? Anybody who disagrees with him in any fashion, right? They get their accounts restricted and removed and banned and stuff. So like zero fucking freedom of speech, which is what everybody's like. Oh, Elon Musk came in to save freedom of speech, right? Banned the word cisgender and then fucking like fucked over the accounts of anybody who had any criticisms of him whatsoever, right? And I'm not just talking left wing people, all the right wing people that fucking disagreed with him on the the H1B1 shit, right? The immigrant workers stuff, right? He
HB1, I
fucked
think.
those people over as well, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, Twitter is a broken shithole, okay? And that's what he's trying to turn the American government into, because all he's interested in, once again, is siphoning wealth out of it, right? Siphoning wealth out of it and changing regulations, getting rid of the people that would oppose him, doing the things that he wants to do, even if they're illegal, like the SpaceX like flight administrator shit.
Does he own Twitter? He owns Twitter, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so then he can do whatever the fuck he wants with it. That's my opinion on that. I mean, like, cool. Like, just like Facebook can do whatever. I've never been one of these people bitching about.
Okay. I'm not
Whoa.
arguing whether he can or cannot do what he wants with Twitter.
I
Okay.
mean,
What I'm saying
I'm
is,
only on Twitter
what
because
I'm
Twitch people
saying
like
is-
Twitter. Like, that's
what I'm
really
saying
the reason why I'm
is-
on it at all.
what I'm saying is, you said you hope he's going to come in and do to the American government what he did to Twitter, and
This is
that's
what
what
he
he
did
fucking
effectively.
did. That's what he fucking did to Twitter. Okay, and if you want this fucking maniacal, narcissistic fucking billionaire, right, owning the American government, owning the treasury, right, you're a fucking lunatic. You're an absolute fucking lunatic.
But okay, let me just put it to you like this. All right, maybe you can understand. As like maybe I feel like the most normie here. I feel like, hey, that's already what's happening. That's what's been happening for the last 50 years. Except now we have a different group in power, of different group of billionaires that have gotten some group. And guess what? These guys at least are somewhat aligned with what's helping me. I don't know why, like, that's a surprise. Soros wasn't helping me. The Bushes, they were barely pissing on us. So who was I supposed to go? Obama, he's in cahoots with the Soros group.
Okay,
All right,
yeah,
Biden,
but
same
is
thing.
okay,
It's
tell
not
me
like
how
these
Musk-
people were helping
Tell me
me.
how Musk
like
is
at
helping
least,
you.
well, one,
While I agree,
I will tell you directly how he's helping
that
me.
more could be done for. I assume you're talking about rural Americans and small business owners, right? More could be done for you guys under the previous administrations. I'm going to argue that this administration is going to hurt you more than those previous administrations. But you go ahead and tell me how they're helping you more by cutting all of these fucking programs.
Well, one, I could go with beef prices are way up. Fantastic. Good news for me. Two, let's go with I also own a credit card processing and I own business sales company, right? So basically what do we do is we go in there. Credit card processing is part of the B2B sales. Starlink, or what is it? Starship, whatever the town is he's built down there. They've been buying services from us left and right for all the new businesses popping up to support the people moving there. It's been great. Austin has been one of our highest earning zones recently. So yeah, Elon's bought a lot of business to Papa Gibbs. That's cool. I like that, right? And then they're sitting here talking about getting rid of capital gains tax, income tax. Texas is already getting rid of income tax. Like, these are all things that I want. And like, I asked the left for them. Y'all didn't give a shit. I told you we had problems with immigrants, illegal immigrants, and coyotes destroying my land, eating my cattle, destroying like my fences. And what did y'all say? Ha ha! Fuck you, landowner. Like, okay, cool. So guess what? Now we got a
Republicans do
guy.
that all the time with eminent domain.
Cool. So at least now we got a guy going, hey,
IPA,
I'm gonna
you got a
deport these
hotline.
people. I'm gonna build the wall. I'm gonna stop the immigration. I'm gonna look out for you. Oh, cool. Hey, we're gonna get rid of these things like capital gains that destroys ranchers. That's fantastic. Like, I don't know
IPA, your
why
mic
you
is
expect me to
hot,
argue.
bro.
I don't know how you expect me to argue against that.
I can smell your breath from over here, though.
Like, like, what do you expect me to do? Get in bed with the guys that want to destroy everything I own? Like, what is my position here? Like, does it feel good to get in bed with Trump and them? No, but I'm not under any illusion of that. It's just like y'all are acting like it's like good choices here. It's like I picked
Yeah,
the best or the
but
worst.
Gibbs, the argument is that if we're all agreeing that hey, this corruption has been
IPA, for
around, but
fuck's sake,
now
mate,
it
can you just take
that-
your fucking microphone? Like, can you shut up?
I muted him.
You just-
Shoot me a message, IPA, when you fix the mic.
Yeah.
You didn't server me.
oh
Yes, sir. Mute.
Sorry, yeah.
There you
Thank
go.
Motherfucker. Sorry,
Lord.
that just kept. I didn't mean to cut you off. That was just like happening constantly and it's driving me insane.
I was literally
Okay.
getting chills. It was not okay.
I was just going to tell Gibbs that, like, if the argument from you is that, hey, this corruption's kind of been around and now it's wide in the open, we should be banning it. We should all be angry now and say, now we can make real change because we should all be united against it. And that doesn't mean that in the future, you won't still have politicians that still side on your side philosophically to try to pass the things you want, but we should strive to try to do that without the side of corruption, which is now kind of like the main course.
So all
corruption.
we're getting is corruption. Like, this is what Dave Chappelle said. He's like, Trump is like an honest liar. He's the first guy that's ever come out and been like, hey, everything you think they're going to do in that house, they do it. And they're like, just like with Hillary Clinton, he takes advantage of the tax code. He's like, that's right, because you wrote it. Like, hey, it's the same thing. Like,
Okay.
at least he's being honest and then attempting to do something about it.
Okay,
Yeah,
which
maybe it's like
politicians want to change the tax code? For,
they already.
why aren't you voting for them?
We are. Texas is getting rid of what's it called? Income tax at the end of the year. Oh, not income tax, property tax.
Wait.
Well, I mean, they want to change it to make it more regressive, I would say.
Yeah, no more state property tax at the end of this year.
No, regressive as in the burden shifts to the middle class.
Who? Okay. Do you?
Okay, so I just read the Texas Tribune. It says Texas would need to spend about $81 billion a year to get rid of property taxes collected by school districts, cities, and counties. And keep in mind, this is also on top of the fact that Donald Trump wants to get rid of the Department of Education as well as FEMA. Again, this goes back to my earlier point in which I said Republican states are about to go bankrupt because they think that they can just survive on no taxes. It's great. It's glorious. Go ahead anyway.
Well, I mean,
It's
here's
not
the-
glorious. It's not glorious because we're United States of America, and as Democrats, Doghouse, we should make sure that these guys don't stumble into a fucking trap. Okay.
Listen,
Well,
I'm in
first of all,
Texas. I am advocating for the downfall of my own state. Damn it.
Well, we're not gonna
No.
downfall. Hold on.
Yeah.
Hey, hold on. Here's something you don't understand: is that Texas taxes oil at the well, so we're gonna be okay. Like,
Nah, not enough. We better go in debt.
not enough.
No,
With-
what'll
with-
happen is they'll just increase the sales tax, which is regressive,
Yeah.
which means the working poor and middle class will be paying more taxes.
All right. Well, really,
Because that's what
we really
happens
need
when
to
we
see-
cut the taxes on the rich.
Well, what we'll need
is-
to see is this. Well, what we'll need to see is this: is that how when it goes into effect, we'll have to see if it really truly is a burden on the middle class. It may not. I don't know, but like I mean, we're gonna have to wait and see. Wait, Gibbs, you said this is gonna happen in your state.
Yeah, they're getting rid of property tax.
I have not seen anything to suggest that. It is something that's been tossed around.
I mean,
Oh.
dude, good for property owners. NIMBYs, dude, I guess are probably getting the W here.
Oh, maybe it was. Here, hold on. Let me find it. It's one of these bigger taxes.
Oh, Gibbs is source.
Yeah, this is
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
I
gonna
don't
be
know.
it's gonna be great for those public schools that are.
This is
funded by
yesterday.
That's
It
true
says-
too. Schools could get worse.
This is from yesterday. It says from Texas Tribune. Governor Greg Abbott said cutting taxes is a top priority. However, state lawmakers don't have as much
Oh,
money to pay
it was
the
income tax.
cuts.
Texas got rid of income tax. That's which one it was.
Well, they
I knew
got
it was
rid of
one of the
income
two.
tax a long time ago.
2 years ago. 2023.
It's not been 2 years ago. It's been for a long time. They haven't had state income tax. It's the property tax that they want to get rid of. But again, we'll see. It's
Wait,
what
hold
it's
on.
saying,
Wait.
state
Do you
lawmakers-
think Texas has had? No, wait, hold on. Well,
Texas
you just
does
maybe
not
told on
have
yourself.
state income tax.
Texas had income tax for a certain level of income.
They don't have state income tax. That's
Okay.
been widely known. That's one of the reasons why people come to Texas. It's one of the reasons why people go to North Carolina. They don't have a state income tax. I believe North Carolina doesn't have a state income tax. So yeah, that's why whenever you file your
I think
taxes,
it's
it
North
asks.
Carolina, Florida, Texas, Tennessee, Nevada. I think Nevada, Arizona.
That's the whole reason when I
there's
got my
one other
W
state,
two.
too.
That's why when I got my W-2, there was no state taxes withheld because we don't withhold state income tax. That's been the case for quite a while. I want to say since I've been working, which is not very long, but it's since 2012 at least, if not longer. So I'm actually curious because there was a point in time that Texas was a Democrat state. It's been a while, admittedly, and hopefully 2022 we're going to change that, or 2022. Jeez.
Oh, Washington and then New Hampshire are the other two that the Knight said in chat.
Look, all I'm saying is 2028 or 26.
26.
Whatever. Midterms. Whatever. Midterms.
So 4 years.
Midterms are going to change that around. Texas is going blue. I'm calling it.
This is something I want to say.
$1,000 bet against that.
Yeah, let me just say something. I've seen a lot of predictions.
Trump, I'm struggling.
That's how confident I am that it's going to go red.
Hold on. Here's something I want to say. I've seen a lot of
I'll
predictions.
pay you in eggs, Paul.
From people.
I mean,
I have been making a ton of predictions. And guess what? Almost every single one of the ones I have said has come true. It's eerie how fucking accurate I've been. However, you have Doghouse here who's made a lot of predictions, and I guess he's gonna take you up on that bet, Rampage. And I gotta say, if you have to pick who's gonna bet, I'm gonna say it's gonna stay red. You can bet. You can choose who you listen to.
Listen,
and,
I will fully
would bet
admit
on
that the likelihood is that Texans are pretty idiotic and are probably going to keep it red. But look, we came close a few times turning it blue. No, close is actually probably not the best word. I know with Beto, for some reason, he did actually do better than Colin Allred, which is fascinating.
I have to be. Hey, wait. I have to be
gun
completely.
speech.
Hey, I have to be completely
Jesus.
honest here, guys. I have to be completely honest here. I completely disagree with this framing that the way that the country's going right now is going to make us have a good midterm. I think the country is actually more majority happy with the direction that this administration is going, and the Democrats really have to focus on that.
Start this, Paul.
And the worst thing that's happened was the whole Gaza comment about the United States. That was the first thing where I saw people did have pushback that were pro-Trumpers or whatever in the country to be like, what the fuck was this? But I think most people look at things like Elon Musk doing Doge. Yes, I agree with Mike. There's a lot of questions here, and Vivian, a lot of questions, probably okay with cutting waste. But I think the average American looks at this and say, oh, it's going to be a program where we're going to get rid of stupid fucking programs, right? And people like that shit. And I really
They like
have,
that shit until they realize that actually they're
that's-
getting rid of fucking.
that's
they're
what I
getting rid of
that's where I was
populism in a
that's where I was getting here,
populism in
Vivian,
a
by the way.
nutshell.
Well, this is
Hey,
where I'm
wait.
getting at here, Vivian, overall, is the fact that, right now, the country does like this, but, what the Democrats are doing to think that they're going to, however they've been trying to fight Trump right now, these last, whatever it's been, 2-3 weeks now, has not been working.
Hey, no, wait, but can we acknowledge how silly
all.
it is? The fact that Dearborn, Michigan,
Well, you gotta
was
give.
Dearborn, Michigan's like, yeah, we're gonna support Trump, and then Trump's like, yeah, I'm gonna get rid of Gaza, and now the fucking
both of those people will look at the Democratic Party and say it's actually still the Democrats' fault.
No, and then the funny thing is hearing the Hispanic voters that voted for Trump are like, oh, he's not gonna deport us, and.
Well,
he's deporting Donald Trump.
Well,
Hold on. That's funny
though.
because the Hispanic voters that voted for Trump, they'd be citizens, so they wouldn't be getting deported. Good try though.
Well, that's what I mean. Yeah, exactly.
No.
That's what I mean. Like more in general. Actually,
No,
I'm
you
with
don't
you on this.
understand. Wait, we've already stop. First
They're
of all,
friends and family,
you have
might they?
yes, friends and family, and you had U.S. citizens that have already been detained. In fact, I believe children have even been detained that are U.S. citizens. So
People don't care
again,
anymore. They don't care anymore right now. They don't give a fuck. They don't. Give
And
a
it's such
shit.
a small minority of
Illegals
people.
get out of my country. That's what they're thinking because they've been fucking. Dude, I live in Chicago. Chicago's been pretty bad. I could only imagine how other fucking cities have actually been feeling. Don't get me wrong, I voted for Kamala and all that bullshit, right? But overall, I don't think the average American is looking at the deportations that are happening saying, "Oh my God, I can't believe they're doing it." I think that they're saying, "Oh shit, nice. Another fucking, 3,000 today. Fantastic. Illegals, get out of my fucking country." I think that's what the average American is thinking right now, honestly.
I think the average American is a fucking dumbass. I'm sorry. I love my country. man.
Doghouse, thank you. On that specific note, yes, thank you.
Like, I'm trying not to be like an asshole, but I'm sorry.
The national unemployment rate
person
is
is
like
a fucking-
4%. Okay, and trust me, as somebody who hires people, okay, when we open a position and we post it online on all your big recruiting websites, the average person that applies for a job is like borderline unemployable. Hi, I drive for Uber. Hi, I drive for whatever, the DoorDash. Okay, like they're borderline unemployable. Let alone the fact that it's only 4%.
Because
I
they
don't disagree with this at all.
No, because they have absolutely no other fucking applicable skills to anything else.
Hey, here's the other thing about Musk. Right now, he's polling
He
disapproval of
probably bring you
54%. How long can Elon's disapproval keep rising and Trump keep him around if he feels it's a drag on his own approval?
Well, honestly,
They're loving everything that's happening right now. I think that both Trump and Elon love everything that's happening right now, and I can only see. I mean, obviously, it could go lower right now. I don't think it will.
Honestly,
it doesn't matter unless the actual
Yeah, but I would say it could go lower
the
because
actual cult starts turning against him.
once people start feeling the effects on the ground level of these cuts being made to all these programs, that's when the approval rate will start dropping.
You actually think they care what happens?
That's the point I wanted to try and make to Paul earlier, right?
No.
It's like, wait, no. Stop running roughshod over every time I fucking start talking, motherfucker.
Sorry, Vivian. Sorry.
You were like, whatever the Democrats have been doing for the last couple of weeks hasn't been working. Yeah, that's the problem, right? Like, the system is designed to work slowly, and Trump's administration's tactic so far has been a fucking blitzkrieg, right? It's been get in there, do everything super fast, subvert Congress, don't go through the normal channels, right? Destroy everything as soon as possible. So the system being designed to work slowly in a lot of ways is a detriment in this case, because they get to do a lot of damage before the system starts catching up. But as these things start going through the courts and so on, right? Like, that's where we're going to start seeing that's where we're going to start seeing the quote unquote resistance. I know resistance is a super cringe word after the
I mean that's not the resistance I know what you're saying, Vivian. That's not really the resistance I'm talking about here, because that's like a different branch of government. I'm talking about the resistance of just like losing the actual population, the public. The Democrats are pathetic. They're pathetic. Let's be honest.
Okay, so the core Trump Elon base is a fucking cult, dude. Like, they're not going to fucking
even just that. It's not even just that. A new poll just came out. I saw that Democrats have their approval rate now like 35%.
Yeah, but okay, hold on. Let's take it step by step. I'm not even
party.
Hold on. I'm not even
seen them do anything over this period of time.
I'm not even going as far as to talk about elections or Trump himself. I'm talking about the fracture between the Eli Trump alliance, because if people start going to get like their benefits or attend these programs, and once it starts hitting them, they're probably going to look at it as more as a Elon Musk thing than a Trump thing in the short term. So all I'm referring to is, if that fracture continues, how long before just Elon Musk himself is dropped from the whole program?
Why doesn't he just use him as a scapegoat then? I mean, like, Trump's got a perfect fall guy then.
But Gibbs, that was my original point at the very beginning when it was just us two having the conversation. That I feel like right now, Elon is just being used as a proxy for another agenda, which is just to starve the government, period. There's no efficiency about it. It's just, here's the thing we ideologically oppose to funding across the board. So we're going to use this Elon Musk guy to come in and, look, we have this department called Doge, and we're going in with a scalpel and cut. No, they're not. It's ideological people that just, like, the more libertarian side, I would say, of the conservatives that just don't want government funding these things, period. But if they convince people that Elon's doing some noble thing, then people are going to go along with it initially until it starts hitting them. And they're like, wait, they cut my shit? Okay, now we got a problem.
Well, honestly, so why are they so much on the teat of the government anyway? To fuck them. Like, I'm tired of my tax dollars going every Tom, Dick, and Sally, bro. Like,
No, that's fine, Gibbs. That's fine, Gibbs. I'm
True,
not
but the
saying
reason, but the reason they're doing
you can
this,
have that. Let me.
the
Can I
reason
just
they're
finish
doing
really
this,
quick?
Sorry.
I just want to tell Gibbs, like, you can have that ideology. That's, we can argue that whether it should be funded or not. All I'm saying is, like, Elon Musk doing this under some guise of efficient government. That's not true. It's just ideology that it's not making government efficient. It's just starving out government, period. So just
Well,
like, I wish they would be more honest about it instead of doing it under this cover, dark of the night. Oh, Doge.
I mean, it's not quite that. If you're earning under like is it 300 or 350,000 a year, your taxes are going up, right? And the further under
I think it's
that
I think
you
it's like
are,
one. I think it's like 180 or something.
sure, but the further under that you are, the more percentage of your earnings you're going to have to pay in tax, unfortunately. And because all of this is to pay for like the huge fucking tax breaks they gave to like billionaires back in the first Trump administration, right? And that big pot of money is fucking running out now. And so they have to find it from somewhere else. And because they can't find it from taxing low income people, there's just not enough money to do that, right? Like the amount of tax you get from billionaire corporations versus the amount of tax you get from 30,000 citizens earning under $30,000 a year. Like, it's not even fucking comparable, right? The corporation would have paid way more. So they need to somehow find that fucking money. And the way they're going to find that money is by cutting all the fucking services that those regular fucking Joes rely on to be able to live
AKA Project 2025. But see, they couldn't run on that. They couldn't be honest and say, "Hey, middle class poor people, we're tired of giving you guys benefits. It sucks to be poor, but too bad." They couldn't run on that. So what they do is they come up with this scheme called Doge. Oh, we're going in there and we're gonna fraud, abuse. No, you just don't want the government funding these
Again,
things. Period.
it's siphoning money away to fucking billionaires. And GIBBS is sitting there going, I don't want my money going to every Tom, Dick, and Harry, right? Personally, I would rather the money goes to random Tom, Dick, and Harrys than keeps getting funneled into the pockets of fucking CEOs and corporations, right?
Right, exactly.
But hold on.
At least Gibbs is being honest, like on the panel. He doesn't want his money go but you couldn't run on that message. I guarantee you couldn't run on that as a politician. So you have to come up with some other way.
Run at a local level.
Populism.
You could probably run at a local level or maybe like a House of Representatives level. There's no way you can get on as the president with that fucking opinion. But also with that note, like, right? Yeah, I don't want that. Sure. It's also like the efficiency. Like, there's so much bloat. Like, you can't tell me that there's not bloat. Like, there are cuts that need to be made. And to me, it looks like y'all just don't like the specific person doing it. That's like
no,
who cares?
I don't like the cuts being made. Yes, I fucking hate Musk, right? And if he fucking fell over and died tomorrow, I'd do a happy little jig. Okay. Again, the fucking FAA administrator being fucking kicked out, the pause on fucking air traffic controllers and so on, right? I'm not saying that crash was necessarily the fault of the fault of that, right? But it is a fact that when you start cutting things, you have to be very careful.
I've already been critical of that.
Well, okay, fine, but there's numerous examples that are very similar.
The process,
right?
Gibbs,
The USAID, shutting down USAID, for example, getting rid of OSHA is fucking insane. Okay, so when the US government starts fucking around with things and making these little cuts here and there, right? That's all well and good. But you have to be really, really fucking careful because you're dealing with infrastructure that, like the flight administration shit, right? That if you cut it too much, you fucking create incredibly strained air traffic controllers and not enough of them, then America starts fucking shutting down, right? Not only does America start shutting down because you don't have enough people to run the fucking planes to export and import goods, right? But people fucking die, right? So there are thousands and thousands of people's lives on the fucking line. There is the American economy on the fucking line, right? And Elon Musk is going to make out of it like a fucking bandit no matter what, along with all of his fucking billionaire mates. The problem I have is Tom, Dick, and Harry, right? Your fucking average working class, lower middle class people, right? Who rely on American infrastructure to get about and for their fucking safety, for their very lives in some situations. Okay? That's what I'm fucking worried about. You want to make
Well,
cuts to the American
lack of
government? I'm like,
oversight.
yeah, I mean, well, that's the other thing. You need the
I'll be
oversight
on
to
night.
make sure that they're making the cuts in the right fucking places, so that they're not like
Coward
damaging,
Paul left.
damaging, so that they're not damaging something that is going to really, really fucking hurt or possibly get people killed, right?
I mean, yeah. Do I think the FAA is an example where it could have been done better? Sure. I don't really know. Like, I mean, we're gonna have to like dive into it and see what the cause of all this shit is. It does look suspicious, right? That there were cuts made that immediately this happened. I will say that. But you know, could it be three different coincidences? Sure. Could it be DEI?
But those
Maybe.
cuts shouldn't have been made in the first place, regardless of whether or not there is actually whether or not the crash is like connected to those cuts or not. Like air traffic controllers, like in the United States, are like really overstretched, right? They're like, you're not getting enough air traffic controllers because Republicans keep cutting fucking funding to training programs and so on, right? So it's already an area which is strained, and it's not just and it's an area which requires trained people to do it, right? You can't just put any old fucking person in the in air traffic control and hope that things are going to go okay, right? So it requires really it requires well-trained people to do it. So if you're looking at a system that's already strained and you say, okay, we're going to stop hiring, we're going to fire the head of the FAA because he said some bad things about SpaceX, right? Then you're already doing something terrible, regardless of whether or not there is a crash afterwards that is connected to it, right? You've already fucked up because you're already putting people's lives in danger. You're already being negligent. You're already potentially putting the American economy in fucking danger, right? It's stupid.
Yeah, there was
It's very
on
stupid.
on this topic. There was actually a clip today of one of the oversight committees. I think it's the one that James Cormer is the head of, where the Democrats I think they proposed to file a motion to have Elon come in like before them and just explain like, okay, we see you like proposing to cut this, that, and the other thing. He would come in to explain, okay, well, we found that this was waste because of this, or this was fraud because
He
of
ain't
this.
gonna do
And
that.
the Republicans filed a motion to table debate on it. They didn't even want to debate the idea of Elon coming in to explain why he's recommending cuts. So that just shows to me. That's why I keep saying to me these cuts feel ideological, not about efficiency.
It's
Overall.
not just I keep pushing the line that it's not ideological. It's about it's benefit, it's self benefit for himself and his billionaire friends, basically just making rich people fucking richer.
It's all three.
Right? And he's stealing from the fucking government to do it. I do think that there's an ideological thing there as well, because obviously they're all like these anti-woke fucking idiots, right?
It's all three, but again, without those KPI, the key performance indicators, we have no fucking clue what it is that are making those cuts based on, unless you make those things public and say, "Hey, here's why this department is underperforming.
Well,
here's
hey, you'll
why
know
this
soon,
department
right?
is overspending." We have no clue. We're all
You'll know
speculating until
soon
then.
enough, right? Because he's going to put the treasury on the blockchain.
I mean, it's no
That's
different
it,
than
mate.
the gold.
The array's
Hey,
going to turn the
hey,
American dollar into cryptocurrency. Let's
Vivian,
fucking
that's
go.
no different than the gold standard.
So if we
right?
expand into space, we're gonna need like an online currency for these aliens when we
That's not
dominate
that
them.
much different than the gold standard that we got away from, what, 40-ish, 50-ish years ago?
Oh, that's good. The modern gold standard. I gotta be honest. You're not selling me no more on this little bit. Now I'm a
I mean,
little.
it is different.
What? So you're
because-
okay with
because
fiat
it's
currencies?
literally-
Listen. I listen. I'll put it this way. That's maybe just not the way you should sell it to me. That like you know, there's
I
I
don't
could be
think
sold one way or the
think
other.
he's trying to sell it to you.
Sure, that's fair. I mean, like the gold currency thing didn't end up too well for us in the long run, did it?
Oh, no, straight up, I will take that over fiat currencies.
Point
With the
is,
gold currency
point is, though,
over
you know,
like what the dollar and shit. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, the dollar's had way too much fucking placed on it for way too long, it's gonna buckle eventually.
Correct,
But,
because
like,
we control the dollar and we have political
you
motivation
can literally just
to do
you
so,
can literally
and we
you
can
can literally
create
just
it,
print more.
we can control it.
it's
Correct.
like-
I'm not disagreeing with you. It's just we have a different end result or a different different like
Methodology.
yeah, when you can control the dollar, when you can create more of it, when you can limit it, when you can fluctuate it by political means, it becomes a problem. When there is a limited and finite resource, whether that be blockchain, whether that be gold standard, it becomes less, it becomes more finite, it becomes much more defined.
Yeah, and
I mean-
Gibbs, you brought up being like a business owner, right? So if you brought in like some type of consulting firm, or even if it was like your own team in your own business, and you were looking through your company, where can we make cuts to maximize this or that? If the consulting fee came back to you with recommendations on like what to cut, where to make cuts, it would be reasonable for you to expect that they would have explanations for everything, right? Like, this is why we recommend you cut here because this is inefficient, or we found that there's a lot of waste in this section of your business, or what,
Sure,
like,
but
et cetera, et cetera.
I wouldn't necessarily want to have to fucking answer to the board of directors, either. If I had one, I don't, because I'm not that big. But like, say I had
Oh.
one, I would maybe just
Gibbs,
want to
that's-
fucking go in there and like, hold on, I'm gonna make an analogy here. I would maybe just want them to get it done. Be like, okay, cool, we're gonna make those cuts. It's within my purview. Done. I wouldn't maybe want to have to like answer to the board of directors here, which could be either Congress or could be fucking all the United States public, and have to sit here to explain line by line. Maybe I just want to get shit done, and because
No,
that's
Okay,
more
but do you think
efficient.
the shareholders would
Gibbs, that's
ask? The
bullshit. Okay,
shareholders would ask for
I-
the reasons?
I say
Well,
that
as
I'm
long
in
as it
management.
after, sure, I'll go ahead.
Man, I say that I'm in management at a car dealership, okay, but there are still 3 people above me, okay? And when we made a move recently to let somebody go who was also in management, you better goddamn believe I had to justify that.
Sure. I mean, you're talking about like the top. I mean, that's different though than if you had to justify firing Bob, who doesn't ever load up the fucking screws in the back. Like like he just sits there and smokes weed all day out back. Like you don't have to justify firing, the guy under you. I mean, if he was sitting there trying to justify firing, I don't know, the vice president,
But
that'd be a
that's
whole
what I'm
different thing.
getting at. This is a government level, like getting rid of the head of the Department of Education, or getting rid of the entire Department of Education altogether, right? That is not just defining, or sorry, that is not just firing dickhead detailer in the back who got caught smoking weed on the job. Right?
Why not?
That
Why
requires
is
some
it any different?
justification.
No, I mean the justification they didn't meet the KPI. It fired.
Okay, but now add that other layer, right? We're talking about the government. The government theoretically is supposed to be held accountable to the people, right? So therefore, yeah, that KPI has to be made public in order for it to seem like, even if it's just like, even if we all agree on it, just to seem like you're being transparent about it.
Transparent. What is transparency being a fucking like thing that the government's ever fucking done? That's the whole reason Texans don't trust the government. Like, what do you mean
Correct.
transparent?
Okay, but isn't the whole point of this
I don't
to be
expect
like
transparency, bro. Like,
So why do you trust?
what?
Isn't that the whole point of this? Is, hey, we're getting rid of the government
Yeah,
because we hate
that's-
them all, and we're going to explain why they're doing the bad thing that we're getting rid of them for?
No, the goal is to cut all the extraneous bullshit. I don't need to
Because
fucking know
they're
all the finer
doing
details.
extemporaneous bullshit that the public needs to be made aware of. That's what I'm getting
I
at,
mean,
dude.
Yeah, they can make it aware of it later,
you
but,
say
like, let's-
you say extraneous bullshit, but how do you know that everything that's being
Hold
cut
on,
is
hold
just
on, hold on.
extraneous
Well, we're
bullshit?
gonna probably
You
find
don't.
out. We're probably gonna find out. Oh,
No,
y'all
no,
are
no,
acting
no,
like,
no, no,
hold
no,
on,
no.
hold on. No,
Gibbs,
hold on. What's
Gibbs.
happening right now is he's making cuts. Y'all are going without it. You just said this. You just said we don't know what their KPI.
No, because we know that essential
we-
services have
sure,
been shut
Sure,
down.
that's fine.
That's
Listen,
what we know. Right?
Some of them, and they've been returned. Most of those have been returned the next day, right? Like we just had the thing saying we weren't going to be able to pay on the IRS portal. I looked it up. CNN says that we'll be fine to pay on the portal. Like that's the CNN says it. I figure if anybody's going to preach doom and gloom, it'd probably be them. So when I'm sitting here hearing this, right, y'all are going, oh, we want to hold them accountable. We want transparency. Cool. You know what? I will agree. That sounds great. I don't expect them to be like today, day one, after they cut this, to be like, here's the transparency. I expect them here towards the end of the year, it is February, to go, here's everything to cut, here's the final list, here's the tally, you cut X amount of billions this year, these programs are gone, and then go, well, here's why we cut them. That's what I'm expecting, something like that, not while it's happening. Like, we need to be making things move. And then we
No,
explain
but
it
the
like,
point of the oversight is to justify it before it's done. Because what if there's pushback on it, and then Elon's like, "Oh wait, you know what? You're probably right. We shouldn't cut." Like this is why this is why to get the funding approved in the first place. It's a long, rigorous process. You
yeah, we
don't
do have
just
oversight. It's
show
the
up and
president.
ask for money.
It's the
Okay,
president.
Gibbs,
You just
hang
don't
on,
like that. That's the oversight.
Let me put it like this,
What?
okay? When we recently let this manager go, okay, there was a long conversation I had with a lot of different people underneath me, and it was exactly that. It was the transparency of here's why we let the person go, because X, Y, and Z reasons. Okay, we didn't hide that. That's my point. Is that
Sure.
was made very clear to everybody else.
I've worked at a lot of companies where they just like, we just fired him. And they're like, oh, why?
Right.
Well,
And,
okay, no
and,
fault.
and,
we
we,
just,
and,
whatever,
and
we're
it's
fired.
bullshit. That's bullshit. Like
Well-
it leaves a lot of questions. Okay, it's not bullshit. Okay, if the person warranted being let go, they warranted letting go. But the problem is when you don't communicate to your employees, like they go, oh, especially when you get people that liked that person, they go,
Wasn't
oh,
any of
well,
their
what the fuck?
business.
Why? Well, I understand, but and we don't have to get into the details of like, oh, he did this, he did that, they did this, you know. But at the end of the day, you still
Well,
have
that's
the
what they want. They
conversation
want to
about.
get into details like that. Like,
I know, but you
just
still
did,
have
like,
the conversation about, hey, this wasn't working, it wasn't a good fit. You don't have to say why.
if in my company, I just walk in there, I look at something. If I get mad enough, I'm like, damn, I'm mad. And I go in there, this guy pissed me off, you're fired, get the fuck out. That's it. Like, well, I don't walk anywhere. And I just call, go, hey, congratulations, fire so-and-so. Or I'll call him and do it. Like, either way. And that's it. There's no, why did you fire me? There's no fucking out leaving the company review. Why am I going to waste time on that? You're fired. You didn't do your job. I'm mad about it. You're done. That's it. I don't need to explain anything.
Because government's accountable to the people. It's not a unilateral like.
Cool. They
That's
can
where
be
the
accountable at
oversight
the
is.
end of the year when we have like an assessment. Like, let's let them go
Well,
start working on shit instead of sitting here like, Lord, the world's in. And every time somebody does one thing, like, we don't even know what's happening. Like, we have no information yet. We have just basically the first starts, and we've seen like maybe a couple slight hiccups, which are to be expected when we're trying to like gut the system somewhat. Like, y'all are gonna sure there's gonna be hiccups, but as long as they're not like permanent hiccups, they're just like world ending. Then like whatever. Like y'all mentioned, what was the other one that got thing? The aid shit. Well, it turns out that they were gonna get their aid. The website was just down because they were looking at stuff on it. Like, it's like always, Lord, the apocalypse is here, and then the next day it's like, oh, we still.
Yeah, but I don't think any of us are zeroing in on these specific little hiccups. We're just talking about the process in general.
Yeah, hold on, I gotta do another shot.
That process can be whatever the fuck it is. It should just be made clear and made public so that there is a consistency amongst it, which is saying if you do not meet these standards, go by. Okay, and as a guy who's extremely anti-government, you can make those requirements as rigid as you fucking want. I'm down. I'm in. Let's go. But just make them clear.
Okay, who did that on Nayer's thing? I just saw this just now at 9:49. Who put my face on Susie Wiles?
I'll be right back.
I take offense to this. This is offensive.
Nair's hilarious.
Because look, Gibbs, we would be avoiding this entire conversation, okay, if there was just some brief press release about, hey, here's what was going on, and it's not acceptable.
Therefore, the IPA, I don't believe that. Someone's gonna bitch no matter what press release gets done.
There are going to be people that bitch. There's still people at my store that bitch about the guy that we let go. Like, but at the end of the day, we made it very clear that this is the expectation. He wasn't meaning it. Why?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, I feel like we beat this horse to death. What else do y'all have that take issue with?
Immigration. What do you think? What do you think about immigration, Gibbs?
Can we go back to the 14th? Because I think a lot of us.
Oh yeah, let's go back to the 14th. Gibbs,
there you go,
know
Doghouse. You're welcome.
Talk about the birthright.
Yeah, do you know what about the birthright citizenship?
Yeah, I don't want to comment on the 14th, and I actually have a good reason, and y'all might not like it, but
Uh-oh,
it's a
go
good
ahead.
reason.
Because you're part Hispanic?
No, because I'm going to be hosting a show with a bunch of lawyers on it, and I'm going to wait till then to do that.
Oh,
Nathan
wait,
gonna be on it?
wait.
The
Which
immigration
lawyers?
lawyer, Nathan?
Yeah, you better have
is
Nate
on Ty's
Dill
channel
on.
once in a while?
Well, send me that guy's info because I do need one more left-leaning lawyer.
Yeah,
Nate
he's
is the
on
expert.
Ty's channel once in a while. No, he's not left leaning. He's a Republican.
Oh well, then shit. I need a.
But, no. But Gibbs, get this. He's a Republican immigration lawyer.
Well, I mean, there's probably plenty of them that do that. I mean, I'm pro-immigration. I think we need to do immigration reform. Wow, like I know it's crazy. However,
I
I'm
get
also like, let's get security and find out who's coming in. Like, goddamn, like, and there's other issues with immigration. Like, immigration is not just immigration; it's immigration and border security. It's like a twofold thing.
Oh, weird.
Like,
You can be a moderate conservative. Crazy.
I know. It's crazy that people can do that. I know. Like,
Weird. You might understand how they affect the economy and also don't want criminals here. Weird.
people are just like, dump that. I mean, I think that's honestly most Texans' position. They want security and they want, to know who's coming through. And like, for example, we used to have way more work visas, and now we have like people taking advantage of the asylum thing. But like, this isn't even my issue. I haven't even cared much about the asylum seeker problem because I personally have had to deal with illegal aliens destroying my property on my ranch and eating my cattle before. Like, my family that's closer to the border has had to deal with it more. Like, this is a problem. And then when I tell people this shit, people are like, ha, fuck you, landowner. Like, oh, okay,
They're
cool.
eating the dogs. They're eating the cats.
Like, sure, okay, that's a little hyperbole, but I mean, there's a guy named Barbecue in Haiti that's eating people, so whatever. Like, I don't want to
Oh my
sit
God.
here, I don't want to sit here and go into this, whatever. What do you think you got this thing barbecue from? Anyway, the point is that, like, yeah, I mean, I'm sitting here worried about the illegal industry. I had 2 friends die in the last month from cartel violence because guess what? Yeah, it's going to get worse as we secure it. They're going to get more desperate, but they're already a major problem, and Tren de Aguas here is making it way, like, stirring up the Mexican cartels quite a bit. Like, this is a real issue, and I tell people this, and people go, racist. And it's like, oh, okay, well, sure.
The half Hispanic guy's racist. You're right.
Yeah, you're right. Like, yeah, and there's a reason why Hispanics moved in droves, especially in Texas, towards the Republicans this year. It's crazy. Especially the ones that came here legally.
What about
Like,
Texas?
We're the best.
No, we're not the best.
Best, the greatest.
I'm glad Doghouse finally knows that. He can finally admit the truth.
Nah, he's a Texas traitor from that statement. We're number 1. Remember the Alamo?
I mean, if you do remember the Alamo, you remember Texas kind of getting wrecked.
Yeah, is that what happened? Or did we take out like 800 of their elite troops? And then that allowed, it's bought enough time for San Jacinto to happen because guess what Sam Houston was doing? He was signing a treaty with Comanche and specifically, more importantly, Apache tribes to assist him in fighting Santa Ana. And guess what? He came back. Yeah, you could try, except we already beat their ass twice. So maybe they'll just get Mexico to Texas because we're really the ones who run that shit too. So yeah, so we had the Apache fight. That's how you got Texas Rangers started. Long story short, thanks to the Alamo once again.
Yeah,
Everything
no,
good goes to the Alamo.
I think this idea that Trump has already gone after the 14th Amendment, and then now he's gone after the First Amendment. We already went over the 8th Amendment, and if he tries to, put things back to the states, we might see the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment removed. Don't forget, we also have him going after term limits, which is another amendment. I think it's like the 22nd Amendment, and then we saw him go after the Second Amendment. So how many amendments are we at right now, guys, on the bingo card here? We're pretty good in there. So Donald Trump's so pro Constitution, yet Democrats are the only ones that actually try to follow the Constitution. That was just me.
I don't disagree with you.
I need y'all to like buy me some whatever y'all smoking. That's what
I know, good
y'all
choice.
smoking the good. Go smoking the good ganja, bro.
Well,
That's clearly what's happening.
Gibbs, I will tell you on the 14th Amendment, you're going to look at Wong Kim Ark versus United States. That was the core Supreme Court case that basically set forward the precedent for birthright citizenship, and it was reinforced through other Supreme Court cases. However, what I will say is for every single time that Donald Trump tries to go after some kind of protection, constitutional protection, I think Democrats should keep a list. And then when they maintain power, if they get a trifecta, which is only a matter of time, they should do everything in their power to pass federal laws to solidify it. They should absolutely solidify the right to birthright citizenship. They should absolutely solidify abortion. How about I say AB? Oh my God, Lethe. It's ingrained. I almost did it earlier. I forgot what it was. I was talking to my wife and I almost said something like just it permeated the TikTok language. Anyways,
Gotta fix yourself, dude. Cold turkey.
I know it's a woke mind virus. Oh, it was the terrorists. I almost said T groups. Yeah, out loud in regular parlance. Anyways, so yeah, definitely they absolutely should. And you know what? I'm fine with Democrats doing impeachment orders. Fuck it. I don't care. Go scorched earth. The optics thing is hilarious to me. I think Democrats have the votes. They just need to rally their base, need to energize their base, and they'll have enough votes. This idea to appeal to the moderates, I think, is just silly. And I hold to it. I think, yeah, could you use a little bit extra of a 1% boost? Ooh, way to go. How about you just get out your base? You know, that's an option too. So... And we saw this in 2020, by the way, we saw this in 2020. Like, we saw this with, like, I think a big part of 2020 was the fact that we had the BLM protests during the summer of that year. We saw, this was also during, I'm about to say C19 again. Goodness, get it out of here. Get it out of here. We're on Twitch. COVID. We saw that. And so, to me, we've shown that if we can energize, get just enough of the Democrats out, we could absolutely show what a blue wave looks like. And so hopefully this is enough to do it. So unless you get Chuck Schumer up there, Chuck Schumer starts doing some weird cringe shit, and that's just kind of like
so useless.
Yeah, it's just like, you know, Mitch McConnell. Yeah, don't let them lead from the front. Let Jasmine Crockett lead from the front, please, or AOC. I'll let AOC slip.
Oh, I gotta ask you this: as much as like hyperbolic, like nonsense that I've heard in the last 3 months. Right? How is there such a disparity in voters in the last 4 years?
What do you mean disparity in voter? Wait, don't tell me you're doing the don't IPA. Please don't tell me you're telling me.
Yes, no, I am. No, I am.
Don't do this meme. Please don't do this meme. What disparity?
I am.
Oh God.
There was a dramatic disparity in the number of voters. Yes, there is.
What disparity? What was the exact disparity? Please don't do the little here's the line chart thing that was like done like a day after the voting was counted.
Number of Democratic voters. Like I'm not sure what.
There's a chart out there that shows like 65 million people voted for Kamala Harris, but for Joe Biden they voted like 80 million or some shit like that, and that was like severely. It was super prematurely when they did that chart. After it was all said and done, Kamala Harris got like 75 million, and Joe Biden had like 81 million. So it was like a 5 million discrepancy. And that can be easily chalked up to quite a few different things, depending on how you want to look at it. Whether it's just them staying home because they thought it was pretty solidly blue, right? You can look at the fact that they're in a solidly red state. So they decided, you know what, I'm not going to turn out as much. There's certainly those kinds of things at play, I'm sure. So... But I don't know what discrepancy you're referring to, because if you look at you're
Get out, Papa.
You broke up. You broke up.
Sorry. No, he's fine. I'm sorry. No one's messing with me right now. Not yet. Sorry.
Here we go. So this is better.
That is better. You're right. Please do that more.
But anyways, if you look at it, she did significantly better than Hillary Clinton. Significantly better. I think Hillary Clinton like.
But that's not what I was getting at. She didn't do significant. She didn't do significantly better than Biden.
No, of course she didn't do better than Biden. I know that. I know she didn't.
That's what I'm saying. But that's what I'm getting at. Why? Where? So okay. So what is the?
I want to make sure. Hold on.
Why?
We have two routes we're going to go down here, and I want to make sure we're going to go down the right route and not the wrong route. Please don't tell me we're going to go down. Are we going down the election? Oh God, I don't even want to say this word. Are we going to go down the election fraud route, or are we going to go down the realization that Democrats just flat out didn't turn out, or that some, not all 5 million?
What's the
didn't vote?
Democrat? What's the fraud route?
No. I'm not going down.
Of course.
I'm
Gibbs
asking
ears
you.
perk up.
What's the fraud route? Let's hear that
Oh
one.
my God! No,
I'm
no,
just trolling.
Gibbs,
Go ahead,
time out.
IP. It's
This
your
is
thing,
what
you
your
got
part.
it.
This is it, IP. This is why I didn't want to go down.
I just wanted. I couldn't resist. I couldn't resist.
I know, Gibbs. I got you,
good.
buddy. I know. I was gonna do it as a meme, but no. I really want to know what was the difference in the voter turnout. Please tell me.
There is a variety of reasons that I think this happened.
Okay, shoot, go for it.
Sure, yeah, sure. So some of those are the fact of the swing states. We saw a significant turnout for Actually, not really. Well, we saw a significant turnout for I think both of them. But I think a part of that is, and this is just my gut feeling on this, is that there was just not an energized base as there was in 2020. I think when you look at the fact, here's what you got to look at. Going into 2020, you had 4 years of Donald Trump. You had several years of protests, a lot of energy behind the Democrats to get Trump out of office. They didn't vote for Biden because Joe Biden was somehow uniquely great, right? They voted for Joe Biden because they did not
get him out the same as keep him out.
Wait, what? No. So this is no. I know what you're saying. Look at it like a momentum, right? The ball is rolling, and they're like, "Yes, this is our time. This is our moment." We just had. Remember, the elections happened right after the BLM protests. We just had the failed, botched COVID response. All of that was enough to keep it moving forward. Whereas with the Joe Biden administration, it was business as usual. There was no controversy. There was, yes, Donald Trump was a controversial figure, but it did not permeate because of the past 4 years. So a lot of people, and this is just my gut feeling, okay, what I'm able to assess from this is that most people, like, for example, in California.
KPI doghouse.
What?
Never mind. Sorry.
What's my, so I mean, that's just to me. It's like, look, I'll land my plane here. So the thing is that you just didn't have the turnout. It's just plain as Jane as that. It doesn't mean that Kamala Harris is bad. I mean, think about it. What if you're in California and you're a Democrat? Are you going to turn out to vote in California if you're a Democrat and there's no reason to really turn out and vote? No. And keep in mind, you're talking about the popular vote, right? The Electoral College, she lost certainly, but what I'm saying is that popular vote
and popular vote.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The popular vote can easily be chalked up, which is what we're talking about. Can easily be chalked up to just simply the Democrats to just not turn out.
Well,
yeah.
To doghouse.
Again, that's what I'm asking. Why didn't they turn out?
Well,
I got your answer. There's no answer. He's got no actual answer.
Wait, hold on.
Yeah,
I think in
answer.
2020, Biden was a harder candidate to run against. None of the attacks were really sticking. All they really had.
Why
was
didn't they stick? Cal.
Hold
Why
on.
didn't they stick? Why didn't they stick?
Well, no, I'll let you know if you let me.
Sure, go ahead.
Is this buyer's remorse? Is this them saying like, "Ah, we
No,
got
No.
I think there was no type of record. There was no. It was Biden was just other than him being old. There was like really nothing in 2020 that they ran against. Then once he was in for 4 years, whether we want to attribute everything to him or not, he had things that you could run against him. I mean, namely inflation. I think that was a big factor, and we can get into like, oh, well, they were wrong about why inflation was. That doesn't really matter because people didn't seem to care. It was just inflation's there, and I think to the point,
Perception is like
if they weren't really voting based on pro Biden in 2020, then and then you have Kamala, who's basically campaigning on, well, I'm not going to do anything different. So now you take Biden with 4 years of a record that there's flaws there that they have to campaign on, and Harris is basically saying, I'm not going to do anything different. So then, like, whatever flaws Biden did have are going to directly transfer to her as she's trying to campaign. Because she was basically campaigning on, I'm not going to be any different.
But to be clear, and again, to the point of why Democrats didn't
Gibbs
turn
is
out,
reveling in
it's this is not an idea that the
That's-
Democrats
it's
all of a
humorous.
sudden turned red. That's not the idea either.
But that's what I'm getting at. Do you genuinely believe that many people went from Biden to well, whatever, fuck Kamala, I'm not voting?
That's why I said it's very complex to parse through all 5 million people and their reasons. again, I mean, you could look at
I
California,
was
for
dog out.
example, and you could say that
So I'm asking your
California.
opinion, Doc House. I'm not. This isn't a trick question. I'm not trying to like debate bro
No,
you.
no.
Into, you know.
No. I know, but that's why I'm answering it the best way I can, which is just the TLDR is that they just simply did not turn out because of a variety of factors. One of which being, as the typical saying goes, if you're in Texas, are the Democrats going to turn out for that? If you're in Texas, you're like, this is a losing battle, and there's not enough energy behind it. No, you're probably not going to turn out. Same likewise in California. If you're in a Democrat state, and it's like, well, this is pretty solidly red or blue, I'm not going to turn out.
I mean,
and so
that argument, Doc House, just on a personal note, like just doesn't resonate with
but
me.
and
because
that's one of them.
I voted for a loser for the last 3 election cycles, so whatever.
No, that's fine.
As a libertarian, like
yeah, well, that's yeah. And I think the other thing is too is that there was an element there actually, which you just mentioned is very valid too. There may have been some Democrats who were like, "Hey, I'm they're center moderates," and they're like, "Hey, I'm going to vote."
Oh God,
Libertarian."
no! Don't even say
No,
like the
no,
libertarians
wait.
polled
No,
enough.
no.
Do not even go there.
Stop.
'cause we didn't.
Stop. IPA.
We absolutely did not.
Libertarians pulled, I think, a record number this election actually.
Oh
if
fuck
I'm
no,
not
we
mistaken.
didn't. No,
hold on,
Gary
I'm gonna fact check.
Johnson. No, Gary Johnson was the record for libertarians, for an official libertarian candidate. You want to look at independents as Ross Perot in the last 30 years, but Gary Johnson as an official libertarian was the.
I'm
is
reading
now
this
the
from
record holder.
November 6th. Record turnout for libertarian candidates. Hold on, I'm keeping going here.
Talking about at lower levels.
Yeah, they got fucking 2% instead of 0.5%.
Right. That's what I was gonna say. They didn't get it like.
No,
Listen,
she got
right.
it. Vivian
She's not
Wolf got it.
wrong.
no.
She's
but
not
stop.
wrong.
I paid. The argument wasn't that they had a significant number to like all of a sudden change the election. My point is that they saw record turnout. So there could be an element. There could be an element of it that some people ended up voting libertarian instead of like Democrat. There's a whole host of it. But again, the fact is, and what I think is going to happen is, I think a big driving factor is the economy was enough to rally up the Republican base, and it was very strong for Donald Trump to get out that propaganda message about the economy, and it was successful because like No Mike said, Kamala Harris didn't really.
I think you're overestimating the average American. Weren't you talking earlier about how the average American is dumb? I don't think the average American is dumb. I just think they've got more shit going on in their lives than politics, right? But like, the average American is not paying a huge amount of attention, and the Democrats swapped out their leadership candidate, gave Kamala no chance to fucking really run or establish herself in any fucking way. She was just like Biden 2.0, but half the country didn't know who the fuck she was, right? Nobody gave a shit about her.
I just also don't think there was a lot of momentum.
I think it's really just as simple as that. It's like people didn't really
Doug,
know who to vote for.
just so we're clear, Gary Johnson in 2016 is bar none the winner at 4.4 million.
But if you think the average American is sitting down, like going through their budget, then looking at the local finances, then looking at the national finances, and going, "Oh, it seems like the Democrats have really fucked things up," but no, they're fucking not. They don't care.
Well, let me
They're
ask
doom
you.
scrolling on Twitter.
Let me
That's
ask you.
what they're
exactly.
Let me ask you something, because I'm curious. Do you agree though that those particular protests, there was enough of a political movement in 2020 to really rally the base, where there just wasn't that kind of a movement in this kind of election, where it was just kind of like a meh election? Even though we were running against Donald Trump, it's almost like people forgot.
Well, there was the counter movement, wasn't there? Because there were enough like left wing and liberal people that fell away from the Democratic Party because of Gaza.
There was that, yeah, there was certainly that, but I don't think it was 5 million. I don't think I would say it's 5
I
million.
don't think it was 5 million, but
No.
there's a lot of people who are just like, yeah, no, I wouldn't vote for them. I didn't vote for them because of Gaza. Like, it was more than I thought it would be in the end.
And one could argue, possibly, maybe, just possibly, that Kamala Harris didn't really harp on a lot of Democrat positions. I know the right wants to sit there and call her a socialist, but she really didn't harp on like things like, for example, like free healthcare, or she didn't. I mean, I think she kind of did Medicare for all, like said it one time, but it was not like the core foundation of her policies. It was very, very boilerplate on a lot of her rallies. It was like I literally watched almost every rally, and I swear it was.
No, she was very much business as usual liberal.
She didn't have a chance to establish her identity. That's what I was saying earlier.
For sure.
She had no brand.
Yeah, and she didn't really again when she
Brand
was
was
asked
Biden
about.
light. Like, yeah, you're actually Vivian Wolf's absolutely correct here with this. Like, she had
Yeah.
never had a branding opportunity, and
She's establishment left.
yeah, and like to be fair, like I think that what like the Dems did is they realized that Biden was not going to win, right? Because he clearly after that debate, dementia. Like I don't think I think they knew.
Before?
Well, was it
I'm sorry,
Gibbs?
did you
It was,
say
it was the
after?
donors. I
After
think
the
the
debate,
donors
now-
started making the phone
Oh,
calls.
come
I would-
on.
I would-
You're
hold
being
on, hold on.
generous.
I am
You're
being generous. I'll be generous. Listen. Don't let anybody tell you that Papa Gibbs is not a generous guy. But I think that if Kamala had ran from the start as the candidate and they had said Biden's not going to run again, I think she would have had a much better chance because what happened with her is she had
100%
the honeymoon period, she had the crash, and then she never got out of the crash because it was she only had like what 2 months, a month, 3 months, like it was a very short period,
It was
and she
very
never got to
close race
establish her
all the way up
brand.
until the
She
end.
couldn't
And even,
differentiate
to be
herself from
fair,
Biden. Yeah, it's like she
even
got an
her-
unfair
even
shake
the
with that.
popular vote, she was at a
I think the
1.5%
midterms was the
differential.
time to do it.
So to be clear, like Kamala Harris still had a 1.5% differential between her and Donald Trump.
Well, that's a
And
credit
keep
to how
in
good
mind,
the
keep
Dems
in
have rigged the
mind,
system.
keep in mind, the majority of there was several states, swing states actually, that ended up going Democrat for the House and the Senate, or House and or Senate, whereas the president they ended up going for Donald Trump. So to be clear, this idea of where Gibbs is trying to go about this being like a landslide, Kamala Harris ran very close
Anything about that?
to. Well, I'm just saying the idea that you're trying to say is that like somehow Donald Trump there was a.
No,
like,
I was saying that she didn't get a fair shake. The Dems, they should have
I
not
think
ran
she
Biden.
did-
They
I
should have
think
ran her from the
given-
jump.
I think she could have done
Oh,
better.
she gave
but I
everyone
think
else a fair shake.
But I think given the circumstances she was facing, I think she did pretty well. She could have done better. There's certainly areas clearly if she'd lost, she could have done better.
But
But
that's
there's-
the point.
Okay.
She shouldn't have been facing those circumstances. That's because
Sure.
the Democrat establishment are fucking morons, right?
I don't
They
think,
are.
I think but the problem is like what do you
They
do
got
in a
complacent. I think
situation
they got
where
complacent.
You're
where
right. She shouldn't have been facing that situation because the Democratic establishment are morons. They should have been running somebody else.
yeah, I think like I said, I agree. They shouldn't have run Joe Biden. I'll admit that. Like they shouldn't have run Joe Biden again.
Or
They probably
Kamala.
should
They
have.
shouldn't run Kamala.
Well, I
That's
think Biden not dropping out right after the midterms was probably the issue. I think you give whoever 2 years and it might be different.
Look,
Hmm.
I think the best person, and I freaking hate to say this, depending on who you're trying to go for, there's either you go for a demographic, so like you could run someone who is not a person of color that is a male, so a white male, basically, right?
Tim Walz, dude. Imagine Tim Walz. Tim Walz could have fucking done real well.
Yeah,
People loved that dude.
I mean that's what I'm saying. Like,
Shapiro.
you could even Josh
People who
Shapiro
don't
could have been
know
possibly.
him of that guy. As
But
a
I'm
guy
just-
who gives him this or that.
If you think the major problem is black women, I think you're just fucking well off base, honestly.
I don't think it was, but that's why I'm
Did
saying
I
it depends
say
on.
that?
I'm sure it's a factor, but
That's what I'm
Did
trying
I
to say. No,
say that?
I don't think IPA is saying that. I think
no, I'm
maybe I was
addressing
saying that.
fucking Doghouse who did say that.
Yeah.
Oh,
No,
okay.
I want to
okay.
be. No,
Okay,
I want to
sorry.
be clear. I that's why I was trying to say. It depends on what you're trying to go for here, right? If your idea is if you want to try to appeal to the moderates, then it's clear that from what I've seen a little bit, that people had been moving away from the fact that there is implications, at least, that because of the fact that she was an African American woman, that those two things combined led some people away from her. Now, is it enough? Again, if you're trying to go for the moderates, and that'd be a position to consider. However, I've been advocating for is they need to take a harder stance. Kamala Harris could have done, in my opinion, could have done fairly well if she just harped more on more hardline Democrat stances and not try to run the middle as much as possible, right? Don't be afraid to jump in the controversy pool, right? Like if it means like saying like the Bernie route where like healthcare for all or, raising the minimum wage to like $15 an hour, whatever it may be, run on those popular issues that speak to the most common people. Instead, she's like, I'm going to do tax credits for first-time homebuyers. I'm going to do tax credits, which are great policies. Sure, I'm all for it. No tax on tips. Okay.
You're talking about 15% of the population.
But that's what I'm saying, right? Like it doesn't. Anyways, the point of what I'm trying to say
I'm
is
making
like,
that number up, but you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
doesn't
you're basically
excite.
saying he should run more hardline on the stances that people are actually voting for at the state level in bills, because
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
that's what big issue is.
Could you
That like
imagine?
you look at the state elections, and a lot of like when policies themselves are put up to the voters, it's like, hey, they're voting for center left policy, but not center left politicians.
Mhm.
Could you imagine if she was like, if she sat there and said, "I'm going to run to go ahead and put in law abortion protections"? Could you imagine if she ran? I don't think I ever heard her really address like if she was going to like actually do that, like sign that into law. I mean, I could be wrong. Maybe I'm having like a little bit of like 2 month lag here, but I don't remember her running on. Yes, I am going to make abortion federal law, or not. Yeah, abortion federal law. She didn't run on it. There's so many easy issues she could have run on, and she just kind of like took the middle as hard as she could, which is why when I was trying to advocate for her, I'm like, look, if you're a moderate, she's the like if you're on the center right and you're thinking about like for the voting for a Democrat for the first time, she is the best candidate to vote on the center right.
Does
Because
that
I'll-
make me not center right?
do what?
Does that make me not center right?
What do you mean?
Where does that put me? Because I'm
No,
like,
I'm saying if you were center
pass.
right and you were
I
like,
know
That's
hey,
what
you're
I'm
a
asking
fucking
you.
libertarian.
That's
I
what-
doubt you have a coherent
That's what I'm asking
fucking
you.
political
In your
ideology.
opinion, Dog House, where does that put me?
what do you
Because
mean?
most people would put me center right.
If I'm saying if you were center right and you wanted to not vote for
That's
Trump
what I'm
and you
asking
didn't
you,
want to
dude.
throw
You know
away
me
your
well enough. Yeah, I've known you for like what, fucking 4 years now.
I'm
Like,
so
You-
I've been
IPA, for fuck's sake, not everything is about you. It was a general you. It
I'm
wasn't
just
you,
asking.
you.
No, I understand it. I'm just asking him a question.
generic in chat saying Kamala said she would sign abortion protections law, but again, the fact that like I don't remember her making that like a core center of her argument. I think she may have said it in passing, but again, I'm not denying. Like I said, I've advocated for Kamala Harris. I watched a lot of her rallies, and I don't remember that being a core tenet of her things. The ones that stuck the most to me were the tax credits, and to me, that says a lot, right? I should be able to, like, for example, when I think about Bernie Sanders' campaign, I know that what he ran on, right? I was like, yeah, he ran on like raising the minimum wage. He ran on Medicare for all. He ran on, what was it like? I think they even did the assault. I was going to say pew pew ban, but whatever. I'm sorry, Lethy. I thought like I know some of those things that, and look, I get what she was trying to do. She was trying to break away from that 2020 image, but I think that was her downfall, breaking away from it.
Well, Liberal parties the fucking world over are doing that shit at the moment. You know, they're doing that with the Labour Party over here as well, where it's like they want to try and appeal to, you know, this imagined core of like centre right voters that are like dissatisfied with the current Conservative order, but aren't gonna, but won't go further right, you know, and it's fucking delusional because it just dilutes and destroys the identity of the party that you have. Why are people going to take the watered down version of the full thing? Right? It's not going to fucking happen.
Yeah.
You know, it's like Lemonade saying I'm going to be beer and becoming a shandy. Like people are still going to drink the beer, right?
Wow, I feel attacked as a guy who likes shandies.
You should.
But
I might be drinking one now. Fuck you.
But yeah, and that's one of the reasons I'm actually pretty black pilled on the like neoliberal establishment's ability to fight this rise of the far right, and we keep seeing, you know, we see little wins here and there, like, you know, pop up, and they'll crow and gloat for a little while. But I guarantee you, next fucking election here in the UK, Starmer's out. Starmer's fucking gone. You know, there's a good chance we'll have Nigel Farage as a fucking prime minister. So, you know, every little win that the centre left and the fucking idiot neoliberal establishment managed to get, is just they use that opportunity to show what spineless, lying fucking cretins they are, and have no fucking principles and are only interested in power for power's sake. They just want to beat the right. They have no fucking principles that they want to put in place, you know, instead of the far right, and so they just fucking fall apart. That's what happened with Joe Biden. You know, Joe Biden was a milquetoast, boring ass fucking president who made a couple of really fucking dumb decisions, but other than that, didn't have much of an effect on the country at all. And that's what every fucking liberal who's managed to win in
He
the last
didn't?
fucking 10 years has done.
That's weird. I make more money than I ever have in my life, and yet I feel poor as shit.
Ain't that a bitch?
Well, no. So Joe Biden.
Yeah,
I think
and a lot of stuff happened during Biden's presidency that made that the case, right? Like coming off the tail end of COVID, the war with Russia, right? None of these things are things that Joe Biden did, right? Joe Biden was shit
no,
for all of these. He could
Joe
have used
Biden-
these things as an opportunity to springboard the American economy, right? Or he could have fucked it up so colossally that the American economy just crashes into the fucking sea. But nah,
He did-
you're just sort of like
Well, he
tailing
did
off
do
like
that.
a
If you,
significant
you
gotta-
portion
remember,
of the
gotta
if you remember
disagree
COVID,
with
he
you.
did do that. He did do
I've
that.
got to
Like,
disagree with you. Like, first of all, the CIA released a thing recently said that no, that came from a lab in Wuhan. Second of all,
Wait,
like,
what?
yeah, no, seriously, seriously,
no,
the CIA
motherfucker. I'm not talking about where the fucking virus came from. It could
Look.
have came from Loop-de-Loop's pants for all I care. I'm saying the shutdown is the economic collapse what he did. Bro, that you know how much listen, that
No,
devastated the
Gibbs.
American economy. We should
That's
just left it
right.
open, cold a week, whatever, it'll be
Joe
fine.
Biden had a fine economy, but the problem is that the perception war, Donald Trump won the perception war. Because here's the reality. Inflation goes up, it'll never come back down. When the prices go up, they never come back down. It's just like the idea of whenever you're sitting there. Well, I remember growing up in the 2000s, and my parents would be like, I remember when gas was 99 cents a gallon. Yeah, they'll never be 99 cents a gallon
Oh my
again.
god, I started driving back then.
Yeah, but it doesn't
Fuck
matter
you.
if people are
I feel
earning.
old as shit. Fuck you, Doghouse.
But that's
It
what I'm saying.
doesn't
People
matter
vote
if
with the
people are earning $2 for every one they used to earn.
And my
right?
son's
Like,
only
that's-
like a year older than your oldest. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying though, is like I understand why, people they vote with their wallet. Prices were high. Yes, they went up under Joe Biden. But if you look at the inflation, what you realize is the rate at which it was going up had incredibly decreased. It went up to a high of 9%, and then it dropped down to 2.5% by the end of his presidency.
Wait. You mean
Yeah.
that somebody else other than Biden enacted the CARES Act that was like some $7 trillion worth of? Oh, weird. That's crazy. What do you mean, Doghouse?
What are you talking about? You talking about Trump's CARES, the Trump CARES Act?
What do you mean? No, I'm not talking about that CARES Act.
Yeah,
Fuck
what do you mean? What do you mean?
Yeah,
So
what do
you're
you mean,
so,
Leafy?
so wait.
I'm not
So
no.
hold on. You do realize that the CARES Act, I believe, was the one that was signed in 2020, in like April or May. It was one of the first ones, right? It was one of the first.
Wait, Doghouse. You didn't catch my sarcasm. I'm sorry.
Okay, I'm sorry. It's late and my mind's like
see,
fried.
Part of the problem is when you tell people things like this, they aren't listening. So if you explain to
Doghouse,
people-
remember,
go ahead.
I will find any fucking reason to blame the government for any goddamn thing I can. Okay,
Any,
Yeah,
whether
I mean,
that's Republican, whether
yeah.
that's Democrat, I don't give a shit.
Well,
If there's an opportunity for me to blame the government, I mean, let's go, buddy.
Well, that's the thing is I tried, like, one of the things I did, and it's recorded. I'm glad I've got a recording now of it all on TikTok.
Ooh,
by the way,
Leafy
showing
Drag
it.
Ranger in here.
But
I need
am
my other
shutting
libertarian
that
bro in
down.
here.
As soon as you said that word, I'm going to go ahead and shut that down.
No. But look. The thing is, I tried telling people,
Where's my
look,
Discord?
here are some of the markers that you can look at with Joe Biden's economy. Wages were outpacing inflation. We had the CHIPS Act that was enacted. We had a whole bunch of like the Inflation Reduction Act, all these different bills that were passed that did pretty well, correlatively
Wait,
speaking.
CHIPS Act was Trump. Inflation Reduction was Biden. So like,
CHIPS Act was Joe Biden. Oh,
or
you're
sorry,
trying-
CARES. I'm sorry.
CARES. the
CARES.
CARES,
So, never mind.
yeah, CHIPS was Joe Biden, and so was the Inflation
You're
Reduction
right.
Act.
Sorry, my bad.
And so when you look at all these different factors, then there was
What's up,
also
Lincoln?
some of the speculation
Hey,
was
guys.
is that there was the OPEC deal, which artificially inflated oil prices up until the OPEC deal ended in, like, I think it was 2022. And right around 2022, guess what? We saw prices start to decline as well, or inflation decline as well. So there was multiple factors, but the problem is that Americans vote with their wallet. They don't care what kind of explanation you have. They want to know, why are my prices high? I know my prices were lower under Donald Trump, so I'm going to vote for Donald Trump. It goes back to the whole Americans being fucking stupid. And then some people having the sunken cost fallacy, which is, I've supported this man for the past 8 years, and now I want to support him for the next 4 more years, so 12 years. They've invested so much of their time, so much of their energy into this man that they can't break themselves away from this guy. It's become their identity. It's quite frankly weird.
But Doghouse, the idea that people vote with their wallet is not like unusual. A vast majority
I didn't say
of people,
it was.
right? Okay.
Yeah, I'm not
like-
saying it's unusual. That's why I'm saying I think that isn't certainly probably one of, if not the biggest factor on why people voted for
Well, for
Donald
sure
Trump.
it is.
Yeah. So like
I mean-
but I think it was
Up
a dumb
until you
decision.
get to
And this is the
sorry.
this is the funny thing about it is that like this is where I go back to like the Hispanic voters or the people in Dearborn, Michigan, who ended up voting for Donald Trump because they thought he had his best interests in mind because they were dumbasses. I'm going to call it like it is, and ended up voting for this guy. And now they're looking back at all the stuff he's doing now and going, "Oh, crap, I didn't realize this." So, yeah.
So when you explain to people that it was a global pandemic, not just an American issue, and that all around the world costs went up, inflation went up, and we did better than virtually any other country. Explaining that to people didn't matter at the time.
No.
And
Yeah,
no matter
because
how you
just
explain
because we did better, Leafy, doesn't mean we still didn't get fucked. Like, I mean, it's the degrees of fucked. They got fucked more. Guess what?
No,
We could have been
Gibbs
fucked
did
up if we had just left it open. Then sure, maybe a few people died. Well, like, what has
Shut
been
it
great?
down.
Hold on.
Who
What-
closed it up?
Sure, no, that would be Biden shut it down.
That was
Trump,
Trump.
like,
That was Trump. I think
It
you're
was
having a
Biden.
memory hole.
Yeah.
It was Biden. Trump shut it down initially, right, for a short period. Biden extended it for 2 years. Listen, so like, don't be sitting here trying to
What
get.
did, what did Joe Biden shut down, Gibbs?
Well, okay, so you argue. All right, let's just talk. Let's do this revisionist history. Say Trump did start it. Did Biden or did Biden not keep most of the country in quarantine for the next 2 years?
I don't recall
No, I
that
don't
at
recall
all.
that.
I don't think it was
at all.
2 years.
It's like a year
I
and a
think it was
half,
late-
2 years.
It wasn't even a year and a half, 2 years.
I mean,
In fact, no,
by
wait.
and large, the nation opened up, like,
I remember very
2021.
vividly. I remember very, very vividly that in December of 2020, we saw record travel because of the fact that we were coming out of the pandemic. And
Yeah,
in
of course.
fact, this is one of the
Right.
biggest issues. This was one of the biggest issues that we saw of inflation is because
2021.
right. So one of the biggest issues that we saw was a record amount of money being injected into the economy thanks to Daddy Trump, and then it created hyperinflation. That was another aspect of inflation, was the sheer amount of money that we threw in. And I do not like that Joe Biden ended up passing a second or a third stimulus package in January. Here's the funny thing about it. Donald Trump passed a second stimulus package in December of 2020, and then Joe Biden passed a third stimulus package in January, a month after, which was ridiculous. He should not have done that, and neither should, quite frankly,
All of
have
which
Donald-
are fucking stupid.
Jesus
Well, yeah,
fucking
yeah.
Christ, don't do that, obnoxious prick. Fuck me. My
But
fucking
that's what I'm
ears.
saying. Like, I think to me, it's like when you look at inflation and why it went up, and it's undeniable. You can look at the deficit that Donald Trump added to it due to his Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, due to some of the non C-19 spending. I did it again. Due to
Gonna kick you
that was
next time.
that Lethe, that was an accidental slip. I promise. Due to these things, that is why we saw inflation and the deficit. And look, you talk about Republican spending. Donald Trump spent so much, and it's projected over the next 10 more years due to Donald Trump's policies. This was prior to some of this crazy shit that he's talking about with Canada and Greenland and stuff. It was estimated on the high end to be $10 trillion over the next 10 years on the high end. So again, I'll shut up. I've been talking too long.
Well, I was going to say to Doghouse's point, it's not that people don't vote with their wallets. It's that they are usually going to go with the easiest, most digestible answer as to why the status of their wallet is it is, instead of nuanced, layered approaches to like, okay, this is the entirety of the situation. Most people are more like, nah, the prices at the grocery store are high, and who's the president? Okay, and that's the extent of it, right or wrong. That's how most people approach it.
Oh no! As a guy who makes way more than the average income and understands the nuances, it's the government. Period. End of story. It's the government. Fuck the government.
And this is the thing is that like Donald Trump, I keep hearing this. Oh, the tariffs are gonna fix this and this. Donald Trump fucking caved on the tariffs.
Oh, he
man sat there-
did it. Give me
no,
a
okay,
break.
Gibbs. I'll give you the story.
No,
Yo,
time out.
let's go.
Time out.
Yeah, he
Gibbs.
did.
He
He
is
absolutely
also
caved.
quoted as saying that tariffs won't affect the American consumer, and then now
Right.
has recently said he acknowledges the way that the
Oh
tariffs will affect
no,
the American
yes, it all
consumer.
affected American. Listen, I don't
Yeah,
give a
so
shit
he
about
caved on
that.
Colombia.
He didn't
He
cave on
caved on
Colombia.
Mexico,
Colombia
and he caved on
caved.
Canada.
Yeah, Colombia caved, Canada caved, Mexico
Okay,
caved.
Gibbs, you don't even know a jack shit about Colombia, and neither
Yeah, I
does
don't.
half of the
You're right.
fucking country
Yeah,
that I've talked to
mhm.
about Colombia. It is
Mhm.
hysterical because
Yeah.
what they'll sit there and say is they'll
Listen, dog.
mention.
Once
so
again,
I'll tell you all the
my
line of events
predictions
that
have come
happened.
true, and none of yours have. So I don't know who knows more about what. I'm just saying.
Gibbs, you are unable to tell me what happened with Colombia, so I will
Oh, I
continue.
will tell you
So
what happened
one-
with Colombia.
Okay,
Colombia
go ahead and
did
tell
not-
me. Let me see.
yeah,
Let me
listen,
see if you
so
know.
we
I
were
know
gonna sit-
everything, so
Let
be
him-
careful.
let
Go
him say it,
ahead.
let him say it.
Yeah, I will.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
Walk into the trap.
What was the one? We were just walking in the trap. You ain't got no. You wouldn't know a trap
Go
if it hit
ahead,
you in the
Gibbs.
face. Sure. First of
Go
all,
ahead.
what happened? What happened? We deported people. They objected to how we were sitting in back in military planes. He said you're gonna take him no matter what, or we're gonna do whatever. Then they said, hey, we're gonna deport one white person for however many people you do it. He said, haha, okay, sure. And then they backed down like a little bitch. That's what
Wrong,
happened.
wrong. See, you're already
Facts.
wrong. Thank you,
Facts.
thank you.
It's facts.
So this is the problem is.
Oh, I can
is
do that too. Wrong.
Okay, Gibbs. So look, what happened was
Wrong.
is Donald Trump said, "You're going to take your people back, or I'm going to impose a 25% tariff." And the Colombian president
said
said,
that?
"I want them to have a dignified return, not in handcuffs and not on a AC-130."
And then
or
we
whatever
send
the
him on a
damn
plane
thing's
anyway.
called.
On a
Anyways,
military plane anyway.
and so
Because
the
you're
president
wrong.
said,
Gibbs,
"Now hold
Gibbs,
on."
do you have a source?
Yeah, I do.
Gibbs doesn't have a source. So one of the things is when you look at what happened was there was an interim. There was an interim period where the Colombian president, after saying, "I want them to come back with a dignified return," you know what? Let me actually pull up the Colombian president's actual words. Hold on. I think it's like Gustavo something or other. Let me pull it up.
There you go. This is from CNN right here. Colombia backs
Gustavo
down on
Crane?
accepting deportees on military
Gustavo-
planes after terror shit. So I guess you're arguing with CNN now. Cool. Here's the link. I'll post it in my chat. I guess link these.
No,
links
no,
to
I
live
got you. Hold on.
Where do you want me to? It's in mine.
Typical Gibbs, always believe in the liberal media.
Yeah, you know, the liberal media is what I believe, right? Like, I guess Doghouse knows more than CNN, which is barking for his side. But hey,
I'm surprised you're supporting CNN. But no, no,
Hey, hey, I'm just saying. Well, I'm supporting the truth, which is when CNN has to eat crow and say it, then suck a dick. You're wrong.
when were those tariffs hold on, I'm trying to find the exact date it was. I gotta find.
Yeah, well, I could just read. You know, if you want me to, I can just read the CNN article to you. Here's the headline: Colombia backs down on accepting
What date
deportees on
was that?
military planes after Trump's tariff threats. By Aaron Pellish, Alejandra Jamero, and Stephanie. I don't even know how to say that. Whatever that fucking is.
What
and
date was
Priscilla Alvarez.
Didn't Trump
Yeah.
call CNN fake news?
Hey, so exactly. So I guess if CNN is saying it, then you know, I guess they're just pulling it out of the
Hey, what
sky.
day-
And now they're a liberal. Somehow they
God dang
changed
it, Gibbs!
from
What
leftist to
date was
Republican.
it?
This was fucking updated
Gibbs,
January 27, 4:14 a.m.
Okay, that's why I need to
Gibbs,
know. I need to know the. Thank you. I'll be right back.
Gibbs, you know that like yelling is not required in your responses.
Nah, fuck all that. I want to yell.
Yeah, I was about to say he's gonna yell anyway.
I'm gonna do what I want. I know I don't have to. Listen, do I have to drink my own piss? No, but it's sterile and I like the taste.
Do you have a source on that?
Yeah, it's called Patches O'Houlihan,
Grills.
the greatest
It's called
dodgeball
Bear
player.
Grylls.
The greatest dodgeball player that's ever lived. Patches O'Houlihan. Dip, dive, duck, dive, and dodge.
It's a lot of D.
The D.
So
What are you building over there, Gibbs?
So I got two of my Lich Guard done. I'm almost done with this fucking stack.
Gibbs
Yeah.
likes the D.
Yeah, we're starting out. I started with Necrons because they're like my third favorite faction. And if I fuck up painting them, then whatever. So I can learn how to paint. 'cause I'm
Oh,
not real
right here.
artistic.
all
right, guys.
Doghouse has returned.
So this is it. So what happened was, I want to give context. I already said it earlier. Was that the Colombian president said, "I want them to have a dignified return." There was a period in time that there was no response, and the Colombian president. This was the next step. I'm gonna read this entire thing. So bear with me for a minute, okay?
What date is
I'm
that,
not
by the
even
way?
kidding you.
Since you brought up the date.
Yeah. I can read this for you. This was on Twitter. Gustavo Petro. Hold on. Let me find the date. It was January 26, 2025 at 3:15 p.m.
Okay.
This was
a few
yes,
hours,
this was
like
right-
6 hours before.
This was like a
CNN's
few
reporting
hours.
on
No,
him.
hold on. This was no, stop. This was a few hours after he said that he would
Back down like a
end
baby
up
back
taking
bitch.
him back on a dignified plane. This is his response. I'm not even kidding you. This is exact response translated. Trump, I don't really like traveling to the U.S. It's a bit boring, but I confess that there are some commendable things. I like going to the all right, listen, I'm going to say some things. I'm going to try to make sure they're not slurs. I'm like going to the black neighborhoods of Washington where I saw an entire fight in the U.S. Capitol between blacks and Latinos with barricades, which seemed like nonsense to me because they should join together. I confess that I like Walt Whitman and Paul Simon and Noam Chomsky and Miller. I confess that Sacco and Vanzetti, who have my blood, are memorable in the history of the USA, and I follow them. They were murdered by labor leaders with the electric chair, the fascists who are within the USA, as well as within my country. I don't like your oil, Trump. You're going to wipe out the human species because of greed.
Blah, blah,
Maybe-
blah, communism.
No,
Yeah,
hold on.
all this is
Yeah,
blah
okay.
blah blah. I'm a bitch.
So
I'm
hold
not
on.
gonna have to take
He
it
went
back on
off.
those
Over,
same
look, no, hold on. This is great. Watch this. They are the United States, and before them I kneel before no one else. Overthrow me, President. The Americans and humanity respond. Colombia now stops, looking north, looks at the world. Our blood comes from the blood. My land is made up of goldsmiths who worked in the time of the Egyptian pharaohs and of the first artists in the world of
Yeah, well, none of this matters, Doghouse.
No, hold on. I'm about to tell you. Hold on. All right, here. Fine.
Right after
Here
he
we go.
gave the speech, he took
Okay,
them back on
hold
military
on.
planes.
Gibbs, I know you don't like facts. Gibbs, I know you don't like facts. I'm about to wrap it up. Gibbs, I know you don't like facts. Gibbs, I know you don't like facts. Facts don't care about your feelings. Hey, bro.
I already posted the facts.
I'm gonna go on. Okay, so this is the last part.
You lost me at Chomsky. Sorry.
So hold on. I'm going to read the last part of his tweet here. Your blockade does
tweet
not
doesn't
scare me
matter.
because Colombia, besides being the country of beauty, is the heart of the world. I know that you love beauty as I do. Do not disrespect it, and you will give it your sweetness. From today on, Colombia is open to the entire world with open arms. We are builders of freedom, life, and humanity. I am informed that you impose. Hold on. This is the last part right here. I am informed that you impose a 50% tariff on the fruits of our human labor to enter the United States, and I do the same. Let our people plant corn that was discovered in Colombia and feed the world. After this, Donald Trump then responded, "We have a deal." So who caved to who? Donald Trump caved after he realized that Colombia wasn't messing around.
All right, this is from CNN. This is it. Colombia said Sunday evening it had agreed to all of President Trump's terms, including the unrestricted acceptance of immigrants who enter the U.S. illegally after two
After
US
this tweet, Gibbs, he caved.
Hold on. Entered the U.S. illegally after two U.S. military planes were originally blocked from the country.
Yes.
And then,
Yes.
then he made, and then guess what? Here's the kicker. They now are accepting the military planes. So suck a dick.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter. I can say all the mean shit in the world, and then whenever I'm like, hey,
You're funny,
I'm gonna
my
fucking
guy.
take you out.
Trump caved, bro.
Okay.
Hey, look.
No.
I know.
You're wrong. You're lying.
Douglas, time out. If I'm selling a car and somebody makes me an offer that is perfectly acceptable, and I say, sure, game on, am I the idiot?
No. That's not what happened, IPA.
No.
That's
That's
not what
exactly
happened.
what happened.
No,
That's
IPA.
exactly what
That's not
happened.
What happened? What happened is we said, "Oh, you're not going to take our planes? Tariff." And then he said this little speech, and then Trump said,
And then no, wait, you're leaving something out there, Gibbs. You're leaving something out there because Colombia said.
Listen, this is what happened, and this is what CNN says. So you're arguing with CNN, not me. After
No,
your
I'm
little
arguing
boy,
with you.
after your little boy gave his speech, guess what happened? They had to take the U.S. military planes. Anyway, that's like me going, guess what? You're getting fucked, no lube. You can bitch about it. I'm doing it anyway. He basically made him suck his metaphorical dick. That's what happened. There's no denying.
Yeah, the Colombian president said, "Bend down and like." Never mind.
What terms did he put forth that he got? Because it looks like everything Trump put forward, he got. So whenever somebody gets everything they want, that's a win, right? Because Trump got everything he wanted.
So what?
You and I are on the same page here. I think we're just saying different things.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, I get it, but
at the end of the day, this is a deal that benefits us. It's acceptable. Good, yay. We just said
well,
yes.
it's a deal that we said you have to do.
Sent
Otherwise,
back on
you're
a
fucked.
dignified
And
plane. They were not sent back
No,
on a
they were sent back on two U.S. military
No,
planes.
they were
the
sent back
same
on
exact
They were sent
fucking
back on
planes.
no, they were sent back on a
You're
they were sent
lying.
back
You're
on a
either
president.
honest,
No, I'm not lying.
you're
I saw
honestly
the video.
lying, or you're
I looked at the
wrong.
video.
You're
You want to provide a source?
wrong.
Provide a source. You
I
can
already
provide a
did.
source.
I
Okay.
posted the CNN
No, you
article
didn't
in
provide. You
chat.
did not. You did not provide a source about them
Douglas, you
arriving on
really
a cargo
have
plane.
gone to the left. You're like,
I literally already posted the
No,
source
this is called
in the
TikTok
chat.
brain, okay? I've
It's a
gotten in
CNN.
fucking
It's not a
crazy.
TikTok brain. I posted.
No,
the
not
source.
you,
It's
Gibbs.
from
Jesus, shut up
CNN.
for a minute and you'll listen. I was saying the reason why I've become so freaking source brained here is because I argue with literally as I'm working during the day, I listen to TikTok lives and I participate in them, and I swear to God, it is insane.
I have I have it on good authority that every time Gibbs is wrong, he gets a little bit louder in his responses.
No, I actually get quieter. Actually, what happens though, Cal, is I just never talk about it again. So if you ever
So
get me louder, I'm more and more confident.
The other thing is, if we want to look at the fact of like Mexico, where Trump caved as well, he ended up getting, or if you don't want to say Trump caved, that's fine. He got a terrible deal
because he got everything he wanted.
Because there was already 10,000 troops on the border.
Oh,
and
yeah,
second,
really?
if you look at Canada, that $1.5 billion border plan was actually already in motion as of December of last year. So
now he's moving the goalposts after that we admitted.
No,
Colombia, Colombia
look,
basically bowed down. Took
no,
up the
Colombia
axe, right?
Colombia didn't bow down, but I'm
so the U.S. military planes.
this.
Well, I already posted the source. Can you provide a source,
Where's the source?
showing they weren't? It's in my chat. I'll post it again.
Yeah, because I've got videos of them actually being.
Here's the
coming
source
off
again,
of
bro.
the
It says they
airplane.
literally had to take the military planes. They didn't send a presidential plane.
Where is it posted at?
Here, I'll post it.
I don't have access to the. I don't have access to the.
I
chat.
posted it in my chat. Here, you go to my chat.
Doghouse.
But
This
yo,
is
chat,
the
I'm not
exact
reading
same
that
thing of somebody making
Post it
an
on general
unreasonable
somewhere.
offer, and I say, no, this is my offer. And they say, sure, that's fine. I'm going to counter with the exact same offer.
Okay,
And
can I?
Sure, that works. And then everyone goes, oh,
Wait.
see, he said it works.
No. Stop. So here's the thing.
No,
If
it's
you
not.
have the hold on, no
I'm not gonna
IPA.
stop. That's
Hold on.
exactly what this is.
Okay. If you have the president of the United States,
Here's two
Donald
sources.
Trump,
I'll post two.
sitting there and coming to an agreement with the Colombian president, do you agree that
And that
it's
agreement's everything he
convenient that
wants.
after the president of Colombia says, I'm going to impose a 50% tariff back on you, that all of a sudden it brings Trump to the negotiation table? Interesting,
Yeah,
because I thought Donald Trump said he wasn't going to cave, but yet he caved.
He
to
didn't
Colombia.
cave because he got every single thing he asked for.
What did he
So
get?
who
That he
caved?
could land the planes in Colombia? That's hysterical.
The military planes. The military planes. He got exactly what he
Where's
said.
the source?
I've already
Where'd you
posted two of them in general. Now, two in general. Both of them.
Let me break this down.
So you're just wrong, like unequivocally.
Doghouse, let me break this down. America offers A. Colombia offers B, counters with B. America offers or counters with
A again.
And correct. Colombia offers A. America accepts A. Everyone goes, see,
Both.
they accepted
Wait.
A.
His own source literally says here, Foreign Minister Luis Gilberto Murillo said in a televised statement, he added that U.S. deportation. Hold on, he added that U.S. deportation flights had resumed, and the Colombian presidential plane was being prepared to assist in repatriating citizens. I was right, you dummy.
You're wrong. You're wrong. Hold on. What did it just say in that own sentence? Did you read that?
Yes.
Read
he
it again.
added that U.S. deportation flights had resumed, and the Colombian
the military
presidential
planes he already said.
Colombian presidential
the
plane was being
military
prepared.
plane. So the
Where do you see
Colombian-
military plane? Where do you see military plane in here,
No.
Gibbs? Are you reading? You don't read.
Bro, they
You didn't
did
read.
not. Hey,
Christ,
Jesus
can you guys
Christ.
stop peeking your microphones? Holy fucking shit. You and the jolly ginger fuckwit over there. Like, I cannot.
I mean, I just the problem is he's denying blatant fact, and he's. I thought the Democrats were the party of the facts and shit, right? Now we're sitting here,
I am.
the
I'm
exact
working
same
off of
planes,
facts.
the exact
You're
same
not.
planes. The exact same
No,
planes.
they're not the exact-
were
not the exact
resumed.
same planes.
They were
Not the
exact
exact
resumed,
planes.
and he
No.
excluded, and he
Wow.
also,
That was weird.
in addition to the U.S. military planes, he's offering
You are
his plane
being
to help.
dishonest,
No,
Gibbs.
I'm
It
being
literally
I'm
says
the
right
only
here
one
that he
being honest
added.
here. You are not the only
It
one.
literally
You're
says
being-
Colombian presidential
Accepting the original
plane.
offer? No, Doghouse, accepting the
You are being-
original offer is not.
I'm
a
reading
win.
Gibbs' fucking source, you
I
fucking
said the
nimwits.
source, and he's denying that. Like, what he read the sentence where it proved what I said, and then it added.
Where
and
does
he's
this?
gonna add
What does
this-
it? What does it prove? It Colombian presidential plane. What's a Colombian presidential plane, Gibbs?
What does it say right before that?
That U.S. deportation flights had resumed, and the Colombian
They're
presidential
going
plane
in
was being prepared.
military planes. Holy shit!
That's not the
It says they
military
resumed.
planes, you
They resumed.
genius.
They
Oh
resumed.
my God.
They were originally in military planes, and guess what? If those flights resumed, and it's the same flights, guess what?
It's
that
not
means
the
they're
same
also
flights,
Listen,
you
I know
genius.
you
It's the
don't
Colombian
understand
presidential
English.
plane.
No, I know you don't understand English. But
I know you
guess
don't
what?
understand
Hold on.
English because it literally says the
Hold on.
Colombian presidential plane was being
Let me-
prepared to
let
assist
me
the
just explain
repatriating
this for you.
citizens.
No, you're wrong. You're wrong.
I'm so
First of all,
rating after
one.
this.
Hold on. We're gonna break this out into English, right? It's real simple.
A raid
It goes
plane.
simple. It goes simple, just like this. Hey, military plane full of immigrants sit. They denied it. He goes, oh, okay. Then he made his little speech, and then they go, oh, okay, we're gonna agree to everything Trump said, and those planes, the same ones, resumed. That means the same planes resumed, and then
No,
what
it
you add,
doesn't.
hold on, shh. Then what you added, added is the next
I
sentence.
didn't
which
add.
said-
It literally
which-
says it on there.
in the
Go ahead.
sentence. It says, oh, those planes resumed. Those are the same planes, and
No, it
that's
didn't say
what
the same planes.
It
You
is.
say
It
word
does-
for word.
it-
Read the sentence,
it-
Gibbs. Read
oh
the
my
sentence,
God.
Gibbs. Read the entire sentence. I want you to read the
I
entire
will,
sentence.
okay, I'm going to actually give an English lesson. This is
No, you're not.
referring
You're
to.
not. I want you to read the entire
referring
sentence,
to.
Gibbs. I'm not going to let you speak. Go ahead and
the
say the entire
particle
sentence.
pronoun.
I'm not going to let you
Particle
speak,
pronoun.
Gibbs, until
I
you say
will.
the
A
entire sentence.
particle
I'm not going to
pronoun.
let you
Listen,
speak
I'll
until
just
you read the
mute you on
entire
my
sentence,
end
Gibbs.
and keep talking.
Read the
So
entire
the
sentence because
particle
English is your
pronoun
first
of
language.
this,
Read
guess
it.
what? That's the
I just
end.
wanna
I'm
keep
just making up
laughing.
words. It's
I
the
know, he doesn't
any
wanna read
words.
it. He doesn't
It
wanna
goes,
read it
hey,
because
the
facts don't care about his
flights.
feelings.
They guess what? Resumed.
Gibbs, facts
Check
don't
this
care about
out.
your feelings. Read the
Refers to the
entire
flights
sentence, bro.
from the previous sentence. Yeah, I
Yeah,
muted him. I
clearly.
can't hear him. Refers to
It's
the
okay.
flights
I'm
from
going
the
to continue
previous
reading
sentence.
it. So it
Guess
does
what?
say
Cool.
he
Cool.
added
Hey,
that
that's
U.S.
how English
deportation flights
works.
had resumed.
Then
The
in
Colombian
their own
Reserve Army
sentence,
was being
do this.
prepared
in the own
to assist in
sentence, the
repatriating
own,
citizens.
going
the
on.
The
own
White House
sentence, he
also
says,
backed
hey,
off its
get this
sanctions
One
against
of
terrorists
you
unless
out.
Colombia appeals
go.
the
Check
honest
this
One
out.
agreement.
of you
I've
stop.
already muted
Today's
him. I'm going to
events
finish.
mark it clear to the
Check that
world
in the
that
own
America's
sentence, it
respected
says,
again. President Trump will
and
continue to
I'm
face
gonna
and
mute
protect
the
the
every
nation's
presidential
sovereignty.
somebody
blame
in like
is
2
being
Yes,
seconds.
do
is
it.
being
Do it.
added
Please
to
do
is
it.
going to be
I
used. That's
encourage.
what it says. He read it out loud. We all heard it.
Okay. God damn.
Did that plane get landed?
The plane has
Not
landed.
successfully. It landed. It landed like a Boeing.
The landing gear busted.
Nobody could hear a fucking word either of you are saying. Like, come the fuck on, dudes.
Well, my chat could hear it because I just muted him. So, fuck it. I mean, if he doesn't want to let me finish what he exactly just read aloud, it's real simple. Like, I don't know why he's even arguing over this. It's a dumb hill to die on. He's just wrong. Sometimes you're wrong.
Well, unless you're me, then you're basically never wrong. And even if
Gibbs
you
is
are
never-
wrong, you know.
I don't think we're gonna reach a resolution on this one.
No, because
Well,
Gibbs has
well,
got
we
the
don't have to,
MAGA
'cause,
brain mind
I'm right.
virus.
He
right now.
basically,
It's
we all heard him
insane.
say what it said. Like, everybody else heard it. Like, what does flights
I-
resumed mean to you?
What do you
Like, what
think
does that
that's
mean?
saying? In
If
the
I say
Colombian
a flight
presidential
got
plan has been
canceled,
prepared to assist
that
repatriating
same
citizens.
flight
What do you think
resumed.
that
What does
means?
that mean to you?
Okay, exactly. So here's the thing. Donald Trump has caved 3 times at least with Canada, with Mexico, and with Colombia. So we can move on because I know Gibbs isn't ever going to agree with Colombia.
Anybody?
So, but we can talk about Mexico where there was already.
I mean, it
10,000
does
border
seem
patrol-
like he caved with Canada and Mexico, to be fair.
Yeah.
No, I mean, we can argue about those in a second, but we're talking about Colombia specifically right now. In that sentence,
I
if
don't
a flight
know enough about
resumed,
the Colombia one.
if it
No
flight
idea.
resumed, that's what it means, right?
I will not contribute anything to Colombia at the present time.
Were they sent back there in handcuffs?
I think it's all been said.
Yeah, that's
What
what
are,
I
like,
don't
one,
know. I know
like
they
the-
did send
Not that
2
I'm aware of.
C-17s. I don't know if they were still in handcuffs.
There doesn't
Um,
seem to be
wasn't
any
the initial
like,
flight-
confirmed reports of that.
That's what I'm
Wasn't
saying.
the
So,
initial
like, I
flight
don't think
like
we're
a
gonna get,
number
like,
of-
a real resolution.
Wasn't the initial flight like a number of like proper violent criminals there?
That's what they said. I don't know
Yes.
if this is the case.
From
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's true. It could have just been some
So
fucking
Nair Sox is using
Supposedly,
Reuters.
yes.
Hold on, Nair
random
Sox.
consuela. You
You're
just
gonna
don't
get
know,
one
do you?
guy by Nair. Let's go.
no. That,
No,
that
no,
is-
no, no.
that is
Nair is using an
supposedly
article-
the
hold on.
case, yes.
Nair Sox is using an article from Reuters in which it says, but in a statement late on Sunday, the White House said Colombia had agreed to accept the migrants after all, and Washington would not impose threatened penalties. And this is what the actual White House said. The government of Colombia has agreed to all of President Trump's terms. Now, before Gibbs freaks the fuck out, keep in mind that this is the White House who has already what's the word I'm looking for?
Well, I read that
Mischaracterized
Colombia
some of these quotes.
agreed to the terms.
Yeah,
Who?
no.
Colombia admitted they agreed to all the terms.
So White House is saying
So you're
that
just arguing with both
including
the White House and the
unrestricted
Colombian presidency.
Gibbs,
including
can
on
you
US.
let him finish? Can you just let him finish?
Yes.
If he says
So
something dumb and wrong, you can tell him it's dumb and wrong when he's finished talking.
if he thinks I'm wrong, then it's going to completely dismantle.
I didn't
his
even
entire
hear him.
argument.
There was like a pause for 30 seconds. What happened?
Yeah. So it says the government of Colombia has agreed to all. This is what the White House says, to all of President Trump's terms, including the unrestricted acceptance of all illegal aliens from Colombia returned from the United States, including on U.S. military aircraft with limitation or delayed. This is what Nair Sox posted. However, he or she, I don't remember Nair Sox, that this was from the White House. So the White House is the one saying this. There's no suggestion in any other article that is how they came in there.
That's interesting because the first sentence of the article I posted says Colombia said Sunday evening it had agreed to all of President Trump's, including the unrestricted acceptance of immigrants who unrestricted acceptance. So basically, they
No, that's not what that
wrong.
says, genius.
That's what Colombia's government said. So you're arguing with the White House.
Colombia's
and Colombia.
government said they're going to be sending in with the presidential plane, and there's no photos that I can find, at least, that they're showing that this came in.
Bro, this is the most dishonest bullshit I've ever heard.
On a military plane.
DM me or something next time. I wasn't looking there.
Is the Reuters? Is the article you posted, Gibbs, just repeating what the White House's statement was?
No, I posted two different articles, one from CNN and one from Reuters. So they both confirm the exact same statement that I made.
No, they don't. They don't, because the White House is saying one thing and Colombia is saying a whole nother.
Colombia said on CNN, on Colombia's article, like CNN says that Colombia's government said they accepted all the terms and unrestricted access.
Yeah,
so
but
you're
CNN
arguing what
could just be reporting what the White House said, right?
Well, they also quote the White.
Certainly
They also quote the White House. So they quote a specific person in there, the foreign minister Luis Gilberto Munito. They quoted him. It says that in the third paragraph of the first CNN article. Like I don't know why he's even trying to like weasel his way out of this. Like it's literally the second and third paragraph.
Oh, look. Oh, wait.
Colombian response.
Wait. This is the next day, January 28th at 5:01 a.m. And this is from the Colombian president. Our compatriots come from the United States free, dignified, without being handcuffed. We structure a productive, associated, and cheap credit plan for migrants. The migrant is not a criminal. He's a free human being. And guess what? They're not in handcuffs, and they're on what is a regular airplane, not a military aircraft. I can provide the link for everyone to look at this. They weren't in handcuffs, and they were on the. Well, I'm assuming it's a presidential plane. This is on a regular plane. I'll go ahead and post this in the general for everyone to see that they were.
It's
not
a regular
on
plane, not the presidential. So we have multiple lies here.
I don't know if this was a presidential plane, but it looks like it's a commercial airplane. Here, I'll send it to you. But it was not on a military airplane, that's for sure. What's that, Gibbs? Take a look at that. What is that picture of? Is that a military airplane? Can anybody tell me that? Is that a military? Oh, look. Wait, I got a picture right here.
Where'd you post it?
Yeah, what are you talking about, dude?
In general, look at general. There's a picture of them getting off the airplane. Is that a military airplane? That's not a military
here we
airplane.
go. We got another one right here. I got another photo. I literally have one right here. We can play this all day. This is from 9 hours ago. And here's one from 8 hours ago. And this is a military plane. Like, you're just fucking wrong.
It does look like a military plane.
Lethe, it's come to this.
Here you go, bro. Here you go. Here's another one. Here's another one. There's a military plane in this photo. There's one right there. I'm sorry. I'm going to post a second source right here. There's both of them confirmed military planes.
Oh, right.
They're both in general.
That looks like a military plane, yeah.
Dude's battle of the airplane photos.
I swear to you.
I mean, it's funny because I get told I'm lying when I'm the only one providing concrete proof, like every time. Like, this is why I get mad when people are like, source, Gibbs, source. And then I provide them, and they're like, we don't accept that, even though it's multiple sources that say the exact same thing.
None of this suggests, this says 8 hours, but I don't know when this was posted because
first you were trying to do timestamp date. Now I post a more recent one.
No, because Gibbs, do you think, wait, Gibbs, would you agree
an 8 hour ago and a 9 hour ago one?
Hold on, Gibbs. What I'm trying to say is that this doesn't suggest that is exactly what they did. It says Donald Trump administration prioritizing an anti-immigrant agenda since the president's return to office has already sent military aircraft to various countries, which is true. He did initially. It doesn't say if that is how they ended up doing it at the conclusion.
Well, here's a video of them doing it in the live.
Which one?
In the LiveNet one, they're literally they have a video of them getting off, bro.
What are you talking
about? This is a military plane that you posted.
Yes, it is. The LiveNet one shows military planes. It talks about the logistics. It's a C-17 transport aircraft at the I don't know why you're even like, what this is even a debate. Like, this is not a debate. I have 4 articles that say the exact same thing. He's arguing with one little segment in one line on one argument that they're also using the presidential plane. Like, this is not a debate. He's unequivocally wrong. And this is a stupid thing to die on this hill, Doghouse. I don't know why you're choosing to die on this hill.
Okay, first of all, the MSN one doesn't say anything. And I've already posted, what you're posting is articles. I've posted actual pictures of them coming off.
There's videos and photos in the store thing.
Those pictures are not from the ones from Colombia, you genius. They're from
and
all
yours
the
are?
Wait. Yes, mine are from the fucking governor of Colombia, genius. They're literally from the governor of,
because these say
the president of
thing.
Colombia, my guy. It literally from the president of Colombia. You can literally go and look.
This is literally a photo. This is literally a photo of them being handcuffed and flown out by U.S. supporting military aircraft. I don't know why
Hey,
you're
genius.
even debating this.
Why don't you
It says
open
that
up
in the
those
caption.
Twitter? Why
It
don't
is
you
the
open
caption.
up those? I know you
I'm
don't
not going
like
to
looking at
accept a
Twitter.
Twitter source over 4 of articles that are documented and they have
Right.
to be fact
Okay.
checked. Like you're just wrong.
The first picture with them handcuffed and going onto the flight with the fucking landing bay or whatever the fuck you call it.
It doesn't
open.
even say where
That
they're
was the
going or
picture-
who they're from.
That was the picture that was taken right at the beginning of the event when they
Yep,
tried
there
to
you
put a
go.
bunch of people on the plane and Colombia refused to have them land.
And again, my source is far better than any of the ones you've provided because it's directly
they were
from
Disney
the
planes.
president of Colombia himself.
Oh, so if I posted Greg Abbott doing something, y'all would just accept that as fact? No, y'all
You
absolutely
can
wouldn't.
show the picture
Twitter,
of Greg Abbott
Twitter
busting
is not.
immigrants to, like,
Twitter is
Democrat states.
not equal to 4 different sources that are fact checked and have fact checking department. You're just wrong. You're just wrong.
Okay, so
And
I'm
you
just going
just
to
have
pretend
to,
that
like-
the video. So wait, are the videos of these immigrants coming into Colombia just like fake videos, like AI videos or something?
Are you telling me that 4 different websites got fact checked and they all passed fact checking and they all passed the editing stage and they're all somehow wrong?
I'm
And when they've
using
been
a
posted by
literal
different
primary
errors?
source. This is like the definition of a primary source. You're using like I guess you could say like a news source would probably be a primary, but
Yeah, news
either
source
way,
is
like,
absolutely
I'm
a
using-
primary source if you remember.
I'm sorry, Gibbs. I
Your
know you're
school.
trying to pretzel your way into this.
I'm not trying to pretzel nothing.
videos.
The only one trying to pretzel is you're posting unverified photos by a governor of a country. I'm posting verified photos and verified articles that are being reported by multiple news agencies. I don't know how this is a debate. You're literally pulling the
Your
conspiracy.
picture,
You're
Gibbs,
pulling it out.
Gibbs, your picture
You're
doesn't
pulling out
specify
Jones.
at all, and that's why even Vivian had to clarify.
And why are the
that
articles saying
picture,
the same
hold on.
thing?
Because the article doesn't say where that picture's coming from, you genius. It says several illegal immigrants chained and handcuffed being flown out of U.S. abroad military aircraft. It doesn't even say where
Yeah, when
that's
they're
coming
chained
from.
and handcuffed walking onto the fucking landing bay, that is the first photo that was fucking posted of the migrants going onto the plane. That was the first plane that got sent out, and Colombia refused to let it land.
Correct. And
So
that's
you're
why the
telling
pictures
me
that I
4
posted
different
are
news sources, most of them that lean left,
Gibbs,
all
you're trying
somehow
so hard.
No,
to
I'm
ignore the
not trying so hard at all. You're just
You are.
blatantly ignoring fact because it's not
No,
convenient
you're
to your
blatantly
point.
ignoring the
This
fact
is
that there is
very
video-
dishonest. It's crazy that
Yes,
you're doing
it's the
You're
most
being dishonest.
famous. It's the most famous photo that encapsulates.
No, I'm
the
not even
conflict.
Vivian. I'm not arguing
Yeah.
about the photo. Oh, listen, the photo. Sure, I'll grant you this one photo. I don't give a shit. I have 4 different primary sources. 3 of them are left leaning. They all confirm this. These are left leaning sites
I
that
mean,
should be backed.
CNN's bending the knee to Trump and Elon
Okay,
Musk.
sure.
At the
Oh,
moment
okay.
anyway.
So the
y'all
2,
agree- hey, look,
we have
let's
one
not do-
middle
let's
one.
not do that.
Sure, fine, Vivian.
Wait, I wanna-
Okay, the point is though, I have 4 sources, primary sources. 2 have their own photos,
I've had it
and
mute
this is the
Gibbs.
point.
I'm sorry,
He is over
guys,
here
'cause
going,
this is
"Hey,
like,
guess
I'm
what?"
I'm
blind,
looking
just
at
go around
these. I'm looking
circles.
at these
They
photos.
all
Gibbs.
confirm this.
I'm looking at these.
Listen, forget the photos. Do the articles all say the same?
Why are we forgetting the photos? You
We'll
said
come
you
back to that in a
posted
second.
4 different photos.
We'll
Yeah,
get
but
back to that.
posted-
we were
Did the
talking about
articles all
whether
say
or
the same
not
thing?
they're fucking arriving handcuffed on
I
military
don't know,
planes.
the
To be
military
clear,
planes are arguing. I don't
Vivian,
give a
those
shit about
pictures
handcuffs.
from
The
Gustavo.
last plane here seems to be a Colombian military plane.
Yeah, no.
It's
So
still
the
military
one
plane.
Before that,
you talking about the Gustavo
one
Petro
before
ones?
that's interior, I can't tell. One before that's Trump, and the one before that is just the fucking original photo when they tried to send them over but got refused.
Yeah,
So, like,
and that's what I was gonna say. Is the
And you
Gustavo
said you kept
Petro?
posting the photos,
let
and
Vic finish
I don't
telling
see
us.
any photos of them arriving in Colombia handcuffed on an American military aircraft.
Yeah, the 2 pictures I posted from Gustavo Petro do not show them on a military aircraft. I mean, I guess unless you want to say it looks like a military aircraft.
Well,
but
this
it's not.
this one is a Colombian military aircraft. You can fucking read it on the side there.
Oh, what does it
Okay.
say? Well,
Yeah,
this
okay,
one-
you might have to blow up the photo, but it's you see the little bird in the red
Oh,
circle,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
right?
But I
This
guess
is
I
a
guess that's
transporter
kinda like-
militar,
the-
which is like the Colombian.
right, but the
Colombian
characteristic
military
is
plane.
completely
Military
different from
planes.
the characteristic is completely different from the actual.
Yeah, it's not
first
American.
photo.
It's not an American plane. They're not in
Mm.
handcuffs. They're not
Right.
fucking.
So this was
Back
this goes
down
back to
like a
my
bunch of little
idea that,
bitches.
like,
I was
with
right. I
Donald
was
Trump
right
trying to
the
say,
whole
like,
time.
oh, we're going to deport.
Well,
the
I mean, they
military
got.
aircraft.
It seems like Colombia got the terms that they wanted, right? Which was
Right.
for their
Like Trump got
citizens
the
to be
terms.
returned.
dignified. Yep.
For their citizens to
Returned
be returned in dignity.
No,
Right.
Yep.
Trump got the
So they
terms.
got their what they
he got
wanted.
them to pay for the cost of putting the people back on their own planes instead of having to send U.S. military planes. If what you're saying is true, and if he didn't, then it's unrestricted access, by which Colombia's government has already openly stated, by U.S. military planes. So either way, I'm correct on this. So I don't understand why we're even
You're
debating
wrong, but
this
go
at this
ahead.
point. I mean, you're just delusional at that point. I mean,
it seems like Colombia got at least some concessions, right?
Pretty significant concessions.
no,
They're just
they
caring
said
about
they agreed to all of his terms. Colombia.
Okay, I'm
I
gonna have
mean,
to mute.
outside
I'm done
outside
doing
of them
this.
being fucking handcuffed and taken in on an American military plane.
And the biggest thing that people don't need to understand is that the Colombian president's biggest issue was the fact that they were being transported on this plane and being basically these citizens were being like essentially used for photo ops. And so what they ended up doing was their biggest ordeal was they wanted them to be returned dignified. They didn't mind taking them; they just wanted them to be returned in a dignified manner. And so by that metric, that is exactly what the
I don't
Colombian
even know
president
if
wanted to
that's true, but
IPA falls
well, I
off.
mean.
but like it was
Yeah.
definitely one of the things that the Colombian president initially said was that like this is undignified. You can't treat Colombians like this. Basically, that was one of his major objections, and it seems to be the thing that Trump's conceded on. Like, if there was an argument about whether they were going to take him at all, I guess Colombia lost that one. But yeah, I don't know.
I got to get off. But just know that I was right. Facts don't care about your feelings. And so, I know that the conservatives have suddenly changed away from that position. They're really heavy into their feelings, and that's okay. Nothing wrong with that. Explore
know,
those
man.
feelings.
So Gibbs,
It's kind of wild. It's kind of wild to me. Like Gibbs has been over the last year, and it seems like since Trump like came into office, he's just like, actually, you know what? I love this. I love the insane authoritarian shit that's going down right now.
Yeah.
It's so great.
I have voiced a lot
I
of
don't-
concerns about it. There are authoritarian things, right? That it's gone down, right? Like, there's definitely lots of things I have bitched about several times. But like, if one of my options are like getting fucking just have everything about me fucking hated and just destroyed, obviously I had to pick the guy that's not trying to fucking ruin my life. Like, I don't know why that's even a debate. Like, if the Dems like even offered up half a candidate that wasn't like captured by this extreme left, like maybe, but like there's not even an option.
You think Kamala Harris was? You think Kamala Harris was captured
All
by
right, guys,
the
I'll talk to you
extreme
later.
left?
Dave.
Peace out, dude.
Liberal senator in history when she was in office.
You're
Ooh.
fucking deluded, friend.
No, thank you.
like the
Okay, Gibbs would rather feel
left hated
that he's
Kamala.
happy rather than Gibbs would rather feel that he's not in an authoritarian regime than actually be in one, but feel like he's not. Like,
No, it's fine. It's just, I understand. He's a victim, and I can't believe they victimized him like that. But
No, it's not even a victim thing. It's like I have to vote for who's going to look out for me. I don't know like why that's even controversial.
I see no evidence that they're going to look out for you. Any benefits you get will be benefits that are like side benefits from them just trying to help the richest people in the society and fuck over the poorest.
All
That's
right.
it.
Well, on that note,
Thank you.
I'm going to go do some other bullshit.
Yeah, I was going to
Vivian,
ask,
it's
are
been
you
good
going to
talking to you
keep
again.
streaming?
Yeah,
Yes, I haven't talked to you for a while. I am going to stream for a little while. It's been a while because I've talked to you. We'll have to talk to 40K soon. Everybody else, Mike, and I don't know you, Zephyr, but all will be good.
Yeah,
Vicky,
enjoy
thanks
the
for having
40K.
me.
Take care.
Yeah, Gibbs.
Raiding into
Later,
Gibbs.
God damn.
Oh yeah.
yo,
that was-
Lethe
I think
and
my brain.
Viv.
I think my brain melted out of my ears during that shit. It's wild.
Thank you all.
Oh,
for
Lethe
joining
and Viv,
tonight.
have
It's
a-
been a great
oh.
show. Catch y'all next week or the next time I get a wild hair to stream. So
Oh shit,
Yeah.
we're still live.
have a
Holy
good night,
fuck.
y'all.
Okay.
Raiden Gibbs. It's been a blast. Chat is the true winner today because I lost.